Chapter 857. It looked like the Thunder Emperor's path was no longer useful as a reference. It could not help him at all. My personal suggestion is that you focus on the Saber Soul and help the Saber Soul swallow up the will. Use the will to strengthen the Saber Soul. In the future, the improvement of the will strengthen the Saber Soul. As your saber techniques improve, you can also improve the will. Think about it. You cultivate the physical body, mental energy, and saber techniques. No matter which one it is not simple. When you reach the peak, you will be unrivaled everywhere. As the saying goes, biting off more than one can chew. You might as well focus on saber techniques. With your talent, your strength will soar in a short time. Ao Jiao continued to speak, voicing her opinion. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. He had not expected this. He simply wanted to refine the will of thunder that the Thunder King left behind into something he was good at. However, it involved such a complicated discussion. Ao Jiao's words were easy to understand. Focusing on saber techniques meant spending all the time on the physical body, mental energy, and fist techniques on saber techniques. With so much time, it would be hard for his strength not to rise. However, this way, his final accomplishments would be equal to the Thunder King and the Qing Emperor. It would be very difficult to surpass them. This was not what Xiao Chen wanted. With this idea in mind, Xiao Chen slowly merged the two again. However, this time, he purposely helped the will, swallowing up the Saber Soul. The two were originally evenly matched. After one obtained Xiao Chen's help, it immediately gained the upper hand. The Saber Soul struggled for a while before being absorbed into the Purple Lightning Talisman. After merging with the shape of the Saber Soul, the Purple Lightning Talisman gained an indestructible sharpness that seemed to reign supreme. With a thought, the Purple Lightning Talisman split into 4 beams of golden light. Each beam of golden light was an immortal small saber. Xiao Chen revealed a satisfied smile. The golden light returned to his forehead and merged into the purple talisman in his sea of consciousness. Then, he put on Neptune's headscarf. Some of the disturbing thoughts in his heart were stripped away. Xiao Chen's state of mind was like still water. Looking through his heart, he did not regret the decision he just made. He was Xiao Chen, not the Thunder King or the Qing Emperor. Due to his internal injuries, Xiao Chen slowed down significantly. However, by the time he returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he had already recovered from most of his severe internal injuries. He was back to his peak state. As Xiao Chen expected, Lu Ryue did not return. Instead, he met another familiar person. "Brother Xiao Chen, you're getting more and more awesome now. Did you bring any treasures for this fat lord this time?" Kim Taeho had been waiting at Qingyun Peak for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and ran over with squinted eyes. His figure was the same as usual, still round like a ball. When Xiao Chen saw Kim Taeho, he was rather happy. When he heard what Kim Taeho said, he smiled faintly and said calmly, "My things are not good enough for you, right? I heard that the Golden Rock Merchant Association has monopolized most of the business in the Sky Dome realm." Kim Taeho waved his folding fan and chuckled, "It's just a small business, not worth mentioning." The two chatted in the courtyard for a long time, sharing their experiences. When Fatso heard Xiao Chen talk about the various things in the Kunlun realm, his eyes lit up. However, after that, he became sad, feeling very conflicted. "Xiao Chen, given this fat lord's intelligence, do you think I can make a name for myself in the Kunlun realm?" Kim Taeho asked in a soft voice after holding back for a long time. Xiao Chen was speechless. He nearly spat out a mouthful of wine. "It is best if you don't go. Just stay in the Sky Dome realm and harm others." In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had suffered enough at the hands of this fellow. If the underwear maniac went to the Kunlun realm, he might bring him some trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen said very sincerely, "I feel that it is better for you to stay in the Sky Dome realm." Those geniuses and old monsters in the Kunlun realm are not on the same level as you. There is no point. When Fatso heard this, he could not help but sigh. He picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. He said, "Great minds think alike. There are not many people in this world who can keep up with my thoughts. Today, you, Shao Chen, are one of them. Never mind, I won't go then. I have been lonely in the Sky Dome realm for too long. Even after going to the Kunlun realm, I will still be this lonely. This is really boring. It looks like this fat lord is destined to be lonely for the rest of my life." Fatso revealed a somewhat sad expression. If he changed his face, he might be able to attract many young girls who liked this kind of aura. After finally dispelling Fatso's thoughts of going to the Kunlun realm, Xiaochen thought about something else. He asked, "Brother Debeo, is there a way to enter the Sky Dome Immortal realm?" Fatso felt it was strange. He asked, "Why would I go in there? The great Tang nation's royal court invited me several times, but I never went. It is too dangerous in there. It is filled with all sorts of mutated immortal spirits and wild beasts. The competition between the various royal courts is also very intense. If I am not careful, I will suffer a lot." Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like this Kim Tae-ho did have a way to enter the Sky Dome Immortal realm. In that case, he would not have to think of any other way to enter the Sky Dome Immortal realm. The environment inside was not as simple as the great Qin nation's protector said. This made Xiao Chen even more determined to enter. "Tell me, what is going on with this Sky Dome Immortal realm?" Fatso chuckled and said, "About that. I have yet to see Brother Xiao Chen's greeting gift." In his rush, Xiao Chen forgot about this Fatso's temper. He tossed out an astral coin and said, "This is a priceless treasure of the Kunlun realm. One is worth half a rank 8 sect." Kim Tae-ho picked it up and looked at it suspiciously for a long time. However, he could not make out anything. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's calm appearance, he pretended to be an expert. He said, "This is good stuff. I can tell with one glance that it is extraordinary. It is truly a treasure worth half a sect." Seeing Fatso treat an astral coin worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones like a treasure, Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. There was nothing strange about it. Kim Tae-ho blew on that astral coin before rubbing it. Then, he smiled happily and said, "Brother Xiao Chen is really interesting. The more I look at this thing, the more this fat lord likes it. However, what exactly is it used for?" Xiao Chen found it strange and asked, "You don't know?" Kim Tae-ho laughed loudly and said, "How can that be? How can this fat lord not know such a famous thing? It is that, right?" Xiao Chen held back his laughter and said calmly, "It is just a small thing. It is not worth much. Tell me more about the Sky Dome Immortal realm." When Fatso saw Xiao Chen's casual attitude, he was even more convinced that it was a treasure. He immediately explained the Sky Dome Immortal realm in detail. After Xiao Chen finished listening, he thought about it carefully. This Sky Dome Immortal realm was more complicated than he had imagined. Naturally, the Sky Dome Immortal realm was not a true immortal realm. It was just a name given by the people of the Sky Dome realm. The spiritual energy there was abundant, and there were many natural treasures. Cultivating there would be 3 or 4 times faster than cultivating outside. However, it was still not comparable to the Kunlun realm. The Sky Dome Immortal realm was an independent small world, about 1/10 of the size of the Tianwu continent. It could be considered very vast. The royal courts of the various nations all had their own encampments there. However, most of the places were public, so they could go on adventures together. Rumor had it that that was the true residence of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Everything in the outside world, including the Tianwu continent and the boundless sea, had slowly evolved from the Sky Dome Immortal realm over a long period of time. There were many immortal beasts that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord casually reared. After they mutated and multiplied, they became ferocious beasts without any spiritual energy. However, the spirit cores in their bodies still contained some immortal qi. After removing the impurities and absorbing them, their cultivation would increase significantly. The ferocious beasts were very strong. Some of them were even as strong as superior-grade martial sages of the Kunlun realm. In the Sky Dome Immortal realm, they were existences that could not be offended. Aside from the immortal beasts that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord once reared, there were also some 10,000-year-old spirit plants. Some of these spirit plants gained intelligence and could even cultivate. The most famous spirit plant in there was called the longevity tree. Rumor had it that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord cultivated under this tree in the past. The longevity tree could bear longevity fruits. The longevity fruits could not truly make people live forever. However, they could easily increase a cultivator's lifespan. One longevity fruit could increase a cultivator's lifespan by 100 years. However, it was only effective the first time one consumed it. The thing that truly attracted cultivators was not the longevity fruit but the 7-colored auspicious signs that would descend from the sky when the longevity fruit ripened. Auspicious signs were graded by color. The more colors there were, the higher the grade. 7-colored auspicious signs were second only to 8-colored and 9-colored auspicious signs. Above 9-colored auspicious signs were the legendary heavenly signs. Heavenly signs would only appear when a sovereign martial emperor or an emperor-grade medicinal pill bore fruit like the undying tree. Even the Kunlun realm's martial sages could not wait for such good things. A 7-colored auspicious sign was already of a very high level. It contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy contained in it was even purer than a rank 3 spirit vein's origin. Just one strand of it could allow one's cultivation to soar. Furthermore, there were no side effects, there would not be the situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. The longevity fruit ripened once every 5,000 years. This time, it happened to be the time for it to ripen. Not only were the younger generation of the various royal courts eager to try, but even some of the old antiques with unfathomable cultivations who were nearing the end of their lifespans made a move. Naturally, the younger generation sought the 7-colored auspicious signs, while the older generation sought the longevity fruit. Everyone took what they needed. However, resources were limited. Be it the 7-colored auspicious signs or the longevity fruit, there would not be many of them. The competition between them was easy to imagine. Strange, these longevity fruits and 7-colored auspicious signs should be very attractive to you, right? Why do you not seem interested at all? Xiao Chen asked suspiciously as he looked at Kim Tae-ho, who was still thinking about the astral coin. Kim Tae-ho carefully blew on the astral coin a few times. Then, he smiled and said, "With this fat lord's intelligence, how can these people understand me? There is no chance at all. Why would I want to get involved?" "What do you mean?" Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "Of the 5 nations, the Great Jin nation's royal court is the strongest. The other 4 nations combined are not as strong as them. The Great Jin nation sends out experts, princes, princesses, and young geniuses that join the royal court. We can only walk to the longevity tree. There is a huge storm in the sky, and there are countless ferocious beasts along the way. The people of the 4 nations will have to fight their way over bitterly. Furthermore, they will have to deal with the strong Great Jin nation's royal court. What chance do they have?" Chapter 858. Hence, when the Great Tang nation's royal court came to ask this fat lord to be cannon fodder, this fat lord immediately rejected them. Xiao Chen's expression froze. Then, he said, "Brother Debao, I'm afraid you won't be able to refuse this cannon fodder." Kim Tae-ho was stunned for a moment before reacting. He smiled and said, "Don't look for your fat brother for this. You are strong. Naturally, you dare to go anywhere. This fat lord's body really cannot take the torture. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." Patting his butt, Kim Tae-ho stood up and prepared to leave. The Sky Dome Immortal Realm was not as poetic as its name suggested. There were all sorts of ferocious beasts and spatial storms in there. If one was not careful, one might lose their life there. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and another astral coin appeared in his hand. Then, he tossed it at Fatso. Hu Chi. Turning around, Kim Tae-ho reacted quickly and caught the astral coin. Based on his reaction, he seemed to have expected Xiao Chen to make such a move. Ha! In this world, only you, brother Xiao Chen, can keep up with this fat lord's thoughts. Fatso smiled so widely that a flower bloomed on his face. He was overjoyed in his heart. With 2 astral coins, this fat lord would be able to buy a sect in the Kunlun realm. Let's go. Xiao Chen had already figured out Fatso's game of loosening the reins only to grasp better. Naturally, he knew that the other party did not really want to reject him. Xiao Chen brought out his full power and tore space while carrying Fatso. They moved as fast as lightning. In merely half a day, they arrived at the great Tang nation's imperial capital. When Fatso saw Xiao Chen's horrifying strength, he felt extremely excited in his heart. This transaction was definitely profitable. Not to mention the 2 astral coins, which were worth a rank 8 sects astral coin, he would definitely gain some benefits if he followed Xiao Chen to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Even if Kim Tae-ho did not give him any treasures, bringing Xiao Chen to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm would not be a loss for him. Thinking about the 2 priceless star coins in his pocket, Fatso could not help but feel extremely pleased. Xiao Chen was strong, but his intelligence was still a little lacking compared to the Fat Lord. Outside the Imperial Palace, Xiao Chen put on the Sky Sea cloak and said, "You can go in and negotiate. Don't worry, they won't be able to find me. I'll just follow you in." After saying that, he vanished. Fatso looked around and could not help saying, he really disappeared. This Kunlun realm really has many treasures. Stop dawdling. I'm right beside you. Hurry up and go. Xiao Chen's voice sounded in his mind. Kim Tae-ho was shocked and looked at it for a long time. He was completely convinced by this treasure. However, Xiao Chen thought to himself. With Xiao Chen's intelligence, he could do well in the Kunlun realm. This fat lord would definitely be able to do well there. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, he proved his identity. Immediately, a major character of the royal court came to receive him. The Jin clan was a top-tier clan in the great Tang nation. Now, it was like the sun in the sky. When the major characters heard that Fatso had changed his mind and wanted to go to the Sky Dome Immortal Realm, the major characters of the royal court hesitated. The various royal court's teams had already set off. If Fatso went now, he would not be able to help the great Tang nation's royal court disciples. However, due to Kim Tae-ho's reputation, the major characters reluctantly agreed despite their reluctance. Xiao Chen hid himself and followed Xiao Chen to the depths of the imperial palace. There, they arrived before a tightly guarded transportation formation. This transportation formation gave off an ancient, vast, and desolate aura. There were rings of medial-grade spirit stones around the transportation formation. From the looks of it, there were at least several tens of millions of them. Fatso casually stood on the transportation formation. Xiao Chen stood beside him, but no one noticed him. Boom! The medial-grade spirit stones burned, and the ancient formation activated. A white light flashed, and space twisted. Then, Xiao Chen and Kim Tae-ho disappeared from the formation at the same time. A light flashed, and Xiao Chen and Kim Tae-ho appeared in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. What would the Sky Dome Immortal Realm be like? Xiao Chen and Kim Tae-ho were rather curious. At the very least, they had some fantasies. However, when they arrived, they revealed disappointed expressions. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "I just knew that this rundown place is not much. I did not expect it to be so rundown." Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings. The sky was primal chaos. There was no sunlight, only howling spatial storms rushing back and forth. The pieces of spatial shards were sharper than any knife. Just looking at them made him feel somewhat flustered. Countless spatial shards formed tornadoes. As they stirred, it looked like there were many man-eating ferocious beasts hiding in the sky, opening their ferocious mouths. When Xiao Chen looked down, the air was turbid and humid. Not to mention the Kunlun realm, it was even worse than the Tianwu continent. The flowers and grass on the ground were all uneven. At first glance, one would think that they were malnourished. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and said somewhat flabbergasted, "Speaking of which, Brother Debao, did we come to the wrong place?" Pa! Suddenly, a palm-sized mosquito leaped out. Fatso reacted quickly. He swatted the folding fan in his hand, sending this mosquito flying far away. However, it did not die. It should be right. The great Tang nation's royal court would not lie to me about this. This mosquito is really extraordinarily big, Kim Tae-ho said with lingering fear as he watched the mosquito fly over again. Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, "The one on your butt is even bigger." A miserable shriek rang out. Fatso jumped up from the ground in pain. When he turned his head to look, he saw a black mosquito the size of his face resting silently on his butt. Its sharp and long beak pierced through his clothes like a needle, sucking happily. Fatso immediately swatted it with the folding fan in his hand. Pa! Pa! After swatting twice, the mosquito did not die. Furthermore, the mosquito that he swatted earlier also flapped its wings and flew over. 2 strands of saber chi flashed, and electric light exploded. These 2 mosquitoes were immediately blasted into pieces. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, had made a move. Damn! 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 Kim Tae-ho held his butt as he jumped up and down on the ground, shouting as though his parents had died. Buzz! 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 The air suddenly trembled, and a strong wind blew at the two. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a large swarm of mosquitoes flying out from the grass in front. The howling wind was the result of the swarm of mosquitoes flapping their wings. "Let's go." Xiao Chen picked up the pale Kim Tae-ho and soared into the air. Then, he turned around and used his palm as a saber, executing the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Wind and lightning gathering. The purple lightning talisman in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness spun once. The shape of the saber soul and the 4 strands of golden light were instantly drawn over. When Xiao Chen chopped out with his palm, a strand of saber chi containing 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended will of thunder immediately shot out from his palm. Thunder and wind roared, and the 4 strands of purple saber chi with golden light flowing on them tore through the air, shattering this swarm of blood-sucking mosquitoes into pieces. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he could not help but be flabbergasted. There were a few mosquitoes in there. They were actually intact, not dying from the combined attacks of the spatial shards and the saber chi. However, they knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They flapped their wings and slowly flew back through the spatial shards. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze, and a strand of red light shot out from his forehead. He summoned out the massacre throne. A scarlet cloud carried the throne as it floated quietly in front. When Fatso saw the throne, he immediately rejoiced. He laughed loudly and said, "How domineering. This throne is tailor-made for this fat lord." After saying that, Fatso let go of Xiao Chen's hand and soared into the air, landing on the throne and landing on his butt. Another blood-curdling scream rang out. The fatty clutched his buttocks and shot out from the throne. When Kim Tae-ho landed on the scarlet cloud, his complexion paled. He said, "Xiao Chen, why do I feel that there is a hole in my butt? Blood is gushing out like a fountain." Xiao Chen looked at the hole in Kim Tae-ho's butt, and sympathy flashed in his eyes. He said, "It's fine. You are overthinking. It is just a hole. Riding on the scarlet cloud, Xiaochen flew higher and higher on the throne. In the blink of an eye, he was high up in the sky, about to face that horrifying spatial storm. Up on the scarlet cloud, Kim Tae-ho, who kept turning his head around, trying to see the wound on his butt. When he saw Xiaochen's actions, he could not help being startled. Startled, he exclaimed, "Xiaochen, are you crazy? This is a spatial storm, a storm formed by fragments of space. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages can be easily torn to shreds." "I know. However, this only applies to Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Sky Dome realm," Xiaochen replied calmly. Then, he pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, and a beam of purple light shot out. Then, it split into 4, turning into 4 small golden sabers that guarded one area. The moment the sabers entered the sky, 8 tornadoes made up of spatial fragments charged at Xiaochen from all directions. These tornadoes looked like ferocious beasts baring their fangs, wanting to swallow up Xiaochen. Suddenly, the 4 small golden sabers danced around. Beams of golden light of 4 different colors formed a screen of sabers flickering with electricity, tightly encasing the scarlet throne. The screen of golden sabers silently sliced the 8 spatial storms into countless tiny pieces. Then, they vanished completely, and the throne entered the void. There were still cracks in the void, and the strong winds that came out were still extremely horrifying storms filled with hidden energy. As Xiaochen sat on the throne, he did not panic. With a wave of his hand, the 4 small golden sabers destroyed all the hidden energy. This stunned Fatso, who was on the scarlet cloud, and he cried out repeatedly. As Xiaochen moved quickly in the sky, he soon caught up with the groups. Occasionally, Xiaochen used his spiritual sense to check below. Finally, he saw the group of the great Qin nation's royal court. There were several familiar faces in this large group. When Xiaochen saw the state of these people and paid special attention to Yingyu's strength, he relaxed. With Yingyu here, this group of great Qin nation's royal court was safe. Without any worries, Xiaochen moved even faster. That horrifying spatial storm was like child's play to him. With a flick of his finger, it shattered. The towering longevity tree entered Xiaochen's eyes. He sat on the scarlet throne and slowly descended from the sky. They slowly descended from the sky. In the end, they managed to arrive in front of the longevity tree ahead of everyone else. Chapter 859. A loud roar resounded. Before the scarlet throne landed, a berserk ferocious beast appeared below. This ferocious beast gave off a berserk aura. When it opened its mouth, it kicked up a strong wind that seemed like it could flip up the surface of the sea. Pu Ci. The 4 small golden sabers merged into one and turned into a purple talisman. Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the talisman flickered and instantly broke the strong wind. When the throne landed, Xiaochen withdrew the talisman. A 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long ferocious beast was chopped in half and laid on the ground. Kim Tae-ho exclaimed exaggeratedly, "This is a ferocious beast equal to a martial sage. Unexpectedly, you instantly killed it in one move." As Xiaochen spoke, Kim Tae-ho did not stop moving. He held his butt and jumped down from the scarlet cloud. Then, he quickly searched through the corpses. Soon, he found a spirit core covered in black spots. Fatso laughed loudly and paced excitedly on the ground. He said, "A martial sage-level spirit core containing immortal chi. I struck it rich this time. Even if this fat lord has another hole in my butt, it will be worth it." Right after Fatso spoke, he saw the longevity tree bearing heavy red fruits thrust a branch at Kim Tae-ho like a golden fork at lightning speed. Its speed was even faster than Xiaochen's. Kim Tae-ho had just obtained the spirit core and was somewhat carried away. He accidentally walked into the attack range of the longevity tree. It looked like he would not be able to dodge in time and would be pierced by the branch. Electric light flashed under Xiaochen's feet. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he quickly dodged. Then, he picked up Kim Tae-ho and retreated. Back and forth, as Xiao Chen moved quickly, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. After escaping death, Fatso heaved a long sigh. Then, he put away the spirit core covered in black spots and said to Xiao Chen, "Fortunately, brother, you are fast. Otherwise, would not have been able to escape unscathed." As Xiao Chen spoke, he did not realize that a hole had appeared on his right but as well. Blood poured out like a fountain. There was a kind of pain that, when reached the extreme, would make one numb. Xiao Chen made a sad expression. He didn't know if Kim Tae-ho was in the same situation. The grades of the spirit trees were also divided into Sage, King, Emperor, and Immortal. This division was similar to the grades of secret treasures. It was mainly for the convenience of trading between cultivators and the identification of treasures. The Moon Kasha tree was a Saint-tier spirit tree, and the Longevity tree was a grade higher than it. It was a King-tier spirit tree, and because of its special effect of increasing one's lifespan, it was ranked in the top 3 among the King-tier spirit trees. Regardless of cultivation level or race, a single longevity fruit could increase a person's lifespan by 100 years for the first time. Within 100 years, Xiao Chen might be able to make another breakthrough, advancing further on the path of cultivation. Its value was easy to imagine. Even in the Kunlun realm, it would be a top treasure. Xiao Chen counted carefully. There were only about 20 of the heavy red fruits on the longevity tree. They bore fruit once every 1,000 years. Such a number was truly rare. Scarlet spiritual energy wafted out of the longevity fruit, making one drool. Kim Tae-ho stared straight at it. However, he no longer dared to approach it. Clearly, this longevity tree had gained sentience long ago. Now that the longevity fruit had not ripened yet, it naturally did not allow anyone to approach. As Xiao Chen looked at the longevity fruit that was about to ripen, he entered deep thought. Before the longevity fruit matured, the longevity tree would not allow anyone to approach it. Kim Tae-ho's earlier fate was a good example of the consequences of getting close. As long as the longevity tree matured, the longevity fruit would fall automatically. As for how many fell, that would depend on luck. Sometimes, 1 or 2 fell, and the longevity tree would burrow into the ground, running off to some unknown place. Naturally, such a result was not what Xiao Chen wanted. Since he was already here, he had to collect all 20 longevity fruits. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground, and his figure flashed as he flew towards the longevity tree. The peaceful, towering tree instantly came to life. Many long branches extended out endlessly, piercing through space and shooting at Xiao Chen. Electric light flickered under Xiao Chen's feet. In that instant, he executed Thunder Dragon steps to its limits. His figure moved so fast that one could not even see his shadow. He tried to approach the longevity tree from all directions. Ka-ca. After a while, Xiao Chen broke off a branch and retreated safely. He now had a rough understanding of this longevity tree's strength. This longevity tree had indeed gained sentience. However, it had only gained sentience recently, and its cultivation was not deep enough. While its attacks looked fast, they were not methodical. After familiarizing himself with the longevity tree, he could easily dodge. Xiao Chen looked around. There were still some mutated ferocious beasts eyeing this place covetously. However, they did not dare to get close to Xiao Chen. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. These ferocious beasts did not dare to be impudent towards Xiao Chen. However, that did not mean that Xiao Chen would let them off. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen chased away all the ferocious beasts in the surroundings. Those that could not flee in time were killed by him. By the time Xiao Chen returned, the longevity fruits had not ripened yet. Xiao Chen could not help but frown. It looked like he had come too early. If he had waited any longer, the great Jin nation's cultivators would have arrived. Earlier, when Xiao Chen passed by the sky, the great Jin nation's royal court was indeed strong. Among them, there were 3 old men who had lived for countless years. Their cultivations were terrifyingly deep. Although Shao Chun did not fear peak grandmaster-level martial sages, once the longevity fruits ripened, he would not be able to avoid being implicated by them. If things went wrong, Shao Chun's plan to collect all the longevity fruits would be ruined. That would be a huge loss. Shao Chun frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he remembered that there were still 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring that had not been exhausted yet. What are you thinking of doing? Don't even think about those 2 rank 3 spirit veins origins. If you use them, there will be no more left. Ao Jiao was like a housekeeper, keeping the rank 3 spirit veins origins in the immortal spirit ring tightly. Shao Chun smiled bitterly. He knew that Ao Jiao liked to take care of the plants in the immortal spirit ring. Keeping the spirit veins origins was for his own good. However, he had no choice but to use them now. After a long time, Shao Chun finally got Ao Jiao to agree to take out a rank 3 spirit veins origin. Shao Chun waved his hand, and the rank 3 spirit veins origin silently flew to the top of the longevity tree. After a while, it turned into spiritual rain and fell. The longevity tree happily absorbed the spiritual rain. The bright red skin of the longevity fruits on the tree thinned bit by bit as they grew rapidly. Fatso smiled with some heartache. Brother Shao Chun, you are really generous. A rank 3 spirit veins origin is even more valuable than a longevity fruit. Shao Chun smiled and did not reply. In the Sky Dome realm, a rank 3 spirit veins origin was indeed more valuable than a longevity fruit. However, in the Kunlun realm, the situation was different. If he could pick all 20 longevity fruits before the spirit tree burrowed underground, Shao Chun would earn a lot on this trip. A fervent look appeared in Shao Chun's calm eyes. His heart was filled with boundless anticipation. When the longevity fruits ripened, he would collect all of the 7-colored auspicious signs, giving Lu Riyue a pleasant surprise. On the way to the longevity tree, Yu led the great Qin nation's people, killing the ferocious beasts blocking the way. The ferocious beasts here were not easy to deal with. They all had the bloodline of immortal beasts in their veins. Even as a half-sage, she did not dare to move around without fear. Fortunately, there was a peak superior grade martial sage senior in the group. Although he rarely made a move, he helped Yu share a lot of the pressure. Aside from that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, Shao Chun was familiar with the others in the group. There was no need to mention Yu, Feng Feishue, and Lu Riyue. As for the remaining 2, Shao Chun had not seen them for many years. One was his half-brother, Shao Jian, and the other was his cousin, Shao Yulan, who once knelt down to plead for him. Feng Feishue had introduced these 2 to the Heavenly Qin school in the imperial capital. After that, they gained the appreciation of the princess and joined the Imperial Dragon Legion. Now, they were Yu's trusted subordinates. Yu held the Grand Imperial Spear and brandished it. She fought a half-sage ferocious beast alone and killed it rather easily. After that, she looked up at the sky doubtfully. When Yu withdrew her gaze, she discovered that Lu Riyue was frowning as well, shifting her gaze away from the sky. The others also felt doubtful. Earlier, they all felt a familiar gaze sweep through them from the sky. Only that senior, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, did not feel anything. When he saw the strange expressions of the group, he said, "Don't overthink it. No one in the Sky Dome realm dares to move about in the spatial storm in the sky unless they are tired of living." Seeing the senior with the highest cultivation say this, the others did not dare to voice their opinions. Only Lu Riyue still felt confused. That gaze earlier was too familiar. It was just a flash, but it felt very real. Yu collected her thoughts and said, "Let's go. The people of the great Jin nation are already far ahead of us." The group killed the ferocious beasts along the way and continued forward. After putting in a lot of effort, they finally saw the top of the longevity tree when they looked up. The group could not help but feel gratified. Aside from the great Jin nation's royal court, they were the fastest. As long as they put in a bit more effort, they would be able to obtain some of the 7-colored auspicious signs. They would not have to return empty-handed. As long as they obtained a strand of 7-colored auspicious signs, their cultivation would soar significantly. If they were lucky and obtained a few more strands, their cultivation might even increase by a grade. Indeed, it is as I expected. The one following closely behind is indeed you, Princess Yingyu. Before the smiles on the group's faces faded, 3 great Jin nation princes appeared at the intersection in front, leading a group of people. There was also a superior grade martial sage in their group. However, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages were not with them. They must have arrived earlier. When Yingyu and the others saw this group of people suddenly appear, their expressions changed slightly. The Jing nation's royal court wanted to delay them and monopolize the longevity fruits and 7-colored auspicious signs. The person who spoke was the great Jin nation's first prince, Yi Qin. At such a young age, he had already advanced to peak superior grade martial monarch. His talent was only slightly weaker than Yingyu's. Yingyu's pretty face turned slightly cold. She said coldly, "Yi Qin, it is best not to be too ruthless. You schemed so much and used such despicable methods. In the end, you will not have a good ending." Chapter 860. Yi Qin laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with a domineering light as he said, "You are too naive. I will stop you now." "So what? Let's see who will obtain the longevity fruit and the 7-colored auspicious sign in the end. You might be strong, but with the 3 of us working together, we really aren't afraid of you. If you have the ability, then come and force your way through." The senior from the great Qin nation, who was nearing the end of his lifespan, frowned slightly. The old man in the other side's team was clearly targeting him, not letting him off. There were also people watching Xiao Jian, Lu Riyue, and the others. Even though the great Jin nation's royal court had lost their 3 strongest people, they could still suppress them. Yingyu's expression turned unsettled. She had not expected the people of the great Jin nation to be so shameless, not giving outsiders a chance at all. Just as the longevity fruit was about to ripen, they stopped them. Suddenly, colorful lights flickered in the sky. The longevity fruit had finally ripened. Auspicious signs filled the sky as they descended. When Yi Qin saw this scene, he could not help but reveal a pleased expression. The 3 royal clan elders should already be near the longevity tree. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's lips could not help but curl up. He looked at the unsightly expressions of Yingyu and the others. He laughed loudly and said, "Good, the longevity fruit has ripened. Princess Yingyu, I will stand here. Let's see how you are going to make me suffer." Right after Yi Qin spoke, an ear-piercing alarm rang out. Yi Qin's expression changed. He turned his head to look at the sky and said strangely, with the strength of the 3 seniors, why would they send out such a distress call? Yi Qin could not be bothered with Yingyu and the others. The situation had probably taken a turn for the worse. He quickly led the group to where the longevity tree was. Xiao Jian stepped forward and asked doubtfully, "Princess, what's wrong with this group of people?" Yingyu thought for a while and quickly made a decision. She said, "It looks like they are in trouble. Come, let's follow them." The royal family of Jin nation, who was initially domineering and unreasonable, suddenly changed their attitude and left in a hurry. Naturally, Yingyu and the others would not let go of this opportunity. They quickly followed behind. Lu Riyue did not know why, but her heart pounded heavily. She suddenly thought of a possibility. She thought of the gaze she saw on the road earlier. She had never doubted the authenticity of that gaze, even when the superior grade martial sage of the great Qin nation's royal court said that no one could walk in the Sky Dome realm. She didn't doubt that there was definitely a gaze like that standing above the 9 heavens, shuttling through the endless spatial storms, looking deeply at her. As Lu Riyue thought this, her speed increased significantly. She circulated the quintessence in her body without caring about the expenditure. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Yingyu. She desperately wanted to know the answer. Was the owner of that gaze, the person who had stopped to look at her in the 9 heavens, the person she had been thinking about day and night? After a while, the great Jin nation's royal court and Yingyu's group arrived at where the longevity tree was. When they saw the situation clearly, they were all dumbfounded. The 7 colored auspicious signs falling from the sky were collected by a fatso holding a jade bottle. The smile on his face was even brighter than the radiance of spring. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages of the great Jin nation's royal court were easily blocked by a mysterious man wearing a cloak. That black-cloaked man used his arms as a saber. Electric light burst out, and saber chi flew everywhere. Hundreds of lightning flood dragons circled around him. As the black-cloaked man brandished his saber, the lightning flood dragons howled wildly. With a gentle palm strike, he knocked back the Grandmaster-level martial sages who wanted to charge up, not holding back at all. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages either attacked one after another or worked together. However, without exception, the black-cloaked man blocked all of them. When Fatso, who was above, saw this scene, he laughed loudly in delight. Then, he started collecting the 7 colored auspicious signs at an even faster speed. It looked like the auspicious signs were about to run dry. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages below could not help but feel even more anxious. The group of people from the great Jin nation's royal court was completely stunned. These were bona fide Grandmaster-level martial sages. Their lifespans were about to end. After a long time, they had tempered their cultivations to a very deep level. All of them were people who stood at the peak of the Sky Dome realm. However, when the 3 of them worked together, one person easily blocked them. Where exactly did this black-cloaked man come from? It's over. The auspicious signs are all gone. A youth beside the great Jin nation's first prince said with great heartache. The main purpose of this trip had been ruined. These people were young and did not have to worry about their lifespans. Naturally, the longevity fruit would not be of much use to them. The expressions of Yingyu and the others changed slightly. The auspicious signs were all gone. This person was far stronger than the people from the great Jin nation's royal court. They had no chance at all. Fatso chuckled and tossed the jade bottle containing the auspicious signs to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. His lips could not help but curl up. When he looked at the 3 old men charging up again, a cold look flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen was worried that he would not be able to collect all the auspicious signs if he was distracted. Hence, he could only do his best to block these 3. Now that he had obtained the auspicious signs, he no longer needed to be polite with these 3 old men. If he did not deal with them now, they would be a problem when the longevity fruits fell. Twin dragons playing with pearl. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber and chopped with it, executing the 3rd move of the dragon subduing slash. A pearl-like light struck one of the old men's chest. Before this person could react, 2 dragon-shaped saber chi flew over and struck his chest. There was no way for him to dodge. There was a loud bang, and a bright light flashed. This twin dragons playing with pearl severely injured this person. He would not be able to recover within half a year. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. He did not show any mercy. He turned around and headed for the other old man. His figure moved as fast as lightning, giving off loud bang. 7 profound fingers. That old man was startled. As he retreated in a fluster, he gathered all the heavenly sage laws in his body and formed a vast storm behind him. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed. 7 streaks of light of different colors pierced through the air, tearing cracks in the sky. Each of the streaks of light was powerful enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Under the hood, Xiao Chen's expression was as calm as still water. His figure moved forward, not slowing down at all. Just as he was about to touch the 7 beams of light, he suddenly attacked, circulating all the vital qi in his body. Xiao Chen suddenly attacked, circulating all the vital qi in his body and attacking with his full power. A horrifying force that was infinitely close to 1,500 tons of force exploded in the air. In that instant, the world shook, and a huge black hole appeared in space. The 7 beams of light suddenly broke apart. Xiao Chen passed through the black hole. The shock wave of his fist light did not diminish at all as it struck the old man. That old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. He slid on the ground for 100 meters in a sorry state, coughing endlessly. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Xiao Chen held 2 fingers together, and a beam of light shot out from his forehead. The purple lightning talisman flickered. When the remaining old man saw an electric light, a bowl-sized bloody hole appeared in his chest. A strong wind blew endlessly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen knocked out the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages one by one. The hearts of the people below all sank. Such strength was unimaginable. He did not seem like a Sky Dome realm cultivator at all. However, Xiao Chen ignored the shock of these people. His figure flashed, and he landed on the ground. Then, he quietly watched the longevity fruits that were about to fall to the ground. Based on the usual pattern, not all 20 longevity fruits would fall to the ground. The longevity tree would move away on its own. Xiao Chen paused for a moment before charging at the longevity tree. Ka-Cie. Ka-Cie. Tree branches pierced through space, charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, who had anticipated this long ago, did not panic. He dodged the countless tree branches that could easily pierce through a mountain. Then, he gently plucked a longevity fruit and held it in his hand. The longevity tree was thoroughly enraged. Its branches intertwined and looked like flood dragons as they bit at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not clash head-on. His figure flashed as he flew upwards. Then, he clenched his right hand, and another longevity fruit flew into his universe ring. Xiao Chen's agile figure brushed past the longevity tree's attack as everyone tensed up. When the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages on the ground saw this scene, they could not help but vomit blood in frustration. The longevity fruits that they had been waiting for 10 years were picked by Xiao Chen like he was picking peaches. The 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages cursed in their hearts, hoping that the longevity tree would pierce thousands of holes in Xiao Chen and kill him without a complete corpse. However, things did not go as they wished. Xiao Chen kept brushing shoulders with danger. The group could only watch as the longevity fruits dwindled, unable to do anything about it. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. With only 3 longevity fruits remaining, the longevity tree could no longer endure Xiao Chen's plundering. It sank down, and its huge trunk sank into the ground with a flash of light. How could Xiao Chen let the longevity tree do as it pleased? In the time it took for a spark to fly, he punched a deep pit in the ground and quickly dove in. After a while, Xiao Chen flew back with a piece of the longevity tree's spiritual wood branch in satisfaction. At the last moment, Xiao Chen reacted quickly and put away the remaining 3 longevity fruits. Seeing Xiao Chen appear, the great Jin nation's people glared at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes. However, they did not dare to say anything. This fellow who suddenly appeared messed up their plans. Originally, they had planned to monopolize the 7-colored auspicious signs and the longevity fruits that fell to the ground. However, they did not manage to obtain anything. Furthermore, the 3 Grandmaster-level martial sages were beaten half to death. When Lu Riyue and the others saw this scene, they did not show anything on their faces. However, they felt very carefree in their hearts. In the first place, they had always been bullied by the great Jin nation's royal court in this Sky Dome immortal realm. In the earlier scene, the first Prince Qin's attitude was even more overbearing, causing everyone to feel a great deal of anger in their hearts. "Are you still not going to scram?" Xiao Chen shouted coldly as he looked coldly at the first prince and the others, who showed extreme dissatisfaction in their eyes. Xiao Chen did not have a good impression of this group of people. He had just used the spirit vein's origin to accelerate the ripening of the longevity fruits. In the end, 3 old men came to cause trouble. Xiao Chen had no choice but to seek Kim Taeho's help. Given Fatso's character, he would definitely not help for free. Seeing the hostile Xiao Chen under the hood, the great Jin nation's people quickly left. They feared that if they stayed any longer, Xiao Chen would really get angry. Yu's group sighed silently. This person did not even care about the great Jin nation's royal court. Why would he be polite to them? To avoid humiliating themselves, they turned and left. Chapter 861. Everyone, long time no see. Do you really not recognize Xiao Chen anymore? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took off his hood. Then, he calmly called out to Lu Ruyue, Feng Feishue, Yu, Xiao Yulan, and Xiao Jian. The few of them turned around one by one and saw a delicate and pretty face with a headscarf. Those familiar facial features and the sharpness between his brows were just like in the past. Without a doubt, he opened his mouth wide, unable to speak for a long time. Indeed, it is him. Tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes. All sorts of emotions welled up in her heart. The person she loved had really returned. There was some disbelief in Xiao Yulan's eyes. Everything she saw was real. Cousin Xiao Chen, who had knelt 3 times to express his gratitude, had actually reached such a height today. Xiao Jian was even more in disbelief than him. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Who could have imagined that the person who had left his clan 7 years ago would grow to such a level? Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He slowly walked over and wiped away the tears at the corners of Lu Ruyue's eyes. Lu Ruyue blushed. Her flirtatious face was filled with bashfulness. The others smiled faintly and tacitly left this place. A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Yulan's face. Although she had known long ago that cousin Xiao Chen had made his choice, Xiao Yulan knew that cousin Xiao Chen had made his choice. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel the pain in his heart. Yu walked over and patted Xiao Yulan's shoulder. She smiled and said, "Lass, don't be sad. This fellow is just so, there is no need to feel sad for him." Feng Feishue walked over leisurely. Dressed in men's clothes, she still looked as carefree and at ease as before. She even knew Xiao Yulan's heart and knew how hard Xiao Yulan had worked over the years. He hugged her tightly in his arms and patted her back. When he closed his eyes, there seemed to be a column of water at the corner of his eyes. Xiao Jian curled his lips and sat on the ground, bored, as he played with the sword in his hand. Now, he was no longer that petty person from back then. There was no irreconcilable grudge between him and Xiao Chen in the first place. However, when he saw Xiao Chen's current achievements, he still felt a little emotional. Fortunately, after so many years, Xiao Chen had come to terms with it. He only hoped to advance to martial sage in the Sky Dome realm and protect his clan. Xiao Chen glanced over and saw Xiao Chen talking to Lu Ruyue in the distance. He looked at Xiao Chen's changed expression. He could not help but think of his father in Mo City. Xiao Xiong had never mentioned it, but everyone knew that he had been forced to chase Xiao Chen away back then. No one could understand the pain he was suffering. Xiao Jian would never forget the complicated expression on Xiao Xiong's face when he heard the news that Xiao Chen ranked first on the True Dragon ranking. He wondered if his father's solemn face would reveal a trace of a smile if he knew of his second brother's current achievements. Xiao Chen and Lu Ruyue did not chat for long before they arrived at where Yu and the others were. When Xiao Chen saw the familiar faces, a smile appeared on his calm face. His old friends were all there. His old friends were all well, and his elegance was still the same. Nothing had changed. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's cousin, Xiao Yulan, whom he had not seen for many years. Back then, when he first came to this world in Mo City, the memories were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind. As for Xiao Jian, as time passed, the two of them had grown. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Jian now, he realized that he was much more mature than before. Yingyu glanced at the stupefied Xiao Chen. Then, she clenched her fist and threatened, "Don't even mention that 7-colored auspicious signs. You are only giving them to Lu Rue alone. This princess is someone who holds grudges. If you leave in the future, don't blame me for playing some tricks." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out the jade bottle containing the 7-colored auspicious signs. Multicolored lights filled the air. When counted carefully, there were at least 207-colored auspicious signs. No matter how the 5 of them divided them, they would not be able to finish them. This auspicious sign is useless to me. You can take whatever you want based on your cultivation. Don't exceed what you can bear. The auspicious signs contained a large amount of pure spiritual energy. However, everyone's cultivation was limited and could not absorb too much. Otherwise, they might explode and die. The others did not hesitate either. They had arrived here after much difficulty, all for the sake of these 7-colored auspicious signs. Yingyu's cultivation was the highest, she took 57-colored auspicious signs. Xiao Jian and the others were between inferior-grade martial monarchs and medial-grade martial monarchs. The gap between them and Yingyu was too great. They only took 10 or so auspicious signs. Xiao Chen carefully put away the remaining 100-odd auspicious signs. Then, he looked at Kim Tae-ho, who was staring at him anxiously. Then, he tossed over 2 more of the spirit cores that he obtained from the martial sage ferocious beasts. The sage-grade spirit cores contained a lot of immortal qi. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, after he removed the impurities and absorbed them, his cultivation would improve significantly. "Little friend, can this old man exchange for a longevity fruit with you?" When the old man from the great Qin nation's royal court saw Xiao Chen collect the 20 longevity fruits, he felt envious. When he saw the strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier, he had already despaired. Now that he discovered that Yingyu and the others had a close relationship with Xiao Chen, he immediately felt tempted. He did not have many years left to live. 1 longevity fruit could increase his lifespan by 100 years. The temptation of this went without saying. Xiao Chen glanced at Yingyu and saw that she was looking at him as well. Clearly, this old man had a high status in the great Qin nation's royal court. Xiao Chen handed over a longevity fruit straightforwardly. There is no need to stand on ceremony. The great Qin nation's royal court has taken great care of my Xiao clan. This longevity fruit is a token of appreciation from the younger generation. There is no need to exchange it. After the old man obtained the longevity fruit, he beamed with joy. When he heard Xiao Chen's polite words, he felt even more grateful. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the group and thought for a while. Then, he said, "Big brother, cousin Yulan, I have some things I would like to speak to you in private." The 3 went to the side and chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen briefly described his experiences. Xiao Yulan and Xiao Jian were both deeply moved. "Cousin Xiao Chen, will you return to our Xiao clan this time?" Xiao Yulan asked with some anticipation in her eyes. Xiao Chen did not know what to say. Along the way, he had been conflicted over whether to return or not. What exactly was Father Xiao Xiong afraid of? With the great Qin nation's royal court taking care of him, could there really be someone in the Sky Dome realm who would dare to make a move on the Xiao clan? When Xiao Chen addressed Xiao Chen as big brother, all the barriers in Xiao Jian's heart disappeared. He said, "I more or less know about Father's worries back then. Back then, the ancestors of the Xiao clan were too tyrannical in their actions, thinking that they were the only one in the world. If anyone was dissatisfied, they would directly eliminate them. They offended too many factions. If not for some good karma, the Xiao clan, which had lost its foundation, would not have survived to this day. When the Xiao clan first entered the Sky Dome realm, they could be considered a tyrant with many experts. However, all of them were mysteriously killed in the end. It was a ghastly sight. It was only in recent years, when the blue dragon martial spirit disappeared, that the Shao clan truly stabilized. Your appearance reminded father of the tragedy of our seniors. With the current Shao clan, it is simply impossible for us to face those enemies. We had no choice but to chase you out. Shao Chen did not object to this. Back then, when he revealed his blue dragon martial spirit at Bushan Palace, the Grandmaster-level martial sages of the three sovereign noble clans immediately tried to kill him. One could imagine how deep the impression that the Qing Emperor had left on these people back then was. However, if that was all, Shao Chen would not care about it. With the three sovereign noble clans and the Haotian Emperor protecting him, that would be enough. What Shao Chen was worried about was not these enemies in the open but those hidden in the dark, not showing any signs of doing so. In the end, Shao Chen was still too weak. If he had the strength of the Qing Emperor back then, why would he fear small fries? What sovereign noble clans? Actually, it does not matter whether I return or not. I do not blame father, nor do I want to make things difficult for him. If the Shao clan really faces a calamity of destruction, my heart will not be able to bear it for the rest of my life. Even when he wanted to return home, he had so many worries. Shao Chen could not help but feel bitter in his heart. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, he had fought many battles along the way. Practically no one in the Sky Dome realm could stop him. However, when he thought about the Kunlun realm's sovereign noble clans, any Grandmaster-level martial sage could easily kill him. What did all this count for? He had to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Otherwise, not to mention a Grandmaster-level martial sage, any superior-grade martial sage of the Kunlun realm would be able to kill him. Then, Shao Chen took out some of the sage-grade secret treasures that he won at the auction and handed them to the two. Even if a sage-grade secret treasure could not bring out much of its might, it could still significantly increase the strength of a cultivator. With these sage-grade secret treasures, the overall strength of the Shao clan should be able to rise significantly. After a while, Shao Chen took out several high-ranked secret manuals. These were all obtained from the spatial rings of the enemies he killed in the Kunlun realm. Shao Chen did not think much of them. However, to the current Shao clan, they were undoubtedly supreme treasures. After thinking for a while, Shao Chen took out several spatial rings filled with superior-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Spirit stones, secret manuals, and secret treasures. With these, the Shao clan should be able to develop rapidly within 10 years. They would definitely be able to lay a firm foundation. Shao Chen had a vague plan in his heart. After he advanced to Martial Emperor, he would rebuild the Dragon's Gate and let the Shao clan return to the Kunlun realm openly, back to where they belonged. This plan was very far away, so Shao Chen could only do it step by step. He could not reveal too much either. Right now, all he could do was let the Shao clan disciples lay a firm foundation. When Shao Jian and Shao Yulan saw the things that Shao Chen took out, they were deeply shocked. Even in the Kunlun realm, some of the weaker sects would treat these as treasures. Now that Shao Chen handed these things to the two of them, the overall strength of the Shao clan would experience a qualitative increase in a short period. Seeing the joy on the two's faces, Shao Chen revealed a heartfelt smile. He raised his head and looked at Feng Feishue, Yingyu, and his beloved Lu Ruyue. Even if Shao Chen did not need to break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, this trip back was worth it. Even if he lost to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, it was still worth it. Some things could not always be measured in terms of value. Kinship, friendship, love, no matter how deep they were buried in one's heart, if one did not think about them or think about them, one would not be able to erase the imprint they left in one's heart. The group gathered together. Shao Chen got Lu Ruyue to return with Yingyu and the others first, to wait for him at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. There were still some places in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that Shao Chen wanted to visit. After the others left, Shao Chen slowly walked over to the pit in the ground. This was where the longevity tree had burrowed into the ground. When Shao Chen punched it, he discovered something interesting while chasing the longevity tree. Chapter 862. Xiao Chen took a step forward and landed in the pit. Then, he stood firmly at the bottom of the pit. There was a large blue wooden chest below. Simple and unadorned patterns were carved on the surface of the wooden chest, flickering with a faint light. Dense talisman scripts flowed on the light barrier, forming a ring of light and spreading out immortal qi. As Xiao Chen looked at the wooden chest, he revealed a contemplative expression. This was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence. It was not strange for there to be a wooden chest filled with immortal qi here. The strange thing was, why was the wooden chest under the longevity tree? Why did the Sky Dome Immortal Lord place it there? As Xiao Chen hesitated on whether to open the wooden chest or not, he fell into a dilemma. He had always maintained a cautious attitude toward the unknown. Open? Or not open? Open. Xiao Chen revealed a determined expression. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was a peak major character of the immortal epoch. Even the sovereign martial emperors of this era could not compare to him. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had not left such a wooden chest under the longevity tree casually. This was a great opportunity. Xiao Chen could not let it go to waste. Xiao Chen stretched out his right hand, and a purple talisman appeared in his palm. This was the manifestation of Xiao Chen's will. With a thought, the purple talisman turned into a soft, water-like electric light encasing his entire right hand. 4 strands of golden light swam quickly within the soft, water-like electric light. They were incredibly sharp and gave off a boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen focused, and the 4 strands of golden light merged. Buzz! A boundless saber hum resounded in the pit, boundlessly vast and ferocious. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strand of golden saber qi shot out from his fingertip. It was long and slender, like a gushing river. The waves behind and ahead did not stop, rising and falling. This involved some of the techniques Xiao Chen grasped after his will absorbed the vague form of his saber soul. Ka-Cie. This strand of saber qi broke the light barrier of talisman scripts on the wooden chest. Just as it was about to touch the wooden chest, the electric light in Xiao Chen's hand vanished, and the saber qi vanished. Xiao Chen made a grasping motion in the air, and the wooden chest flew over to him, hovering in midair. Then, he gently raised his hand, and an invisible force opened the wooden chest. When the wooden chest opened, a fiery, turbid qi immediately gushed out. Xiao Chen was already prepared for this, so he pointed with his finger. 300 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws flowed out of Xiao Chen's body through his fingertips and intertwined to form a barrier in front of him, blocking the fiery, turbid qi. Xiao Chen took a closer look and found that the wooden box contained an egg that was as smooth as white jade. Through the eggshell, he could see the scene of a void burning in flames. Within the boundless flames, there was a hazy little life. Its eyes were closed as it breathed in and out. It was fast asleep. From time to time, the hot and turbid air that spewed out was caused by this little fellow's exhalation. Look at the pitch-black space burning in the air. Xiao Chen was startled in his heart. What kind of existence is this little fellow in the egg? Just its subconscious breathing has such destructive power. He now understood why this wooden box was placed under the longevity tree. The longevity tree was a peak king-grade spirit tree. Its rate of absorbing spiritual energy was the fastest in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. Placing the egg under its roots was the best way for this little fellow to absorb more spiritual energy. However, what exactly was in the egg? The longevity tree had existed for at least 10,000 years. Despite being nourished for so long, it still had not broken out of its shell. There was also a jade strip beside the spirit egg. Xiao Chen grabbed it and sent his spiritual sense into it. He discovered that it was an immortal art called Starry Heaven Storm. This immortal art was much stronger than some of the low-ranked magic techniques recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation. It used magic energy to simulate the scene of a starry heaven storm. The moment this magic technique was executed, it would be like a starry heaven storm descending. It could instantly swallow up countless stars and turn them into dust. Of course, this was just the description. The true might of this magic technique still depended on the strength of the user. Xiao only casually looked around. He did not have magic energy and could not cultivate it. To him, no matter how powerful an immortal art was, it would not be of much use. Xiao closed the wooden box and tossed it into the universe ring. Then, he searched the cave. Aside from sensing that the longevity tree was very deep underground, he found nothing. With a flash, Xiao returned to the surface. Then, he looked around, preparing to check out the other forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. In the end, he was somewhat disappointed. The natural treasures in those forbidden lands were not as valuable as the longevity tree. This made sense. If there really were any heaven-defying treasures, given how long the Sky Dome Immortal Realm had existed, the senior experts would have snatched them clean long ago. How could he have gotten his hands on them? Xiao did not dare to barge into the forbidden lands that others could not go to. For example, where he was now, there was a ferocious beast equal to a Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Kunlun realm. Behind that ferocious beast was a lake filled with immortal qi. There was also a pavilion in the center of the lake. Be it this immortal lake or that mysterious pavilion, they were both very attractive to Xiao. However, when Xiao looked at the dozing ferocious beast, he could not help but feel apprehensive. However, when he looked at the sleeping ferocious beast, the bubbles that it had spat out unconsciously exploded, shattering space. Layers of spatial shards turned into hurricanes and drifted into the sky. The spatial storms that filled the sky of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm were actually unconsciously generated by this ferocious beast while it slept. Just thinking about it made Xiao feel startled. How could he dare to have any more ideas? Xiao glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake with some dissatisfaction. Then, his figure flashed and he left this place, continuing to kill martial sage-level ferocious beasts. The spiritual energy of the Sky Dome Immortal Realm was very thin. With Xiao current cultivation, cultivating here for a year would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm for a month. The spirit cores of these ferocious beasts could help Xiao increase his cultivation speed. Although it would not be comparable to cultivating in the Kunlun realm, it was better than nothing. After wandering around for about 10 days, Xiao arrived at the Great Qin Nation's encampment. Yu had made arrangements long ago. After Xiao reported his identity, he used the transportation formation to leave. The moon was cold and silent. Xiao stood on electric light and moved quickly in the sky. He tore through the night sky like a meteor. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. Xiao looked down and saw that Lu Ruyue was in the courtyard. She was still awake, practicing her saber in an empty space under the moonlight. She looked valiant and charming. Xiao smiled faintly and drew the lunar shadow saber. He suppressed his cultivation and landed on the ground to practice with Lu Ruyue. The sudden appearance of Xiao startled Lu Ruyue slightly. However, she recovered her wits, and a smile appeared on her face as she calmly exchanged moves with him. Right now, Lu Ruyue was a peak inferior grade martial monarch. She was only a step shy of advancing to medial grade martial monarch. Naturally, such a cultivation speed was far inferior to that of the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. However, it was already very fast in the Sky Dome realm. After the two finished a set of saber techniques, they withdrew their moves at the same time. Xiao sheathed his saber and stepped forward to embrace Lu Ruyue. Under the moonlight, Lu Ruyue's charming face had a different kind of charm. Lu Ruyue hooked her arm around Xiao neck and looked at his delicate face. The smile on her face faded away as she asked seriously, "Why did you come back? Can you tell me the truth?" There were some things that Xiao could tell Leng Tianhe but not Lu Ruyue. Xiao did not tell Lu Ruyue that he was here to undergo his tribulation. If he fell in the Kunlun realm, he would never be able to see her again. I missed you, so I came back. Lu Ryue smiled gently and said, that's good. Let's not go back in the future, okay? Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not know how to answer. He was not good at lying in the first place, nor did he want to go against his heart to make a promise. Lu Ryue's words stumped him. Seeing Xiao Chen like this, Lu Ryue gently struggled free from Xiao Chen's grasp. She sighed and said, you know you will not lie. Why the need to make me happy? Seeing Lu Ryue enter the room alone, Xiao Chen stood where he was, not knowing what to do. He slowly walked to the door and knocked twice. However, he did not hear Lu Ryue call him in. It looks like Ryue is really angry. Xiao Chen could not help but feel sad. He looked up at the bright moon in the sky, thinking about how to explain things to her. He had not intentionally hidden his true purpose for coming back. He just did not want Lu Ryue to worry about him. However, if he did not tell her the truth, he would not be able to resolve the knot in her heart. Xiao Chen could not help but fall into a dilemma. In the middle of the night, the moon hid behind the clouds. Xiao Chen, who had been standing there for a long time, stood outside the door. He felt bored and started counting the stars in the sky. You idiot! The door is not locked. If you still do not come in, I will really get angry. Suddenly, Lu Ryue's grumbling voice came from inside the room. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy as he quickly pushed the door open and entered. In the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao could not help but complain. A beauty on the bed, the door is not locked. Only a blockhead like Xiao Chen would stand outside and count the stars. The sky had not brightened yet. Only the afterglow of dawn scattered a faint light. Xiao Chen had not slept so comfortably in a long time. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look. Lu Ryue had not woken up yet, her eyes closed as she rested her head on his arm. Xiao Chen carefully pulled his arm out and supported his head with one hand. He looked quietly at the sleeping Lu Ryue and revealed a faint smile. His lips gently pressed against her forehead. Then, Xiao Chen put on his clothes and covered Lu Ryue with the blanket again. Then, he quietly left the room. In the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, where there was a waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged beside the stream. He closed his eyes and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. As Xiao Chen looked at the gushing waterfall, his expression turned grave. Every time he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, he could clearly feel the bottleneck approaching. The horrifying lightning tribulation and the formless but even more horrifying heart tribulation would arrive at a suitable time. However, Xiao Chen was much calmer now. Compared to the first time he learned about the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation in the Haotian Stars Heaven series training room, he was much better. Now, when he saw his old friends in the Sky Dome realm and his fellow Shao clan members in Mo City, his mental state was already close to perfection. He did not care about the future, only the present. On the road to the peak, the lonely did not fear, the lonely did not fear, the courageous did not fear. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and released the spirit egg that was as smooth as white jade that he had sealed. When he saw the surging flames and the boundless sea of fire, he felt extremely confused. Ao Jiao, do you know what kind of egg this is? Chapter 863. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the mysterious little fellow in the egg. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense could not penetrate too deeply into it. The space within the egg seemed to be a world of its own, boundlessly vast. Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring and sized up this mysterious egg. However, she could not make heads or tails of it. She shook her head and said, I don't know. I have seen many powerful and noble spirit beasts. However, I really do not know a spirit beast of this color with a blazing light and an extremely berserk aura. I know several strong fire-attributed spirit beasts. However, none of them match. If I am not wrong, it should be a holy beast from the immortal epoch. Holy beast? There really is such a mythical creature? Xiao Chen looked at Ao Jiao suspiciously. Ao Jiao nodded seriously and said, "There definitely is. When the martial epoch was just born, there were people who frequently saw holy beasts near Kunlun Mountain. There were even people who captured holy beasts. According to rumor, the ancestors of the 4 holy lands of the human race sealed these holy beasts and established their bloodline totems. Only then could the holy beast martial spirit be passed down to the later generations. Although the rumor might be false and outsiders do not know what is going on, it definitely has something to do with holy beasts. Otherwise, why would only your 4 holy lands have holy beast martial spirits out of all the cultivators of the human race? It looked like the immortal epoch's holy beast might really be in this egg. However, it did not look like it showed any signs of breaking out of its shell. Suddenly, Ao Jiao said, "I remember now. This is a golden crow egg. It is as white as jade and as smooth as a wall. There is a boundless sea of fire surging with intense flames. The one inside is the legendary golden crow." Xiao Chen's expression changed. He could not help but feel excited. The golden crow was a famous holy beast of the immortal epoch. The golden crow was a pure young holy bird, also known as the scarlet crow or the sun bird. Its body contained the supreme overlord solar true flame. When it matured, its light would be like the blazing sun, able to illuminate the entire world. It was the golden crow that competed with the sun. However, Ao Jiao's next words dampened Xiao Chen's hopes. She said, "It is very difficult to hatch this golden crow egg. Even after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord died, he could not hatch it. You can imagine how difficult it is. That's not all. Young golden crows don't have much fighting power. Even if they hatch, they won't be able to help you much. It's not much, but it's of great benefit to the sect, and it can be passed down to future generations." Xiao Chen's excitement was immediately suppressed by Ao Jiao. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Tell me, what conditions are needed for it to hatch?" Ao Jiao scrutinized the golden crow egg. After a while, she said, "Looking at the golden crow egg, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has almost been absorbed. Now, all it lacks is the origin source of the solar true fire. Where can I find the solar true fire's origin flame?" Ao Jiao pointed to the blazing sun above and said, "The deepest part of the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm is the solar true fire's origin flame. The solar true fire of the Sky Dome realm is just a portion that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord plundered from the blazing sun." Speechless, Xiao Chen carefully put away the golden crow egg. For now, he no longer had any thoughts about this. He did not think that he had lived too long and wanted to run into the blazing sun. Before he got close, he would probably be roasted until not even a drop of blood remained. At the very least, he would have to cultivate the golden body of Emperor Wu before he could obtain some of the solar true fire. As for the origin flame in the deepest part of the universe ring, Xiao Chen thought that only a sovereign martial emperor would dare to enter it carefully. After putting away the golden crow egg, Xiao Chen started fiddling with the longevity fruits in his universe ring. His gains in the Sky Dome Immortal realm were pretty good. The 19 longevity fruits could bring out their value in the Kunlun realm. That place did not lack old monsters nearing the end of their lifespans. All of them had lived for several hundred years. They would definitely be quite wealthy. Any one of these longevity fruits, which could increase one's lifespan by 100 years, could fetch a sky-high price. There were also a few longevity tree branches that were pretty good. He had been lacking a good medium for the life bestowal spell. The branches of a king-grade spirit tree were definitely sufficient. There were also the spirit cores of several ferocious beasts. After removing the impurities, they contained immortal chi and were barely enough to cultivate for a while. After tidying things up, another dragon pearl appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He had been in the Sky Dome realm for more than 2 months already. His cultivation had not improved much, but he had obtained a lot of things. This Frost Flood Dragon's dragon pearl was definitely the most useful. Even though he did not cultivate ice quintessence, it was sufficient for killing enemies. If he detonated the energy contained in this dragon pearl, even a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be severely injured. Coincidentally, he had 3 star breaker arrows for sneak attacks and this dragon pearl for frontal attacks. Given this, if he ran into a Grandmaster-level martial sage, he would have a trump card to deal with. After using the spirit cores of the ferocious beasts to cultivate for the entire morning, Xiaochen returned to Qingyun Peak. Then, he accompanied Lu Riyue and wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. They looked at the mountains and rivers, the flowers and grass, far away from the intense, dangerous, and hostile Kunlun realm. Even the word happy was insufficient to describe such peaceful days. The days passed leisurely like this. Aside from the necessary cultivation, Xiaochen spent most of his time on Qingyun Peak with Lu Riyue. Sometimes, when Lu Suifeng frustrated Xiaochen, he would go to the drill ground and teach some things about saber techniques to the group of girls. The leisurely time always passed very quickly. When one was immersed in it, they even forgot about the passage of time. However, what would come would come. On a certain day 2 months later, Xiaochen touched the bottleneck of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer. Xiaochen circulated his energy slightly, and the sky changed color. Thunderclouds pressed down, and strong winds howled. So, he quickly stopped cultivating. It was not that Xiaochen was afraid of the tribulation. It was that he could not choose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak to undergo the tribulation. Xiaochen did not explain it to Lu Riyue. He only said a few words to Lu Suifeng before quietly leaving alone. While in midair, Xiaochen turned his head back and looked at this towering Qingyun Peak. This place held too many memories, too many entanglements. I can't get enough of it. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Ao Jiao had a ferocious expression as she said, you even promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. At Qingyun Peak, where Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng had parted ways, Lu Riyue slowly descended from the sky. She looked at Xiaochen, who had already become a small black dot in the sky, in a daze. Sis, you already knew from Senior Leng why he left. Why didn't you come out and say one last thing to him? His parting this time was a narrow escape from death. It was very sad, Lu Suifeng said helplessly as he looked at Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue smiled and said, he did not want me to know. In that case, I will not know. As long as my heart is not in a mess, his heart will not be in a mess either. In the sky, Ao Jiao looked at the path Xiaochen took. She said, where are we going now? Since he is undergoing the tribulation, we have to find an absolutely quiet place. Let's go to Mo City first. After I take one more look, I will have no regrets. Xiaochen had already decided on the location of his tribulation long ago. However, before that, he had to make a trip to Mo City and watch the people of his clan from afar. Tearing through space, Xiaochen moved through the air like a meteor chasing the moon. Soon, the familiar silhouette of Mo City entered his vision. After emerging from the void, Xiaochen's figure wavered and arrived in the sky above Seven Horn Mountain. From here, he could see everything in the Shao residence, big or small. Now, the Shao residence had more than doubled in size. Seven Horn Mountain was filled with cultivators wearing the Shao clan's uniform, undergoing experiential training. At the foot of the mountain, the originally simple and crude campsite had been rebuilt into a majestic one. There were elite Shao clan disciples guarding this place, keeping an eye on the other cultivators who were not from the Shao clan. Everything was in order, showing signs of prosperity. Xiaochen could vaguely sense that there was a great fortune enveloping the Shao clan. Luck was ethereal and formless, but it truly existed. The Shao clan's current luck was brought by Xiaochen. Be it obtaining the first rank in the 5-nation youth competition, infusing the luck of the entire Sky Dome realm into him, he would not be able to do so. Furthermore, after absorbing the essence of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, Xiao Chen's luck had reached a startling level. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and relaxed a lot. With the current situation, in addition to the secret treasures, spirit stones, and secret manuals that he had gotten Xiao Jian and Xiao Yulan to bring back. Given the Xiao clan's strength, it would be hard for it not to develop. In the future, when Xiao Chen became a martial emperor and collected the Blue Dragon Palace and re-established the Dragon's Gate, these fellow clansmen would be the best foundation. After taking a few more glances, Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze. This time, returning to the Sky Dome realm, regardless of whether he succeeded in clearing his tribulation or not, it was worth it. There was no regret in his heart. There was no fear in his heart. Why are you acting so sneakily? Come out. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. The purple lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness had 4 strands of golden light on it. One strand of golden light came out of Xiao Chen's fingertip and turned into a lightning-fast saber chi. Then, it shot towards the seemingly empty space in front of him. Space was like a piece of white paper. With this finger, it easily tore a pitch-black hole. Silently, the entire space suddenly shattered, not even leaving behind a shard. Teng Xiao, the Dark Church's church master of the Sky Dome realm, walked out of the pitch-black space. He wore black clothes and had a somewhat sinister expression on his face. He looked somewhat similar to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The aura of this person was still fresh in his memory. This was the unique dark aura of the Dark Church's members. However, this person's dark aura was much denser. Furthermore, there was an additional sinister aura. Teng Xiao caught that strand of golden saber chi that could shatter space with his finger. However, what shocked Xiao Chen the most was not this scene. Instead, it was this person's appearance. If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, the appearance of the person in the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber was shockingly similar to this person. If not for the dense dark aura of this person and the unconcealable sinister aura on his face, Xiao Chen might have recognized the wrong person from the start. In reality, this person did not even think about concealing this sinister aura. It was like he was born this way, unrestrained by the etiquette and benevolence of the world. He was wild and unrestrained, thinking that he was the greatest in the world. Chapter 864. The golden saber chi was not that easy to catch. Teng Xiao held on to this strand of saber chi and retreated 5 kilometers in the air before he stabilized himself. I have been waiting for you for a long time already. Why did you not come to the Xiao clan? What are you afraid of? Teng Xiao casually tossed aside the golden saber chi that had already been corroded by the dark chi. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at Xiao Chen. Waiting for me? Are you here to send yourself to death? Chu Chaoyun was right. This Sky Dome Realm's Dark Church does indeed have some connection to my Xiao clan. Even if you did not come to look for me, I would have come to look for you. Xiao Chen flipped his right hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. His figure flashed, and he executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique without holding back. Xiao Chen's 90% comprehended saber intent and 40% comprehended immortal will of thunder allowed this simple starting stance to burst forth with boundless might. As electric light burst forth, it radiated a large amount of light. The slender saber pierced through the electric light and quickly chopped at Teng Xiao. Electricity started to accumulate in the air behind Xiao Chen. As they moved about, sparks flickered everywhere. Teng Xiao had not expected Xiao Chen to fight him the moment he arrived. He smiled coldly, and a slender saber flickering with a cold light appeared in his hand. Dang! Teng Xiao Chen gently swung and blocked Xiao Chen's saber. Then, he quickly spun around in the air and gave off electric light, dissipating the force in Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This mysterious person who resembled the Qing Emperor was not very strong. However, his combat techniques were not something to be underestimated. The moment Xiao Chen executed the starting stance, he completely accumulated the momentum of the lightning tribulation saber technique. The sparks behind him turned into many lightning flood dragons, circling around Xiaochen. Ting Xiao did not show any weakness. He shook his wrist, and black dragon images swam around behind him. As the two fought, Xiaochen had an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation. However, Ting Xiao relied on his combat experience and did not fall into a disadvantage. Unable to drag things out, Xiaochen decisively changed his move. He executed a blue dragon goes to sea and gathered a 3-kilometer-long dragon-shaped saber chi. Auspicious cloud surrounded the dragon as it roared ferociously. When Ting Xiao saw this move, his lips could not help but curl up. He smiled and said, "Blue dragon goes to sea, and you dare to use this move before me?" The tip of Ting Xiao's foot pushed against the void, and his body soared up. He stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the dragon's head. Ting Xiao pushed off and soared. Then, he shot to the dragon head. However, Xiaochen already knew the weakness of this move and had already made up for it. How could the other party succeed? Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and the somewhat rigid dragon-shaped saber chi seemed to come to life. It shook its head and wagged its tail, baring its fangs and claws. Ting Xiao was startled. Clearly, he had not expected such a change. He could not figure out how to grab the dragon head. Without waiting for Ting Xiao to retreat, Xiaochen shouted, and the dragon-shaped saber chi pressed down ruthlessly. Ting Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and was sent flying 10,000 meters in the void. After Ting Xiao stabilized himself, he laughed loudly, not caring about his injuries. He said loudly, "Good. Good. Good." Ting Xiao said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Then, he continued, "Blue dragon goes to sea, you really used this move beautifully. Indeed, you did not disappoint me. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Receive this move of mine as well. Blue dragon goes to sea." Ting Xiao waved his right hand, and the saber appeared in his palm again. A boundless scarlet sea appeared behind him, filled with white bones and surging resentment. That was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A boundless dark aura lingered above the scarlet sea, looking strange and evil. Ting Xiao roared, and a black dragon soared up from the scarlet sea. Its eyes shone with a scarlet light, and its black scales layered over each other. Ting Xiao soared into the air and hacked down with his saber. The black dragon gathered on the saber, forming a strange dragon-shaped saber chi that surged towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen revealed a horrified expression. It was not because of the might of this move but because this mysterious dark church cultivator really knew the dragon subduing slash. Xiaochen pushed off the air and materialized the stance of soaring dragon, turning into a true dragon and soaring into the sky. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. It was fine if it did not fly, but it soared into the sky. Bang! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the evil black dragon was forcefully broken into 3 pieces by the stance of soaring dragon that Xiaochen materialized. After breaking this move, Xiaochen looked up and discovered that that person had already fled. The mysterious phenomenon of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood also vanished. The dark aura spreading in the sky slowly dissipated. However, the 3 pieces of the black dragon lingered in the air for a long time, as if they had already solidified. Xiaochen entered deep thought. If this person had not been far weaker than him, this mutated blue dragon goes to sea would not have been easy to deal with. That person earlier seems to be the church master of the Dark Church. 10,000 years ago, he rampaged everywhere. He also contributed to the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty. Ao Jiao said slowly, her eyes filled with doubt. She continued, according to rumor, he was killed by the Holy Lord of the 3 Holy Masters' Holy Land. Why did he appear again today? Xiaochen did not chase after this person. He felt that this person was just a clone and not the true body. Unexpectedly, there was such a horrifying enemy of unknown origins in the Sky Dome realm. No wonder Xiao Chen's father was so worried back then. If Xiao Chen succeeded in his tribulation, he had to uproot the dark church in the Sky Dome realm. The appearance of this mysterious person cast a shadow over Xiao Chen's heart. Not only was this person's appearance strange, but his identity was also suspicious. Why did this person appear in Mo City's Xiao clan? If his clone was already so strong, how strong would his true body be? Chu Chaoyun said that the Dark Church was connected to the Xiao clan. How did this person know? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He turned his head to look at the bustling Xiao clan and the lively faces. Then, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and left with a resolute expression. Half a day later, Xiao Chen landed on a desolate island in the boundless sea. There were no humans or beasts on the island, it was a completely desolate island. Similar islands dotted the vast boundless sea like the stars in the sky. They were very ordinary and would not attract the attention of others when undergoing a tribulation. This was the best choice. There was a small mountain on the island. Xiao Chen jumped onto it and sat cross-legged at the summit. He looked up at the clear blue sky. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. A cool chill came from the sea monarch headscarf on his forehead, causing his entire body to calm down, both inside and out. After spitting out a long breath of turbid qi, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. The power of natural laws quickly circulated in his meridians. Not long after, a thunderous sound rang out in his body. Lightning flashed in the mysterious small world in his dantian. The blue dragon martial spirit swam around carefully, dodging the lightning. The dantian was the most mysterious place in a cultivator's body. It looked like a pearl, hanging between the belly button and the sternum. However, if one cut open the belly of a cultivator, one would not see the so-called dantian. The dantian was not an organ, bone, or flesh. It existed between reality and illusion. It was a world of its own, containing the cultivator's essence, quintessence, and heavenly sage laws. A cultivator used their body as a vessel. Actually, this referred to the space in the dantian. The size and toughness of this space determined how much quintessence and spiritual energy a cultivator could contain. The dantian was the cornerstone of this small world. If the dantian was destroyed, the small world would cease to exist. Naturally, the cultivator would be crippled. Rumor had it that once one reached the level of Emperor Wu, one would grasp heavenly laws and be compatible with the world. One could change this small world, materializing a world of mountains and rivers. At this moment, this small world was filled with lightning. The tiny blue dragon martial spirit dodged everywhere. However, it still found it hard to escape. Occasionally, it would get struck by lightning. Every time it struck, Xiao Chen felt like he was experiencing it himself. Every cell in his body, his internal organs, his flowing blood, his tough bones, and his skin, endured the baptism of lightning. Even the depths of his soul were trembling, enduring great torment. There were no visible changes to Xiao Chen's outer appearance. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, silently circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. However, his physical body and soul were suffering from both torment and boundless pain. Xiao Chen's entire body felt like thousands of silver needles were stabbing him continuously. He clenched his teeth and endured. To him, who cultivated the physical body, such pain was not unbearable. However, the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's dantian became dispirited and listless. It looked like it would disappear at any moment. However, Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. Under the tempering of the lightning, the inner charm of the blue dragon martial spirit became even more spirited. It was filled with a divine nature, as if a true soul was condensed within it. The lightning tribulation of the martial spirit lasted for half a day before it finally stopped. Several sticky black impurities flowed out of Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws shook the impurities off his body and scattered them with the wind. This martial spirit tribulation had been extremely arduous. However, Xiao Chen had gained a lot as well. Using this opportunity, his peak rank 2 sage body finally broke through to rank 3 sage body. Xiao Chen thought to himself, now that I'm at full power, should be able to achieve 1,500 tons of force. That would be another breakthrough. Xiao Chen's physical body's recovery ability and ability to resist attacks had also improved. Even without a cultivation technique or martial technique that specialized in protecting the body, Xiao Chen's physical body was much stronger than before. Xiao Chen's defense should have already reached the level of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. After all, a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage's physical body would barely reach the level of a rank 2 sage body. Xiao Chen did not specialize in vital qi, so he could not compare to Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not know how his martial spirit was doing now. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian was now only a small spot of light. It was incredibly bright, but he could not sense it at all. Startling thunder roared by his ears. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Boundless thunderclouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, churning and extremely heavy. The sky seemed to be several times lower than usual. With just a gentle leap, it would be within reach. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, and thunder roared continuously. The seawater churned endlessly, kicking up huge waves. The entire island shook. The island was like a lone boat that had left the ground, bobbing up and down in the seawater. The wind and clouds moved, and the sky changed color. Rivers and seas churned. Thunderclouds covered the ground, and a myriad of phenomena appeared. It was like a deity in the sky was glaring at Xiao Chen. Chapter 865. At this moment, Xiao Chen no longer needed to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. It circulated through the meridians in his body, resonating with the changing sky. Xiao Chen stood on a small mountain as the island rose and fell with the waves. His white robes fluttered as he looked at the boundless thunderclouds. His expression was grave and stern, his gaze emotionless. It was like he was not facing these lifeless thunderclouds but a vast army pressing down on him. He was the last warrior in this lonely city. Hu Qi. In the distant boundless sky, a bolt of lightning tore through space, heading for Xiao Chen without any warning. It traveled 5,000 kilometers in an instant. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber from its scabbard. His attack speed was even faster than the lightning. The cold saber blade silently chopped the lightning bolt flying at him in half. "Come!" Xiao Chen said softly as he looked into the distance. He could feel the incarnation of the heavenly Tao in the thunderclouds. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, 10,000 bolts of lightning flew over from the distance like arrows. Thunder roared, causing the seawater to surge. Bang! The island turned into a boat without roots. Together with the surging seawater, it floated up and down in the huge waves. The 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time. However, these were not arrows. They were all lightning bolts that could easily pierce through the sky. The overwhelming lightning engulfed the thunderclouds. When one looked up, it was filled with densely packed electricity. Xiao Chen's face sank. He waved his hand, and the heavenly sage laws in his body surged. More than 100 lightning flood dragons instantly formed and danced around Xiao Chen, encasing him and forming a special protective ring. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. Intense collisions and explosions resounded. The 10,000 bolts of lightning pierced through the air as the lightning flood dragons fought with all their might. Occasionally, a bolt of lightning pierced through the ring of lightning flood dragons. However, Xiao Chen brandished his saber and chopped them apart. In the end, the 100 lightning flood dragons did not last for long. The arrow-like lightning struck them until they were covered in cuts and bruises. It was a tragic sight to behold as they scattered one by one. Fortunately, not many of the 10,000 bolts of lightning remained. Xiao Chen chopped down with all his might. Every time he hacked, some electricity would accumulate in his body. After a certain amount, when he chopped down the last bolt of lightning, it finally exploded in his body. Bang! The explosion knocked Xiao Chen into the air. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and he immediately let go of the lunar shadow saber. Just after the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Suddenly, a golden divine lightning descended from above. Wherever it passed, the void was directly annihilated, disappearing into nothingness. Not even spatial fragments remained. This was the famous divine lightning of extinction. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he could not help cursing in his heart. The lightning tribulation of a cultivation technique actually caused even the divine lightning that a greater heavenly martial emperor needed to pass through. Although the divine lightning of nirvana before Xiao Chen was not on the same level as the divine lightning of nirvana that martial emperors faced, it was the genuine divine lightning of nirvana. It could destroy space and swallow everything. Xiao Chen raised his hands to the sky, and strands of purple heavenly sage laws poured out of his palms. A purple light as thick as a thumb intertwined. It formed an oval-shaped protective shield that flickered with dense lightning as it rose up. Crack! The divine thunder of annihilation lasted for 3 seconds. It easily broke through the protective shield and fell down. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and all the vital qi in his body burned. A force of 150 jin surged out like a surging river and crashed into the lightning. With a loud boom, Xiao Chen was ruthlessly struck down. His skin was charred black, and he was covered in cuts and bruises. He was in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, the terrifying divine thunder of annihilation was also blasted into countless sparks under Xiao Chen's berserk attack. This trial was temporarily over. The charred skin started to split open slowly, revealing smooth new skin. The regenerative ability of a level 3 saint body was on full display here. However, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. This new skin would definitely be very weak. The next bolt of lightning would cause even more pain. If this continued, when his skin and flesh recovered, he would be immediately charred. This cycle repeated itself. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. What kind of horrifying pain would he suffer? Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's guess was right. After that, there were all sorts of famous divine lightning, golden light divine lightning, void divine lightning, immortal divine lightning, blood demon divine lightning, and sun extinguishing divine lightning. A total of 81 bolts of divine lightning descended one after another. Every time Xiao Chen used his full power to block, his body would be blasted into a bloody mess. Then, the rank 3 saint body would recover before being blasted into smithereens. Xiao Chen did not even have a chance to cry out in pain before his willpower crumbled. The island had long since been blasted into nothingness. Xiao Chen floated on the sea. The Neptune headscarf on his forehead gave him a cool feeling. He carefully opened his eyes and looked at the clear blue sky. The sunlight was so piercing that it hurt his eyes. Xiao Chen asked doubtfully, "The lightning tribulation is over?" Xiao Chen got up and sat on the surface of the sea. Then, he stretched out his hand to take a look. His badly mangled skin had already slowly healed. Xiao Chen's strong physical body had a strong recovery ability, automatically healing from the inside out. Soon, he had completely recovered. The sunlight in the sky was somewhat piercing, and the seawater was calm. Xiao Chen looked around and muttered, "The lightning tribulation is over. Next is the heart tribulation." Ao Jiao giggled from the immortal spirit ring and flew out. When she stood on the sea, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations. You survived 81 bolts of lightning tribulation." As an item spirit, Ao Jiao feared this kind of lightning the most. She would not come out unless the lightning tribulation was over. Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "Ao Jiao, I'm not dead. You cleared 81 bolts of lightning tribulation. You will definitely clear the heart tribulation as well. You will not die. You will be fine forever. Ao Jiao revealed a rare, gentle smile as she cheered Xiao Chen on. Xiao Chen said gently, I will not die. I still have not fulfilled the promise I made to you. How can I die? Sooner or later, I will have to go to the eternal heavenly sword school. The expression in Xiao Chen's eyes became even more resolute. No matter how difficult the heart tribulation was, he, Xiao Chen, would clear it. Xiao Chen carried too much. Be it the favor that the Thunder King had given him, the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, or the Tao in his heart, they were all very far away. Back then, the Qing Emperor had been unrivaled in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. Surrounded by countless halos, Xiao Chen had to carve out his own path and shake off the legend of the Qing Emperor. Xiao Chen was not the Qing Emperor or the Thunder King. He was Xiao Chen. He had his own pride. The heart tribulation was the invasion of a heart demon. If one's mental state was not perfect enough, one would never be able to walk out of the illusion created by the heart demon, trapped until death. Xiao Chen scooped up some seawater and washed his face. The heart demon was good at silently invading when a cultivator was defenseless and weak-willed. From now on, he had to deal with it comprehensively and could not be careless. Xiao Chen sat on the surface of the sea, calmly waiting for the attack of the heart demon. As long as he cleared this hurdle, the sky and the sea would be vast and the birds could fly freely. After that, the great Tao would be bright. The new changes of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer would unveil its mysterious veil. Come on, Xiao Chen revealed a resolute expression. Let me see where the flaw in my heart is. I really don't believe that this heart demon of yours can prevent me from walking out. Amidst the calm, Xiao Chen paid full attention, not daring to relax for even a moment. After a while, the surroundings were still incredibly quiet. Xiao Chen could not help but suspect that the so-called heart tribulation was just a lie. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's records were wrong. Otherwise, why had the heart tribulation not arrived yet? Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. When he opened his eyes, the thunderclouds in the sky had vanished, and the lightning tribulation had vanished. The question was, when did I close my eyes? Xiao Chen did his best to recall. However, he could not remember when he closed his eyes. When he tried to recall, the divine lightning struck down in his mind, splitting his flesh, shattering his bones, and mangling his flesh. Furthermore, with his strong physical body, his body quickly recovered, and he repeated this inhumane torture. How could I have fainted under such torturous torment? It was a never-ending cycle. Under such circumstances, falling asleep was clearly an extravagant hope. Unless I died, the pain would not allow me to fall asleep. 81 bolts of divine lightning tribulation. Did I really clear all of them? Xiao Chen paled. He suddenly stood up and broke out in a cold sweat. No matter how strong one's will was, one would not be able to endure such torment. What would happen if one's will weakened? The answer went without saying. Naturally, it would be a heart demon. What about the Ao Jiao from before? Naturally, it was a heart demon. Good. 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 I, Xiao Chen, have always thought of myself as extremely intelligent, with an extraordinary will and a perfect mental state. Unexpectedly, I nearly killed myself. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking expression. He smiled bitterly. He was still foolishly waiting for the heart tribulation. How could he not know that he was already trapped in an illusion? As Xiao Chen thought this, the sky and seawater before him slowly turned blurry. Then, he said calmly, Ao Jiao, are you not coming out for a while? Ao Jiao flew out from the immortal spirit ring. Her face filled with confusion. She even complained, why are you not focusing on your heart tribulation? Why did you call me out? Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his palm. As he looked at the familiar girl before him, he did not say anything. A saber light flashed, and Ao Jiao's head and body separated. Xiao Chen attacked decisively, showing no mercy. The scene around him suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly turned blurry. Thunder rumbled endlessly. The seawater was boundless. Huge waves drifted down, and rain poured endlessly. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and lightning tore through the dark space. It looked like the end of the world. Xiao Chen lay in the seawater, moving up and down with the waves. His body was badly mutilated, and his eyes glazed over. The intense pain made his body twitch continuously. The lightning struck too quickly. The recovery of his rank 3 sage body could not keep up. The wounds at the corners of his eyes mixed with seawater, preventing him from even opening them. Every slight movement caused heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Ignoring the intense pain, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. Chapter 866. In the hazy scene, a girl stretched out her hand to block a black ball of lightning, doing her best to prevent it from falling. Bits of life essence scattered from her petite body, looking like fireworks blooming in this dark space, very beautiful. No! Xiao Chen felt like he had fallen into a deep abyss. He cried out hoarsely as he did his best to stand up on the sea. At this moment, he finally understood that he had not cleared all 81 bolts of lightning. Not only had he not cleared all of them, but before the final bolt of lightning arrived, a flaw appeared in his will, and the heart demon took advantage of it. Ao Jiao turned her head around and did her best to squeeze out a smile on her pale, bloodless face. Then, she mocked Xiao Chen as usual. Idiot master, to think that you thought you were very smart. In the end, the heart demon took advantage of you. In the end, you still have to rely on me. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the light on his body completely vanished. Motes of light filled the sky and slowly drifted down. With Ao Jiao draining her life essence as the price, the final bolt of lightning, which should have been boundlessly mighty, was now at least 10 times smaller than before, no longer able to do anything. Xiao Chen's face was ashen. His eyes were blank as he allowed the lightning ball, which was several times smaller, to land on him. Ao Jiao, I will come back alive, right? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. You are not allowed to die, and you will not die. Boom! When the bolt of lightning landed, Xiao Chen's body, which had just recovered a little, got blasted into a mangled mess again. Intense pain assaulted him. However, Xiao Chen was numb, unable to feel anything as he stretched out his hand and looked at the sky. The surging waves slowly calmed down. The thunderclouds scattered, and sunlight shone on the surface of the sea. After clearing all 81 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chen's bitterness was over, and his rank 3 sage body advanced further, reaching the peak. A vigorous life force poured out endlessly from the depths of his body. His injuries healed at a visible rate. However, Xiao Chen's heart was deathly still. His eyes were filled with boundless regret. His mind was filled with bits and pieces of his time with Ao Jiao. Now that I have drawn the mulberry sword, shouldn't you be calling me master? Idiot, have you ever seen an ant make an elephant call it master? Idiot master, I did not expect that one day, you would also become the top genius of the true dragon ranking. You are the same as the Thunder Emperor back then. Xiao Chen, you are not even 25 years old yet, and you already comprehended the immortal will of thunder. You already surpassed the Thunder Emperor. You will not die. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. Don't forget that you promised me to avenge the Thunder Emperor. Under the illumination of the sun, the specks of light had long since disappeared without a trace. Congratulations, congratulations, idiot master. You've passed all 81 lightning tribulations. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked. He saw Ao Jiao smiling faintly, looking at him warmly. Boundless hatred appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. However, his lips curled up slightly as he said, "I have never had a moment where I wanted to lie to myself that you are the real one." A saber light flickered as Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber. It looked like the heart demon, Ao Jiao, would be chopped in half. However, at the last moment, the cold saber suddenly stopped before Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen knew that this was a tribulation, but why did this saber not chop down? At some point in time, a tear appeared in the corner of Xiao Chen's eye. When the tears fell from the corners of Xiao Chen's eyes, the grief in them turned into a cold light. The saber light turned, and the cold and slender lunar shadow saber finally swung at the heart demon, Ao Jiao. Heart tribulations. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood what it meant. A human's heart could not be perfect forever. There would always be a flaw. No matter how perfect one's mental state was, it would not work. The human heart was unfathomable. In the end, a human heart was made of flesh. It was laughable that Xiao Chen was so confident. Furthermore, the heart demon would always find the flaw in Xiao Chen's heart at the most appropriate time. When Xiao Chen was tortured by the lightning tribulation, his greatest wish was naturally to break free from the lightning tribulation. Hence, the heart demon instantly found a flaw. Since that was what Xiao Chen wanted, he naturally lowered his guard. When Ao Jiao died for him, Ao Jiao became the biggest knot in Xiao Chen's heart. Once again, the heart demon took advantage of this flaw, betting that Xiao Chen could not bear to kill her. Ka-ca. Xiao Chen chopped the heart demon in front of him in half with his saber again. His consciousness turned blurry. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked down. That tear from earlier just happened to fall on the surface of the sea. Ripples spread out on the surface of the sea. Xiao Chen's reflection in the water looked blurry. Xiao Chen had already cleared the lightning tribulation and the heart tribulation. He had officially reached the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. However, Xiao Chen did not feel any joy. He did not check on the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation brought to his body. Xiao Chen's body fell straight towards the surface of the water. Plop. He lay there, creating a large splash. He did not think of anything, not at all. Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes tightly. Will I be able to return alive? You have to. Even if you want to die, I will not let you die. He. Don't forget that you promised me to take revenge for the Thunder King. You are not allowed to die. This conversation seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Without needing to think too much, the image of Ao Jiao clenching her fist and putting on a ferocious expression appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. As the water flowed, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, unwilling to open them. There are no miracles in this world. There is no way to reverse the situation. So, I will close my eyes tightly. I only want to meet you in my dreams. I only hope that I do not wake up from this dream, that I will not be able to open my eyes for 10,000 years. The vast boundless sea was filled with boundless danger. Aside from danger, there were also boundless treasures. It would always attract a large number of cultivators to seek their own fortuitous encounters. Time went by. Xiao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and drifted on the surface of the sea for half a year without waking up. A special, gentle aura lingered on Xiao Chen's body. It was pure and filled with vast energy. As the aura spread out, it attracted several spirit beasts in the sea to follow. All of them greedily absorbed this aura. As Xiao Chen drifted on the surface of the sea, more and more spirit beasts followed him. There were deep-sea spirit turtles, black tuna whales, golden lantern fish, and many others, forming an incredibly strange scene. On this particular day, a small boat carrying a few cultivators headed for the deep-sea battlefield. Big Brother by Lishi, quickly look. There seems to be a dead person there, a skinny cultivator on the bow of the boat exclaimed in shock. The few people who were drinking and chatting all looked over. After more than 2 years, Bai Lishi was no longer the same as before. His set of medial-grade secret treasures had all been replaced with superior-grade secret treasures. His cultivation had even reached peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He was only a step shy of advancing to medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had not exhausted his potential yet. His luck for the past 2 years was extraordinarily good. Others might not know the reason, but Bai Lishi was very clear on it. It was no doubt that Bai Lishi had made the right choice back then. He had indeed gotten some of Xiao Chen's luck. Clearly, Bai Lishi was the leader of the group on the boat. His lips twitched as he took a big gulp of wine. Then, he scolded jokingly, "How ignorant. It is just a dead person. There are many dead people in the boundless sea. No, look behind him. There are many deep-sea spirit beasts following him. Unexpectedly, those spirit beasts are not eating him." "That is too strange," the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes argued. When Bai Lishi heard this, his expression changed slightly. He looked over as well and saw a large group of deep-sea spirit beasts following the corpse. He found it very strange as well. "Go and take a look. Chase away those fish. There is something strange about this corpse," Bai Lishi instructed as he felt excited. That skinny cultivator immediately flew over in glee. Soon, he returned with Xiao Chen's body. Then, he casually tossed Xiao Chen's body onto the deck. "Good saber. I want it." When a martial king who used a saber saw the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand, his eyes lit up. He immediately rushed forward, wanting to pry the lunar shadow saber from Xiao Chen's hand. In the end, no matter how hard that martial king tried, even using his essence, he could not pry Xiao Chen's hand off. He was so anxious that his face turned red, but it was to no avail. "Sixth brother, did you use up all your strength on women? You can't even do anything to a dead person." The others could not help but laugh loudly. That sixth brother was already very angry in the first place. When he saw the others laughing at him, he drew his weapon and said angrily, "Damn it. He is already dead, yet you are still holding on so tightly. I have never seen such a stingy person. This old man will chop off your entire arm." When Bai Lishi saw sixth brother raise his saber, he felt that this person looked familiar. He shouted, "Wait a moment. Don't move." Bai Lishi quickly stepped forward and brushed aside the messy hair on Xiao Chen's face. This confirmed his guess. Bai Lishi's expression changed greatly as he said, "Brother Xiao Chen." The cultivator that Bai Lishi grabbed thought that Bai Lishi wanted to snatch the saber from him. He said in dissatisfaction, "Big brother, since when did you have such a dead brother? Scram! Your brother is the dead one. Your entire family is dead. This is my old man's brother, Xiao Chen." Bai Lishi stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's breathing. He discovered that he was still breathing. When he looked at his skin color, there were no signs of swelling. It was like Xiao Chen had just fallen asleep. Bai Lishi heaved a sigh of relief and started cursing at that person. When the others heard what Bai Lishi said, they all gathered around curiously. They looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Big brother, is this really Xiao Chen?" Bai Lishi's lips curled up as he said, "How can my words be false? He is Xiao Chen. He is the top sovereign genius of the true dragon realm. He returned to the Sky Dome realm half a year ago and killed Sima Hong with one finger. He even took away the will of thunder that no one has taken away in the past few thousand years." Bai Lishi raised his head and glared at the cultivator who was about to cut off Xiao Chen's arm. He said, "Consider yourself lucky. If I had not shouted for you to stop, even if you had 9 lives, you would not be able to survive." The cultivator holding the saber was startled. Xiao Chen was a true legend of the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen's experiences surpassed even that of the Thunder King, who had risen up like a comet. When everyone carefully sized up Xiao Chen, they could not believe it. Unexpectedly, such a legendary person was on the same ship as them. "Big brother, is he really your brother? Why does he look different to me?" The skinny cultivator and the other cultivators did not believe that Bai Lishi and Xiao Chen were as close as he said. Bai Lishi could not be bothered with them. He frowned slightly, unable to understand Xiao Chen's current situation. Chapter 867. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, he had clearly soaked in the sea for a long time. However, his skin and complexion were much better than Bai Lishi's. It was as if he had just fallen asleep. It was an extremely contradictory sight. Logically speaking, with Xiao Chen's strength, he should have woken up from such a commotion. Why was his eyes still closed? Bai Lishi did not dare to act rashly. He did not know what his brother was doing. After thinking for a while, he said, "Turn around. Let's go to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and send him back. Big brother, we have wasted so much time. Are we not going to the deep-sea battlefield?" Bai Lishi scolded, "Idiot. If my brother wakes up, he will give you some benefits. It will be enough for you to stay in the deep-sea battlefield for 100 years. The others felt that this was reasonable. They immediately turned around happily and headed for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Suddenly, the skinny cultivator with sharp eyes said, "Did you all notice that there is a special aura coming from Xiao Chen's body? I just absorbed some of it, and my mental energy increased significantly." The others did not believe it. After they tested it out, they all opened their eyes in shock. They all exclaimed that their mental energy had indeed increased significantly. Bai Lishi remained silent. When he saw the lifeless expression on Xiao Chen's face, he did not know why, but he felt like his heart had died. As a result, when these people discovered this, they did not pay much attention to it. Could it be that brother Xiao Chen is not going to wake up? This thought appeared in Bai Lishi's mind. The other cultivators on the ship were rather happy when they turned around. After more than a month, Xiao Chen's mental energy had increased significantly. However, the special energy that Xiao Chen gave off showed no signs of dissipating. Aside from the deity race, who had a good chance of cultivating mental energy due to their innate talent, even the other races of the Kunlun realm would find it difficult to obtain cultivation techniques for cultivating mental energy. Only Bai Lishi frowned. 1 month had passed, and it was as Bai Lishi had guessed, Xiao Chen had not woken up yet. Bai Lishi grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly with both hands and fell into a deep sleep, unwilling to wake up. "Big brother, we are almost at Thunder King Valley," the skinny cultivator said with a smile on his face as he pointed to the canyon in front. Bai Lishi looked up and saw that they were indeed almost at Thunder King Valley. He muttered, "Without that immortal will of thunder, I am not used to walking in this Thunder Emperor Valley." The small boat moved slowly, calmly sailing through the canyon. The two sides of the canyon still had the mural of the Thunder King soaring into the sky. Xiao Chen, who was on the deck, suddenly moved. When Bai Lishi saw this, he thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and discovered that Xiao Chen had already opened his eyes. The sharpness in his eyes was unrestrained and unparalleled. However, in the deepest part of his eyes, there was a sense of vicissitudes and silence that no one could capture. Xiao Chen's eyes were full of sharpness. Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Dragon Chen, Xiao Chen stood. Standing. On, Xiao Lishi, see, and went on. Xiao Chen lay on the deck and muttered, "Thunder King Valley. Thunder King Valley. Why did you wake me up here?" When the others on the warship saw Xiao Chen stand up, they silently felt an immense pressure. They felt like even speaking was strenuous. "Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. "Brother Xiao Chen, are you all right?" Bai Lishi asked joyfully when he saw that Xiao Chen had woken up. Xiao Chen did not explain. He asked, "Brother Bai Lishi, do you have wine?" The two drank and chatted for a long time. When Xiao Chen found out that he had been asleep for half a year, he could not help but remain silent for a long time. When the ship was about to leave the valley, Xiaochen returned the wine bottle to Bai Lishi and thanked him. Then, he flew up to Thunder King Valley without saying a word. Xiaochen stood quietly in Thunder Emperor Valley and looked at the distant sky. His thoughts wandered along with the strong wind. After a long time, he took out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring. Xiaochen drew the saber from its scabbard with a huang-dang sound. The cold and slender saber blade was as sharp as before. Xiaochen touched the saber blade with his finger and gently sliced it. Blood immediately flowed onto the saber blade. Without waiting for the blood to drip, Xiaochen sheathed the saber and smashed it with his palm. The lunar shadow saber instantly entered Thunder King Valley. There was a pitch-black hole in the ground. It was unknown how deep the lunar shadow saber was. Xiaochen knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the hard mountain rock. Blood flowed out and dyed the white Neptune headscarf red. If I cannot bring Ao Jiao back, then I, Xiaochen, will never use a second saber in this life. The mysterious and strong talisman in misleading Fog Lake had allowed Xiaochen to see the pinnacle of power. When one's strength reached its peak, there might be a miracle. Big brother, what is that Xiaochen doing? The small boat sailed out of the valley but did not go far. When the group saw Xiaochen kneeling on the ground, they could not understand what was going on. Bai Lishi sighed silently. This brother of his had probably met with a hurdle. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. There are some things that we cannot understand." After staying in Thunder Emperor Valley for 3 days, Xiaochen sank down and started to check the changes that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer brought him. First was his Sea of Consciousness. The mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness had actually all turned into magic energy. Furthermore, without Xiaochen intentionally controlling it, it all spread out. When Xiaochen saw the vast and flourishing magic energy, he could not help but sigh. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had indeed brought him an immortal opportunity. In the distant Penglai Sea of the Kunlun realm, there were immortal cultivators as well. However, as far as Xiaochen knew, immortal cultivators could not cultivate. He had never heard of a martial cultivator being able to cultivate immortal cultivation. Not just anyone could cultivate immortal cultivation. One needed to have an ethereal immortal opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented one was, one would not be able to enter the door. In the current martial epoch, there were very few people with an immortal opportunity. Only in the Penglai Sea did some immortal cultivators gather. These immortal cultivators did not have any connection to the people of the immortal epoch. They were established by the later generations after obtaining some inheritances. The strength of immortal cultivators was like mud to clouds when compared to the true experts of the immortal epoch. After checking again, Xiaochen discovered that his heavenly sage laws had not decreased or disappeared. The energy of a cultivator still existed. Furthermore, they had become even purer and denser. Each of the 300 heavenly sage laws had become 3 times thicker, as thick as a baby's arm. A peak inferior grade martial sage could have 500 heavenly sage laws. Although Xiaochen's cultivation had not changed, even an ordinary superior grade martial sage in the Kunlun realm would not be able to compare to his. In terms of the might of heavenly sage laws, they would not be able to compare to Xiaochen's. Immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. Suddenly, these words appeared in Xiaochen's mind. The purpose of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was probably to dual cultivate immortal dual cultivation and martial cultivation. The immortal arts recorded in the Compendium of Cultivation were too low-ranked. Compared to the martial techniques of the Kunlun realm, they were much weaker. They were all basic knowledge. Only this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation far surpassed some heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. Now that it had broken through to the 7th layer, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was earth-shattering. Who exactly created the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? Given Xiaochen's current knowledge, it would be impossible for the experts of the immortal epoch or the martial epoch to come up with such a martial technique. Only someone who had studied both immortal arts and the martial Tao, as well as familiarity with the physique of the Kunlun realm's cultivators, could create such a purple thunder divine incantation. The strength of the purple thunder divine incantation went without a doubt. Now, Xiaochen truly understood the dangers of the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple thunder talisman in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness spun gently. Under his control, the scattered magic energy stopped leaking. Xiaochen sank his consciousness into his dantian, wanting to see what the blue dragon martial spirit, which had been baptized by countless bolts of lightning, looked like now. If Xiaochen had not seen it, he would not have known. However, when he saw it, he was startled. The tiny blue dragon had already reformed. However, Xiaochen felt that it was very different from the martial spirit. In the past, the blue dragon martial spirit was a dragon-shaped energy that could not be controlled easily. Now, this blue dragon gave Xiaochen the feeling that it was his clone. Furthermore, it was very chubby, like a baby. Not only could it control its every move, but it also possessed great energy. Furthermore, its connection to Xiaochen was even closer. If this blue dragon got destroyed now, it would not be as simple as before. Xiaochen would die as well. Xiaochen was somewhat shocked as he asked, "What is this? Yuanying? Or is it a dragon nascent soul?" Clearly, this tiny blue dragon, according to the introduction in the Compendium of Cultivation, had the characteristics of a Yuanying. However, wasn't the Yuanying of immortal cultivators always their own? After trying to circulate it, Xiaochen discovered that this blue dragon was indeed his Yuanying. For now, he could just treat it as the result of dual immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. Since there were no major problems, Xiaochen just let it be. A fierce flame started burning intensely in his right eye. With a thought from Xiaochen, the purple thunder true fire immediately spewed out. The purple lightning-attributed fire covered the sky and landed on the surface of the sea. Chi! In that instant, boundless hot steam rose up from the surface of the sea. In an instant, it enveloped the surrounding 50 kilometers. White mist filled the air. Much of the seawater had evaporated. A huge pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. The seawater from all directions gathered and formed an incomparably huge whirlpool spinning wildly. Xiaochen withdrew the purple thunder true fire and returned it to his eye. When he saw the scene before him, he was somewhat astonished. The purple thunder true fire brought about by the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was this purple thunder true fire. Now, the purple thunder true fire was Xiaochen's true weapon. In the Kunlun realm, he could definitely compete with the outstanding talents of the same generation. However, there was an imbalance between yin and yang. It would not be easy to form the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiaochen had to find more yin-attributed flames for the lunar true flame to absorb. Rebirth. At this moment, Xiaochen could only use this phrase to describe him. He would be walking a path that no one before him would be able to follow in the future. After a long time, Xiaochen calmed down. A jade strip appeared in his hand. This was the magic skill that he obtained with the golden crow egg in the sky dome immortal realm, starry heaven storm. In the past, he did not have magic energy and could not practice this strong magic skill. He could only look at it. Now, it suited Xiaochen. Chapter 868. Although there were many immortal arts in the Compendium of Cultivation, they were all immortal arts that were not worth mentioning in the Kunlun realm. Before strong martial techniques, they were not worth mentioning at all. Only magic skills were truly strong immortal arts. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. In the current cultivation world of the Penglai Sea, the various immortal Dao sects did not have many minor magic skills. Major magic skills were even rarer. As for supreme magic skills, they would be in the single digits. Starry Heaven Storm was a peak minor magic skill. Although it was a minor magic skill, its might was stronger than a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, when cultivated to a certain level, it could even transform into a major magic skill. Xiao Chen carefully studied the key points of executing Starry Heaven Storm once more. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully pondered, simulating the execution of this magic skill in his mind. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and formed hand seals, forming different hand seals. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness drained quickly. Due to the complicated environment of the universe, there were many stars. There were bound to be some stars that left their orbits due to various accidents. One must know that the orbit of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao from the moment it was born. Although the universe was vast, in the eyes of the supreme heavenly Tao, it was just like a chessboard. As it moved, the lines of time and space intersected, binding all the stars to the chessboard of fate. If a star suddenly left its orbit, it would disrupt the lines of time and space and the arrangement of fate, resulting in a huge destructive force. This destructive force was known as Starry Heaven Storm. When a Starry Heaven Storm appeared, everywhere it passed, countless stars would be destroyed. Furthermore, it could stretch for hundreds of millions of kilometers. The magic skill Starry Heaven Storm in the Jade Strip simulated the instant a star left the chessboard of fate, the destructive force it produced. As Xiao Chen's hand seals increased in speed, intersecting lines of time and space appeared behind him. The chessboard of fate materialized. The stars on the chessboard moved in an orderly fashion. It looked like a vast galaxy, exactly like the boundless starry heavens of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen's expression turned anxious. He sent his spiritual sense into the vast star chart, quickly searching for a target. I can't. This star is too big. I can't move it. I can't move this one either. This one is just the right size, it's just enough to move. That's not right. This star is too far away. After pushing it, the resulting storm can't descend. Bang! An intense explosion sounded out, and the vast star river diagram behind him shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. The execution of his mystic art had failed, and he suffered a backlash. The sound of a golden bell resounded in his mind, causing him to feel dizzy and unable to stand stably. Cultivating a divine ability was much more difficult than he had imagined, but Xiao Chen wasn't surprised. He sat down cross-legged and rested for a quarter of an hour before starting his second attempt. After 10 attempts, Xiao Chen finally succeeded in moving a star. The spacetime lines on the chessboard of fate began to fluctuate violently. A starry sky storm appeared in an instant. As Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, the black gale rushed towards the sea in front of him. When the wind was strong to the extreme, what would it be like? The seawater was silently blown away by the starry sky storm, directly vaporizing. The seawater, which was several kilometers deep, immediately bottomed out. 100-meter-wide trench appeared on the surface of the sea. On the flat surface of the sea, a large blank space appeared out of nowhere. It was divided into two halves. In the next moment, the seawater merged back together, and huge waves surged up ferociously. The entire sea turned chaotic, looking even scarier than an approaching storm. A trace of joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. He revealed a faint smile and said somewhat habitually, "Ao Jiao, how is the might of this minor magic skill?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he was stunned. His expression immediately turned gloomy. He looked at the empty immortal spirit ring with his spiritual sense, and the joy in his eyes slowly faded. When some people were around, you became used to them, feeling that they did not exist. Only when they were gone would you treasure them. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, a broken saber flew out of the immortal spirit ring. This was the other piece of the Thunder King's mulberry sword. As Xiao Chen grasped the broken saber tightly, a determined look flashed in his eyes. The immortal epoch had existed for tens of thousands of years longer than the martial epoch. Xiao Chen was sure that he could find a supreme magic skill that could reverse spacetime and summon Ao Jiao back through the river of fate. The broken saber in Xiao Chen's hand still had some of Ao Jiao's mark. As long as the broken saber was still, there was hope. If he worked hard, a miracle would happen. After giving the Thunder Emperor Valley a deep look, an electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He tore space and headed back to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Lu Ryue and the others saw Xiao Chen return to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after half a year, they all heaved a sigh of relief. After losing Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen treasured the people around him. He did not want the tragedy to repeat itself. For the sake of bringing Ao Jiao back earlier, he cultivated even harder. 10 days later, Xiao Chen, who was more familiar with his strength, arrived at the Sky Dome Immortal Realm once again. After fighting with that Grandmaster-level martial sage ferocious beast for a long time, Xiao Chen successfully entered the pavilion in the middle of the Immortal Lake. The pavilion did not disappoint Xiao Chen. There was a jade strip containing a minor magic skill. After seeing the horrifying might of the starry heaven storm, Xiao Chen finally understood how precious a minor magic skill was. There were thousands of magic techniques in the compendium of cultivation, but there was not a single magic skill. All of them added together were not as precious as the starry heaven storm. The new magic skill in the jade strip was called the Great Sun Incantation. The Great Sun Incantation. If one successfully executed it, one would be able to speak the incantation. Every word would contain the might of the blazing sun. When the incantation fell, it would be like the sun falling to the ground. The introduction in the jade strip was as exaggerated as the starry heaven storm. In order to achieve such might, one would need to be an immortal lord. It was just like the starry heaven storm. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he could only break the sea. It was far from being able to destroy a star. However, with his improvement in cultivation, Xiao Chen was confident that he could use this starry heaven storm in the starry heavens of the Kunlun realm to push a star and create a real starry heaven storm. After leaving the pavilion, Xiao Chen searched the Sky Dome Immortal Realm for a long time with the mindset of giving it a try. However, after he found nothing, he left resentfully. After obtaining another minor magic skill, Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and entered into closed-door cultivation. Xiao Chen did not have any foundation in immortal cultivation. With such vast magic energy, he was like a beggar who suddenly became a nouveau riche. Just because he wore gold and silver, he thought that he was rich and had no accumulations. Xiao Chen estimated that he would have to spend at least a year before he could reach the level of his current immortal cultivation. Only then would he be able to execute the magic skill with ease and not have any chance of failure. If the consequences of failing to execute a magic skill happened in battle, no one would be able to bear it. Xiao Chen was not someone who could not endure loneliness. After thinking for a while, he decided to enter closed-door cultivation for 1.5 years. That way, he would be more at ease. However, this way, his cultivation would stagnate. For about 2 years, the gap between him and the giants and geniuses of the Kunlun realm would widen. However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. He needed to have his own accumulations for immortal cultivation, so he had to study it properly. Furthermore, the combination of immortal cultivation and martial cultivation was also a great field of study. If not for the fact that some things could only be verified through a large number of actual combat, Xiao Chen would not find it too much to enter closed-door cultivation for 5 years. Time flew, and the time for the demonic god blood sacrifice approached. The entire Kunlun realm felt a huge pressure. Under this pressure came all sorts of chaos. Amid the chaos, new outstanding talents relied on fortuitous encounters to rise up like comets. There were also races that vanished since ancient times, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to gain a firm foothold in the Kunlun continent. The small frictions between the 5 clans also became more and more intense. Everyone wanted to obtain more resources so that they would have more confidence to face the demon god blood sacrifice that was about to come. The peak characters of the various races also ignored the chaos, treating it as a rehearsal for the demonic god blood sacrifice. This made the chaos even more chaotic. Naturally, Xiao Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the Sky Dome realm, did not know about all this. Xiao Chen, who had faced off against Di Wuk in a high-profile manner at the Sage Mark Monument, was slowly forgotten. In this age, there were many outstanding talents. If one did not appear for 3 months, they would be replaced by someone new. After disappearing for half a year and not seeing anyone in all sorts of lands of fortuitous encounters, people assumed that Xiao Chen had fallen for no reason. Naturally, after disappearing for so long, he was already forgotten. Many people said that Xiao Chen died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument, becoming the genius that died the most sullen death in history. 1.5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Then, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the cave where he was in closed-door cultivation. This place was an unremarkable desolate mountain in the Lingyun mountain range, one that few people visited. The spiritual energy in the surroundings was thin, and there were no spirit beasts or spirit plants. The desolate mountain was filled with strange rocks. With one glance, it seemed boundless. Scorching sunlight shone down from above. Xiao Chen took a deep breath. During the past 1.5 years, he had not been in closed-door cultivation, not leaving the cave. Occasionally, he would come out to test out his ideas. The collapsed mountains in front were the result of his tests in the past 1.5 years. Even though Xiao Chen had suppressed his cultivation on purpose, using less than half his strength, the destructive power he caused in this Sky Dome realm was still too horrifying. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen shouted and formed hand seals. In just a moment, he used his magic energy to simulate the chessboard of fate. The stars in the universe unfurled into a boundless star chart. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense swam freely in this boundless star chart, searching for stars. Then, he encased 3 stars and pushed them with all his might. Go! Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn as he stretched out his hand. A black starry heaven storm surged out, tearing a pitch-black chasm in space, extending for 500 kilometers. When the shock wave landed, the various mountains became much shorter. Great Sun Incantation. Xiao Chen's hands did not stop moving. His magic energy surged like a fierce fire, drawing on the immortal Dao laws. The blazing sun in the sky slowly dimmed. Chapter 869. At first, Xiao Chen did not feel anything. However, after a while, the sunlight descending from the sky clearly dimmed, turning dark. The great sun incantation stirred up the solar true flame in the air and gathered it into words. How mighty and wondrous was that? Only an immortal art or magic skill could do this. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this was practically a miracle. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and spat out the word yang, which meant yang for the sun. However, it was not written in simplified Chinese or in a script that Xiao Chen was familiar with. Instead, it was written in a mysterious script. The golden bright, yang, character gathered all the solar true flame that Xiao Chen stirred up. When it landed on the ground, a golden flame spread out from the character. Instantly, the ground for 500 kilometers around was scorched. With a pu-chi sound, the ground was charred, turning bright red as if it had been exposed to the blazing sun for 100 years. Some of the weeds and small trees on the ground were immediately burned to ashes. Ka-cie. Ka-cie. Deep gullies spread out in the ground. In the blink of an eye, the land for 500 kilometers around collapsed. Although this was the Sky Dome realm, be it the spatial structure or the spiritual energy in the ground, they could not compare to the Kunlun realm. However, Xiao Chen was very satisfied with the destructive power of the Great Sun Incantation that was 30% comprehended. Although he wasn't as proficient in immortal arts and divine abilities as he wished, he wouldn't fail to cast them as easily as he did with martial skills. Xiao Chen's greatest bitter cultivation over the past 1.5 years was not the improvement of his strength but the stabilization of his mental state. Between the gains and losses, Xiao Chen underwent a complete transformation. Now, his mental state was as strong as those old monsters that had lived for hundreds of years. It is time to make a trip to the Dark Church. Xiao Chen withdrew his technique and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate land as he spoke calmly. Since the appearance of that mysterious person from the Dark Church, he had been a thorn in Xiao Chen's heart. He kept feeling that this person's origins were closely related to him. Xiao Xiong chasing him out of the clan might have something to do with the Dark Church as well. Now that Xiao Chen was strong enough, he was confident that he could protect himself even if he faced the true body of that mysterious person. He would know what kind of dragon's pool and tiger's den the Nether sect was after he entered it. Half a day later, Xiao Chen arrived at the heavenly extermination lake. When he arrived above the island where the Dark Church was, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. When he scanned the island with his spiritual sense, he could not find anyone on it. With a trace of doubt, Xiao Chen landed on the island and walked around the various buildings, bunkers, and secret rooms, feeling the lingering demonic qi in the air. Xiao Chen verified that he had not come to the wrong place. This was the Dark Church's branch in the Sky Dome realm. However, for some reason, they suddenly withdrew. Where did he go? The abyssal demon world? Xiao Chen scanned the island with his powerful spiritual sense. He did not let go of any place, searching for something that interested him. An altar on the island attracted his attention. With a flicker, Xiao Chen arrived at the palace. A large number of prayer mats were placed neatly on the floor of the hall. There were 2 depressions on the prayer mats, which were obviously caused by kneeling for a long time. Above the prayer mats was the altar giving off a dense dark aura. Behind the altar was a shattered black statue. Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the altar. When he looked down, he saw churning black smoke. There was a mysterious formation at the very bottom that had been destroyed as well. A cool breeze blew, and a nauseating bloody smell wafted out from the altar. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know how many people had died in this altar for it to give off such a horrifying bloody smell. Even if there were not 1,000,000, there had to be at least 100,000. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the shattered black statue. With a thought, the heavenly sage laws in his body surged as he sent out a few strands of law energy. The broken pieces of the statue floated before his eyes. Xiao Chen was an expert in this field. It was not difficult for him to restore thousands of pieces of the statue. As Xiao Chen moved his hands, the pieces quickly reassembled under his control. In mere moments, a complete statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The statue was 3 meters tall and completely black. It wore ancient clothes, and its eyes were scarlet. It gave off an indescribably strong aura. It was as vast as the starry sky and as long as a river. A strange scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. He seemed to hear millions of spirits prostrating themselves in worship and singing praises. A formless and mysterious energy gathered towards the statue. These spirits all looked the same, expressionless and numb. The statue seemed to come to life, opening its mouth and sucking in, swallowing up millions of spirits. Not only did the spirits not show pain, but they also showed joy and transcendence. Bang! The reassembled statue immediately shattered, turning into powder and unable to reassemble itself. The scene before Xiao Chen also vanished. This scene shocked Xiao Chen on the spot, unable to recover his wits for a long time. Is this the mysterious demonic god of the deep abyss demonic world? Why do I feel like it's a forbidden technique of the demonic cultivators during the cultivation epoch? After cultivating immortal techniques and rereading some of the foundational knowledge in the Compendium of Cultivation, Xiao Chen could tell that this was an extremely cruel cultivation technique that went against the heavenly Tao. This was a forbidden ability of the demonic cultivators of the evil faction. The Compendium of Cultivation only recorded the cultivation techniques of the righteous Tao. There were very few records of this type of demonic cultivator. Shao Chen now understood why the Deep Abyss demonic world had to carry out the demonic god blood sacrifice every few thousand years to massacre the lifeforms of the Kunlun realm. The origins of the Dark Church in the Deep Abyss demonic world were definitely related to some demonic cultivators of the Immortal epoch. However, Shao Chen did not know why the demons were willing to make such a huge sacrifice to invade the Kunlun realm for him. The Kunlun realm was not a pushover. Although the invasion of the 18 demon monarchs caused huge losses to the Kunlun realm, it would not have a good ending either. In less than 8 years, or perhaps even earlier, the demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive. It is time for me to return as well. Shao Chen flew out of the island and paused in the air for a while. Then, he spat out one word, and the sky suddenly turned much darker. The mysterious, Yang character descended. This time, Shao Chen did not hold back. He used 80% of his power. Bang! The island hundreds of kilometers around instantly crumbled, turning into ashes and disappearing into the heavenly extermination lake. As Shao Chen looked at the island that no longer existed, he revealed a satisfied expression. After returning to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and spending more than a month relaxing, he said goodbye to Lu Riyue and the others. Before he left, he handed the Breaking Sage pill that he refined to Lu Riyue. Lu Riyue was already very satisfied with Shao Chen remaining in the Sky Dome realm for 2 years. She knew that he would leave sooner or later. However, she also knew that he would definitely return. In the Kunlun realm, Shao Chen would definitely become a martial emperor. When Shao Chen arrived, the Haotian emperor had sent him over. It was convenient and did not cost him much. However, leaving would be somewhat troublesome. Shao Chen had to get the Sky Dome realm's Haotian sect master to inform the people on the Kunlun realm's Haotian star. Only after both sides were ready could Shao Chen proceed with the interrealm teleportation. If he had Emperor Wu's strength, it would be much easier. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 days later. A large number of spirit stones piled up in the transportation formation opened a space-time tunnel. Then, Shao Chen calmly returned to the Haotian star. 2 years have passed. You are finally back. Outside the transportation formation, Shao Chen had not expected the first elder, Han Qinghe, to personally welcome him. So he quickly went forward and returned the greeting. The first time Han Qinghe saw Shao Chen, he felt a great change. Unexpectedly, he felt like he was facing an expert of the same generation. After all, Han Qinghe was a Grandmaster-level martial sage and was already 300 years old. On a second look, Han Qinghe discovered that Shao Chen was still an inferior-grade martial sage. However, his heavenly sage laws, which were as thick as an infant's arm, were somewhat surprising. As an inferior-grade martial sage, Shao Chen's heavenly sage laws were actually much stronger than those of a regular superior-grade martial sage. However, that was all. At best, Shao Chen's combat prowess was that of a medial-grade martial sage. Why did it give Shao Chen the illusion that he was an expert of the same generation at first glance? Han Qinghe could not help feeling suspicious. He was sure that Shao Chen had undergone an earth-shattering change in the past 2 years. Come, follow me. I want to test your strength. Shao Chen followed behind Han Qinghe, flying unhurriedly in the air as he looked around. Compared to 2 years ago, planet Haotian was much livelier. Occasionally, Shao Chen saw groups of 2 or 3 youthful cultivators flying in the air. Most of them were half-sages. From Han Qinghe, Shao Chen gained a rough understanding of the changes that happened in the Kunlun realm during the 2 years he was away. Now, the Kunlun realm was truly chaotic. The small-scale conflicts between the various races had already turned into intense battles. Occasionally, news of older generation superior-grade martial sages falling spread. The peak powerhouses and sovereign martial emperors of the various races did not interfere, allowing the battles to intensify. Furthermore, they did not allow Grandmaster-level martial sages to interfere. Shao Chen roughly understood what this meant. The sovereign martial emperors of the various races had started this chaos on purpose. Their purpose was to use the intense battles to give birth to a few more Grandmaster-level martial sages before the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, increasing their chances of victory. When the demonic god blood sacrifice arrived, the true protagonists would definitely be the sovereign martial emperors and demon monarchs. However, the deciding factor would be these Grandmaster-level martial sages. The reason was very simple. It would be easy to determine a victor between Emperor Wu and Emperor Wu. However, it would be very difficult to determine who would kill who. The ones who could truly lead teams to kill cultivators and collect spirits were the Grandmaster-level martial sages and the blue-robed emperor. The battlefield of the martial emperor experts would definitely be the starry heavens. They would not interfere in the battles of the Kunlun realm. At that time, if one more Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, the Kunlun realm would have a higher chance of victory. Heroes emerged in chaotic times. Such a chaotic scene was also the best for cultivators to advance quickly. Although the price was high and a large number of older generation martial sages or younger generation geniuses would fall, the effects would be the best. The two of them arrived at a spacious training ground. Han Qinghe waved his hand and had the juniors fighting there withdraw. Then, he stepped onto the training ground first. This action immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of the other sects and the inner sect elders in the drill ground. The first elder, Han Qinghe, was one of the few Grandmaster-level martial sages in the Haotian sect. Not only had many disciples not seen Han Qinghe make a move, but even many of the inner sect elders had not seen him make a move. Chapter 870. Back then, Han Qinghe had been a peak genius of the Haotian sect. He was also the Grandmaster-level martial sage with the highest hope of advancing to the level of the blue-robed emperor in the Haotian sect. Xiao Chen, I'll suppress my cultivation to peak medial-grade martial sage and exchange a few moves with you. Let's see if you are as the sect master said, reborn. What? The mysterious black-cloaked person in the air is actually the Qing Emperor's descendant, Xiao Chen, who has been missing for 2 years and was once the talk of the town. The moment Han Qinghe said this, a huge commotion broke out in the drill ground. Several of the newly advanced half-sages looked towards the sky. Xiao Chen. 2 years ago, this name had spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm, shaking up the entire place. Unfortunately, after that shocking feat at the Sage Mark Monument, Xiao Chen never appeared again. There were rumors that he was trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. In the past 2 years, several new talents had risen up, becoming famous. However, in terms of legend, none of them could compare to Xiao Chen. How strong was Diwuk? Now, he was shining brightly, completely rising up. Even the older generation martial sages were inferior to him. Some of the geniuses of the strong races that had existed since the ancient era did not dare to underestimate Diwuk. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen ruthlessly kicked the top genius of the younger generation at the Sage Mark Monument, sending him flying into the air. Even if people temporarily forgot the name Xiao Chen, they would not be able to erase it from the depths of their memories. After removing the heavenly sea cloak, Xiao Chen landed firmly on the ground. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "First Elder, please give me some pointers." This was a simple action, but Xiao Chen gave off a certain air. Others might not be able to tell, but Han Qinghe frowned. This was the air of a grandmaster. At such a young age, Xiao Chen already had the air and demeanor of the older generation that had lived for hundreds of years. What kind of metamorphosis did this fellow undergo? Han Qinghe rejoiced in his heart. He felt an itch to test out Xiao Chen's true strength. If Xiao Chen was just putting on an act, that would be too disappointing. Be careful. I'm coming. Right after Elder Han spoke, he charged at Xiao Chen with a loud boom. A fierce flame blazed on his body. As he moved, he became like a blazing star, dragging a long tail as he flickered through the cosmos. When he attacked, he used his best martial technique, Star Burning Fist. Once it was spread out, the entire practice ground seemed to have turned into a vast starry sky, giving off a boundless pressure. This startled the observing disciples and inner sect elders. This burning star fist was a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Furthermore, Elder Han had practiced it for many years. Although Xiao Chen had suppressed his cultivation to peak medial grade martial sage, he had used this move the moment he started. With his current cultivation, it was too difficult to do so. Xiao Chen did not dodge. He thought to himself, good timing. He shifted his feet slightly and assumed a stance. Then, he punched as well. His aura suddenly changed. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, his intent was like a saber, and his fist was as sharp as a saber. This punch actually gave people the feeling that it was a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and its sharpness was unparalleled. It contained the explosive force of the fist light and the cold sharpness of the saber. Bang! The two fists clashed, and there was a loud explosion. The two each took 10 steps back. They were evenly matched. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen clashed head-on with Elder Han's best martial technique. The knife-like electric light in the fist light caused Han Qinghe to feel a piercing pain, greatly startling him. After refining it a few times, Xiao Chen tried to get rid of the sharp, knife-like electric light. However, he discovered that even with his medial-grade martial sage's law energy, he could not do so. Not wanting to go back on his word, Xiao Chen circulated more energy. However, this knife-like electric light was painful and numb. Although it did not cause any fundamental damage to him, it was unbearably painful. Unable to resist, Xiao Chen stood still for a moment and used the law energy that only superior-grade martial sages possessed. In the end, Xiao Chen discovered that he could not get rid of it instantly. Only when he raised his energy to superior-grade martial sage did he manage to do so. On the surface, it looked like this exchange was a draw. In reality, Han Qinghe had gone back on his word and used the law energy of a peak superior-grade martial sage, so he had already lost. Of course, others, including Xiao Chen, would not notice this small action. Han Qinghe could not help but smile bitterly. Against such a junior, he actually lost by half a move. If word of this got out, it would be very embarrassing. However, the more it was like this, the more it proved Xiao Chen's strength. That aura was not just for show. Han Qinghe laughed loudly and said, "After not seeing you for 2 years, you have really given me a pleasant surprise. Again. Receive my golden crow spreading wings." Han Qinghe's body spun around and soared into the air. He spread his arms out like a divine bird spreading its wings. He was incredibly strong, and a strong wind blew, causing space to tremble. Torrential flames spread out from Han Qinghe's back, and a fiery aura instantly filled the entire training ground. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The instant Elder Han spread his arms and soared into the air, it was like he had turned into a true golden crow. A vast aura locked down on Xiao Chen, and the light in Elder Han's eyes became as sharp as lightning. Elder Han moved very quickly, like a golden crow hunting for food. In the next moment, he would tear Xiao Chen, his prey, in half. Clearly, Elder Han had grasped the essence of this move. The soul, intent, and momentum were all brought to their limits. Even a superior-grade martial sage would not dare to face such a move head-on. They would either defend with all their might or flee in a sorry state. The moment an expert made a move, it was clear whether they were skilled or not. When the first elder Han Qinghe used golden crow spreading wings, the eyes of all the disciples and elders present lit up. The first elder truly lived up to his name. He brought out 130% of the golden crow spreading wings combat prowess. If an ordinary person could bring out 80% of this move's combat prowess, they would be praised for it. She thought with some anticipation. However, she did not know if Xiao Chen would dare to clash head-on with this move. Good move. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the Kunpeng fist. He spread his arms as well, and the law energy behind him materialized a Kunpeng. The Kunpeng and the Golden Crow were holy beasts of the immortal epic, holy spirits of legends. Xiao Chen's Kunpeng fist and the First Elder's Golden Crow spreading wings were very similar. On the surface, they looked similar. However, on the inside, they were completely different. Han Qinghe had thoroughly studied the Golden Crow spreading wings. With more than 100 years of experience and his peak comprehension ability, he could bring out 130% of this move's might. If he used his full power, he could even bring out a might that was twice as strong. As for Xiao Chen, he walked an unconventional path, blazing a new path. He used his body as a saber and his intent as a saber. Now, when he executed the Kunpeng fist, it also contained an unparalleled sharp saber intent. In the past year or so, Xiao Chen had not only spent his time cultivating these two magic skills. He had also not stopped thinking about the martial Dao. Without a saber in his hand, he used his body as a saber, his heart as a saber, and his intent as a saber. Every move, every punch, and every kick, was a saber. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he drew his saber. His gaze pierced out, and saber intent surged out. The immortal will of thunder that contained the vague form of a saber soul was compatible with a rank 3 physical body. Combined with his many years of immersion in the saber technique, he walked a path that no one had before or since, creating his own Dao. When the Kunpeng spread its wings, it hated the sky for being too low. With just one glance, it could cover the sky. When Xiao Chen spread his arms, a strong wind blew. This wind was even more ferocious than the First Elder's, Han Qinghe. Xiao Chen's punch arrived before Han Qinghe even though he moved later. The roles of prey and predator changed in an instant. In Han Qinghe's eyes, the approaching Xiao Chen was clearly a Kunpeng. However, the image that appeared in Han Qinghe's mind was that of a powerful treasure saber shining with a sharp light. Not only did Xiao Chen have a 90% comprehended saber intent, but it also contained the even more horrifying immortal will of thunder. Xiao Chen had taken a different approach to this Kunpeng fist. He had already surpassed the limits of what the Heavenly Rock King could do back then, turning it into a completely different move. Han Qinghe's thoughts changed in an instant. He knew that if he used the combat prowess of a peak medial-grade martial sage to clash with this move, he would lose for sure. Boom! Xiao Chen's aura surged wildly. Before Xiao Chen's fist light approached, his strength soared to that of a superior-grade martial sage. He brought out the might of the Golden Crow spreading wings twice as much. The two fists clashed again. The two in the air each moved back 100 steps. Xiao Chen's aura surged. The scorching aura of the solar true flame penetrated the surface defenses of Xiao Chen's body and penetrated his internal defenses, heading for his internal organs. The heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body quickly flew out and wrapped around this scorching aura. Then, he used the power of lightning to slowly purify it. The First Elder, Han Qinghe, waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Let's not fight anymore. Let's not fight anymore. If we continue, I will have nowhere to hide my old face. I lost in the first move. After not seeing you for 2 years, Xiao Chen, you have indeed undergone a complete transformation. You have not let down the sect master's expectations. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, First Elder is too humble. If you had used your full power, this little one would not have been able to block even one move. These words were the truth. Han Qinghe was a Grandmaster-level martial sage, only one step shy of advancing to the blue-robed emperor. If Han Qinghe used his full power, the instant the burning star fist flew over, Xiao Chen would not even be able to see its shadow. This was the result of the huge difference in cultivation. There was nothing embarrassing about it. When Xiao Chen's cultivation increased, he would naturally have nothing to fear. Xiao Chen's words were unintentional, but when Han Qinghe heard them, he felt extremely satisfied. Although Han Qinghe admitted defeat, this Xiao Chen was very sensible, immediately giving Han Qinghe a way out of this embarrassing situation. After all, Han Qinghe had been defeated in 2 moves before so many inner sect elders and junior generation disciples. He still cared about his face. The elders and junior generation disciples all looked at Xiao Chen, not daring to underestimate him. Xiao Chen's cultivation had not improved much in the past 2 years. However, his combat prowess had increased significantly. He defeated the first elder, who suppressed his cultivation, in 2 moves. Right now, senior brother Xiao Chen is probably no weaker than the peak geniuses of the various races who left their names on the Sage Mark Monument. I believe that the geniuses of the strong ancient races that appeared recently would not be much stronger than senior brother Xiao Chen. Chapter 871. I do not agree with what you said. Although those strong ancient races are few in number and have withdrawn from the struggle for hegemony in the Kunlun realm long ago, settling on the stars in the outer realm, every single one of them is a fool in the Kunlun realm. However, every single one of them is considered a fool in the Kunlun realm, an outstanding talent that only 1 in 10,000 could find. When they pick out the absolute demonic geniuses, they are all targeting Wuxia. That's right. After all, senior brother Xiao Chen's cultivation is still too low. It would be a pity to waste 2 years. Why are you all boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own? No matter what, senior brother Xiao Chen is still a member of our Haotian sect. How can others compare to him? The junior generation disciples discussed, comparing Xiao Chen to some of the famous new geniuses. When Han Qinghe saw the juniors arguing endlessly, he revealed a satisfied expression. No matter what, the Haotian sect being able to produce a legendary character like Xiao Chen was a great boost to the morale of the sect. Han Qinghe stretched out his hand and gathered the inner sect elders on the drill ground. He said, "Everyone, are you all satisfied with the strength that Xiao Chen displayed earlier? Just look at First Elder's smile and you will know the answer. Naturally, there is no need for us to say anything. Indeed. Right now, Xiao Chen has nothing to fear when facing a regular superior grade martial sage." When Xiao Chen saw the expressions of the elders, he entered deep thought. This group of people seemed to be implying something. Indeed, Han Qinghe continued, "Good. In that case, there should be no objections to letting Xiao Chen lead the mission that Bushan Palace sent, right?" The others all shook their heads, indicating that they had no objections. However, Xiao Chen did not understand. Han Qinghe turned his head and said, "Xiao Chen, you just returned to the Kunlun realm and probably do not have time to rest. Now that the world is in chaos, I believe you will not be able to stay idle." Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen looked at Han Qinghe and said, "First Elder, feel free to speak your mind. As long as it is within Xiao Chen's capabilities, I will definitely be duty-bound." Han Qinghe nodded slightly and said, "One of the resource planets controlled by the Bushan Palace has been invaded by the Corpse God Palace. 3 months ago, the Primal Chaos Domain's Muddy Sky Sect's young master brought a group of loose cultivators to fish in troubled waters. The Bushan Palace sent a request for help to the 9 ranks of the great families. Our Haotian sect is one of them. Originally, I planned to arrange for you to go to the Starry Sky Silver Lake, the place where the battle between the 5 races is the most dangerous. However, this order just arrived yesterday. Now, most of the superior grade martial sages of the Haotian sect have gone to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. Your appearance has solved my urgent problem." No wonder the First Elder personally welcomed Xiao Chen, allowing him to test out his moves. It looked like this was the biggest reason. Since Xiao Chen received favors from others, he had to repay them. Coincidentally, he had been in closed-door cultivation for 2 years. He needed to test out what he had learned and comprehended in actual combat. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen agreed to Han Qinghe's request. After obtaining Xiao Chen's confirmation, Han Qinghe heaved a sigh of relief. He dismissed the other elders and said to Xiao Chen, "In the vast universe, there are countless stars. The ones that can be called resource planets are few and far between. The number of resource planets controlled by the Bushan Palace is also extremely limited. Losing even one would be a great loss. If you can protect this resource planet, the Bushan Palace will give you significant benefits. Furthermore, it will be counted as military merits. If you can obtain a noble title from the Bushan Palace, you will have a large monthly income. The higher the noble title, the more benefits. I will not elaborate on this, you will understand it in the future. What I want to tell you is to do your best to protect this group of sect disciples who are going with you to provide support. These are the seedlings of the sect. Their futures are limitless. The battlefield is cruel and merciless. If they die, they die. This time, it is not experiential training or a sect mission. It is a true battlefield. At the end, Han Qinghe's expression turned grave. Since the chaos in the Kunlun realm started, several older generation people and outstanding youths had fallen. They were all famous experts. Sensing the seriousness in the first elder's words, Xiao Chen sighed silently to himself. The current chaos was the doing of the peak powerhouses of the various races. There was bound to be great fortuitous encounters in great chaos. There would definitely be several Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, the price was too high. Come, follow me to the Heavenly Battle Palace. I have already decided on the candidates. We are just waiting for you. In a few breaths, the two arrived at the Heavenly Battle Palace. Xiao Chen glanced at the sect disciples going to provide support. There were about 20 of them, all of them inferior-grade martial sages. In terms of cultivation, they were not much weaker than Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. Han Qinghe explained and understood. These disciples had all consumed the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring Pill refined from the blood of Xiao Chen and Shui Lingling. Thanks to this fortuitous encounter, they had all advanced to martial sage in 2 years. The outstanding ones among them, like Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and the others, had already followed Shui Lingling to the starry heaven's silver lake. That was an even more dangerous battlefield with even greater fortuitous encounters. As Xiao Chen sized up this group of people, these juniors sized him up as well. All of them were unruly, their eyes filled with pride. This made sense. Even in this age of geniuses, they could be proud of being able to advance to martial sage at such a young age. Several disciples recognized Xiao Chen. Shock filled their eyes. However, after the shock passed, they felt even more surprise. After not seeing him for 2 years, Xiao Chen was actually still a middle-stage inferior-grade martial sage. These disciples could not help but scoff at him. This legendary figure was nothing more than this. Han Qinghe pointed to this group of juniors and said, "Xiao Chen, I'll leave him to you. I'll leave him to you this time. First Elder, we did not have any objections to you letting Xiao Chen lead us 2 years ago. However, aren't you taking this descendant of the Qing Emperor too seriously now?" As soon as Elder Han finished speaking, someone immediately snorted coldly, expressing their dissatisfaction. A few more people followed suit, expressing that letting someone with a similar cultivation base as them lead the team would definitely not give them any battle merits. The one who spoke first was a youth wearing black battle armor and carrying a scarlet saber on his back. He was tall and burly, with a stocky back and a stocky waist. He was taller than Xiao Chen, who was 1.8 meters tall. This youth had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. His eyes filled with arrogance. He did not hold back his sharpness at all as he looked at Xiao Chen boldly. Xiao Chen remained calm. He did not feel that this person had any malicious intent. Youths were naturally proud. Now that someone of similar age as them became their leader, they would naturally feel dissatisfied. This was especially so for the cultivation that Xiao Chen currently displayed. He was indeed only a middle-stage inferior-grade martial sage. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen had vanished without a trace. It would be hard to avoid rumors spreading about him. Han Qinghe smiled faintly and did not say anything. He watched quietly as Xiao Chen treated him like this. He believed that Xiao Chen would be able to deal with such a small matter easily. Xiao Chen had a name list that Han Qinghe had given him. It recorded the detailed information of these 20 disciples. With a glance, he found this person's information. After a while, Xiao Chen put away the information and looked up at this person. He said, Jin Lin, 26 years old this year, late-stage inferior grade martial sage. Superior talent, excellent aptitude, extremely high talent for the saber, and his saber intent has reached 70% comprehension. He once fought with the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingsheng. However, he suffered a crushing defeat, unable to last even 10 moves. This information seems somewhat contradictory. He could not even last 10 moves from Feng Xingsheng, and he dares to claim that his talent for the saber is extremely high. This is too much. When Jin Lin heard Xiao Chen read out his information, he felt somewhat pleased. Although his experience could not compare to Xiao Chen's from 2 years ago, he could still be considered a new talent that had risen up in recent years. His fame had spread far and wide. Although Jin Lin had lost to Feng Xingsheng, it was a glorious defeat. Everyone knew that Feng Xingsheng had become famous at a young age, the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Now that another 2 years had passed, Feng Xingsheng's saber intent had reached 90% comprehension. His strength now rivaled the peak geniuses of the various races. Jin Lin's saber intent was weaker than Feng Xingsheng's in both cultivation and saber intent. He only lost after 10 moves. However, Xiao Chen's casual words made him look like he was worthless. Jin Lin was already dissatisfied in the first place. Naturally, he did not want to endure any longer. He stepped forward and raised his head, revealing a sharp gaze as he said, Senior brother Xiao Chen, you are known as the white-robed bladesman. 2 years ago, you became famous in the Kunlun realm. Jin Lin is untalented and would like to seek guidance from senior brother on the saber. However, Han Qinghe smiled bitterly to himself. Of all the things to compete with, he had to compete with Xiao Chen. When Han Qinghe thought about his earlier exchange with Xiao Chen, the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. Xiao Chen's 2 punches had taken a different path, moving in an unorthodox manner. They still looked somewhat immature. However, given time, Xiao Chen would definitely form his own faction, becoming a peerless saber emperor. Thinking of this, Han Qinghe could not help but send a voice projection, Xiao Chen, take it easy. This Jin Lin is a seedling that even our elders think highly of. He can be considered the disciple with the most potential in this batch of juniors. Even without the first elder saying so, I can tell. However, if jade is not polished, it will not be useful. I have my own intentions in provoking him to compete with the saber. When Han Qinghe heard what Xiao Chen said, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was greatly astonished. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would not have hesitated so much in such a situation. He would have rushed forward and struck at lightning speed, instantly shocking everyone. The air of a grandmaster. These words suddenly appeared in Han Qinghe's mind. His expression trembled as he recalled the first time he saw Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's bearing and posture could not be wrong. He indeed had the air of a grandmaster. These words were no small matter. Han Qinghe was an experienced person and deeply understood the principle behind them. Several superior grade martial sages could not advance to grandmaster level martial sage in their lifetime. What did they lack? It was the air of a grandmaster. Even the bearing and posture were insufficient. As of now, Xiao Chen already had the air of a grandmaster at such a young age. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this group of unruly people before him was not someone of the same generation mocking him. Naturally, he treated them as a group of juniors who wanted to improve themselves. As long as Xiao Chen advanced to superior grade martial sage, he would be able to advance to grandmaster level martial sage immediately. A 30-year-old grandmaster level martial sage, Han Qinghe came to this conclusion. When he looked at Xiao Chen, his expression changed drastically. In these 2 years, while Xiao Chen's cultivation seemed to have lagged behind his peers, once he reached the threshold of Grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Chen would be able to instantly surpass everyone else. By the time those people comprehended the importance of the heir of a Grandmaster, Xiao Chen would have accumulated many years of experience. With his talent and comprehension ability, he might even be able to comprehend the heart of an emperor and trample on all the geniuses of this age. Chapter 872. The crowd in the Great Hall had already moved to the side, leaving a wide space for Xiao Chen and Jin Lin. Jin Lin looked at Xiao Chen. This was a name that resounded like thunder in his ears 2 years ago. Aside from nervousness, he felt even more excitement. A fanatical flame slowly lit up in his eyes. After standing still, Jin Lin said somewhat unhappily, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, are you looking down on me that much? You are not even drawing your saber." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Just draw your saber. You will be able to see my saber later." Acting mysterious, Jin Lin thought to himself. He grasped the saber hilt with his broad hand and drew the scarlet saber. Then, he glared at Xiao Chen and shouted. Immediately, blood waves surged out. Jin Lin pushed off the ground and left the ground. It was like he was standing on a surging blood wave. Xiao Chen executed the blood wave saber technique that he was proficient in. When he executed it, each wave would be stronger than the one before. Back then, Feng Xingxing had praised Xiao Chen's blood wave saber technique. Xiao Chen had said that Xiao Chen would not need 5 years to truly fight with him. Ka-ca. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Suddenly, a resonant saber hum resounded, like a treasured saber being drawn from its scabbard. The clear and melodious sound even contained the tyrannical aura of a monarch. If one was familiar with Xiao Chen, they would know that Xiao Chen had modified his tyrannical aura of a monarch and added it to his newly comprehended saber Dao. Jin Lin thought he was seeing things. He clearly saw the saber appear, but why did he hear the sound of a treasured saber being drawn? A saber wind blew, and Xiao Chen brushed by at lightning speed. Pu-ci. Jin Lin discovered that his protective heavenly sage laws broke, and an eye-catching saber mark appeared on the battle armor on his chest. He felt a slight chill on his chest. The saber had only broken his armor, but did not leave any wounds on him. His heart turned pale with fright, and he quickly withdrew his move. He turned around and rolled up the blood wolf, just in time to find Xiao Chen, who had circled behind him and kicked him. It was clearly a foot, but it gave Xiao Chen the feeling of a saber light chopping down from below. The saber intent was boundless, and the sound of sabers humming filled the air. Xiao Chen could not even hold the scarlet saber in his hand stably. By the time he swung his saber to block the kick, he discovered that it was already too late. This kick easily broke through his protective laws and left a clear saber mark on his left shoulder. Retreat! Retreat! It was too strange. Jin Lin hurriedly retreated. He wanted to familiarize himself with Xiao Chen's moves before coming up with a countermeasure. The blood wolf beneath his feet churned as he flew backward. However, Xiao Chen followed closely behind. His figure flickered, and unparalleled sabers appeared everywhere. The resonant saber hum never stopped. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water, pleasing to the eye. However, they were filled with killing intent. After 10 moves, Jin Lin's battle armor had too many wounds. With a huang-dang sound, it shattered into pieces. Xiao Chen's figure flashed again, and he turned his body to the side and charged at Jin Lin. He was like a huge saber, using his body as the blade and his shoulder as the tip as he chopped down from above. Bang! The heavenly sage law barrier in front of Jin Lin easily broke in half. The mysterious phenomenon that the blood wave saber technique created also completely scattered. Xiao Chen paled and fell to the ground, staggering. Xiao Chen landed together with Ai Te and stood across from him. Then, he silently glanced at Jin Lin. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through space, and the vague form of his saber soul containing the immortal will of thunder shot out with Xiao Chen's gaze. In that instant, Jin Lin felt countless powerful sabers flying at him. In the next moment, he was pierced by thousands of sabers, dying without a complete corpse. Jin Lin retreated continuously. He carelessly fell to the ground and touched his undamaged body. He muttered in a daze, "Didn't I die? How am I still alive?" This scene was rather comical. To others, Jin Lin was clearly standing perfectly fine. After taking a few steps back, he muttered to himself that he was dead. The other 19 disciples all started laughing. Jin Lin reacted. He thought back to Xiao Chen's final glance. At that time, he had indeed thought that he had died. That feeling of death was simply too real. Unimaginable. Unimaginable. Jin Lin stood up and looked at Xiao Chen. He felt that Xiao Chen was unfathomable, completely unfathomable. I concede defeat wholeheartedly. Jin Lin's saber techniques are indeed not worth mentioning. Jin Lin performed a cupped fist salute, not daring to look Xiao Chen in the eye. In that final glance, aside from the vague form of his saber soul and the immortal will of thunder, Xiao Chen had also used some of the tricks from the Qing emperor's drawing the saber painting. After studying the drawing the saber painting for a long time, Xiao Chen had gained something. Xiao Chen had ingeniously merged some of these techniques with his own comprehensions of using the will as a saber. In the future, when he reached great perfection, killing someone with one glance would not be a fantasy. Xiao Chen's original intention was not to intimidate the other party. When he saw Jin Lin's current performance, he felt that Jin Lin had met his expectations. He said, "You are already someone who died once. You can properly comprehend that final glance. You will definitely gain something." Jin Lin remained silent, entering deep thought as he carefully pondered Xiao Chen's final words. Han Qinghe spoke up at an appropriate time. He smiled and said, "Now, who else is still unconvinced? Feel free to challenge senior brother Xiao Chen in saber techniques." Everyone shook their heads. After seeing Jin Lin's end, who would dare to be unconvinced by Xiao Chen? Han Qinghe smiled in satisfaction. Then, he walked over to Xiao Chen and said somewhat apologetically, "Xiao Chen, these are extraordinary times. All the king-grade warships in the sect have been transferred to the Starry Heaven Silver Lake. We simply cannot take out a king-grade warship. I have a strengthened sage-grade warship here. It should be able to travel in the Starry Heavens. There is no need. I happen to have a king-grade warship." Xiao Chen opened his mouth, and an awe-inspiring king-grade warship with a blue dragon carved on it appeared in the sky. It gave off a boundless and vast aura of kingship. The Dragon's Gate's warship. It really is the Dragon's Gate's warship. Legend has it that the Qing Emperor personally forged it. The Dragon's Gate's warship is a dragon among kings. As long as the Emperor-grade warship does not appear, it can suppress all king-grade warships. Now that the Dragon's Gate's warship appears, we will definitely be able to return victorious. Back then, the Dragon's Gate's warship swept through the place, unrivaled. When the group of juniors saw the Dragon's Gate's warship appear, they all cheered. Without needing Han Qinghe to say anything, they immediately jumped aboard and sized up the warship excitedly. Seeing the juniors of the king-grade warship in high spirits, Han Qinghe smiled somewhat helplessly. He said to Xiao Chen, "I'll leave these juniors to you. I'll wait for your good news at Haotian's Star. We will meet again in the future." Xiao Chen gently leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. Then, he waved his hand, and 18 sails with talisman scripts on them soared up. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon's Gate's warship soared into the clouds, carrying a group of juniors filled with lofty aspirations as they traveled through the vast starry heavens. The universe was boundlessly vast. From the perspective of a cultivator, the Kunlun realm star system at the core was already boundlessly vast. Without comprehending the Tao of spacetime, even the blue-robed emperor would not be able to fly out. There were countless stars of many different kinds. However, among the many stars, the ones that could be discovered by the various factions of the Kunlun realm were known as resource stars. Even though the Bushan Palace was a huge faction, it controlled a limited number of resource stars in the starry domains around the Kunlun realm, no more than 10. Every resource star contained boundless wealth, all sorts of rare ores, and countless spirit veins. Every year, the Bushan Palace received a large share of resources. That was why the Bushan Palace was able to distribute them to the various major sects of the Tianwu domain. Out of 10 resource stars, losing one would be a huge blow to the Kunlun realm. With the start of the Great Chaos, the peak powerhouses of the 5 major races purposely withdrew the Grandmaster-level martial sages, the blue-robed emperor, and Emperor Wu from the resource stars. They created many cruel battles. Amid the chaos, the Bushan Palace already lost 2 resource stars. Now, the 3rd resource star, Dragonwood Star, was also in danger. Most of the surface of Dragonwood Star was covered by the sea. The vast sea was dotted with islands that looked like stars. On this star, which was entirely made up of sea, controlling the islands was equivalent to controlling the surrounding sea region. Be it the spirit plants at the bottom of the sea, the deep sea or veins, or the resource mines on the islands, they all needed an island as a base to continue operating. Hence, the fight for the islands became extremely important. A majestic city stood on the largest island of Dragonwood Star. There were 1 million citizens in the city. It looked no different from the cities of the Kunlun realm. The only difference was that the people in the city were either powerless ordinary people or martial monarch experts. It was not strange that there were so many ordinary people on a resource star. The excavation of all sorts of ore veins required a lot of manpower. This was not very dangerous or technical, requiring only ordinary physical strength. It would be overkill for cultivators to do it. The main purpose of cultivators on a resource star was to protect these ordinary people from astral beasts. However, in this chaotic period, cultivators spent most of their time fighting the corpse race. The headquarters of the Bushan Palace was built on this island, on a tall mountain in the middle of the island. Built against the mountain, there were rows of defensive towers and huge, sturdy stone houses. There weren't many fancy buildings, and everything was built for practicality. After the summit of the mountain was flattened, a majestic palace was built. Inside the palace, the current administrator of Dragonwood Star, Huangpu Feng, looked at the physical map on the table, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. The map was like a miniature version of Dragonwood Star. All the important islands were concentrated in it. From the flags on the islands, one could see the grim situation that the Bushan Palace faced. The blue flags representing the Bushan Palace were all gathered together. The black flag representing the Corpse God Palace was like an overbearing arrow aimed at the defense line of the Bushan Palace. In a place far away from the two factions, there was the Muddy Sky Gate, which wanted to take advantage of the situation and take a share of the spoils. They eyed the two factions covetously and could not be underestimated. Whoosh! A flying sword pierced through the wall and appeared in the room. This was the unique flying sword communication technique of the Bushan Palace. Huangpu Feng stretched out his hand, and the information in the sword immediately entered his mind. His expression could not help but turn unsightly. The second line of defense had fallen as well. The 308 martial monarchs, 100 half-sages, 30 inferior-grade martial sages, and 10 medial-grade martial sages guarding the island all died in battle. Only 3 superior-grade martial sages managed to escape. Chapter 873. The chaos that the sovereign martial emperors purposely created looked like child's play. However, their cruelty was startling. The tragic slaughter and the disappearance of one life after another caused everyone to face the grim reality. This was not some experiential training they had discussed. Instead, it was a true massacre. One had to put in their all. Otherwise, they might just die. Only the strongest survivors could face the future demonic god blood sacrifice. If they did not be more ruthless to themselves now, they would not be able to accept a one-sided massacre when the time came. Huangpu Feng pulled out the small blue flags on the map and replaced them with the black flags representing the corpse god palace. Then, he sighed and said, "The first and second lines of defense are already broken. Now, only the last 3 lines of defense remain." Reporting. Feng Xingsheng received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Shiman Bao received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Shiman clan to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Niu Deng received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 30 martial sages of the 10 Great Battle Realms to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Hua Dao received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 20 martial sages of the Thousand Mystery sect to provide reinforcements. Reporting. Bai Wuxia received orders from the Bushan Palace to bring 40 martial sages of the Extreme Yin sect to provide reinforcements. Just as Huangpu Feng frowned in worry, the cultivators outside came in with reports. When Huangpu Feng heard them, he could not help but rejoice. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Based on the quality of these reinforcements, the various 9 ranks of the great families had indeed put in a lot of effort. Most of the martial sages that their sects had not sent to the starry heaven Silver Lake had come. However, there seemed to be one sect that had not come yet, the Haotian sect. After thinking about it, Huangpu Feng did not place much hope on them. The Haotian sect had once had 2 people soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. Of them, Shao Chun had absorbed a lot of the essence of the divine spring. The 2 people's blood had refined the heavenly dew divine spring pill, which far surpassed the other sects, causing the Haotian sect's strength to soar. Now that the great chaos had started, the elite martial sages of the Haotian sect were all sent to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Compared to the other 9 ranks of the great families, they would not be able to bring many martial sages. Furthermore, most of them would be inferior grade martial sages. Feng Xingsheng, Shiman Bao, Bai Wuxia, and the others chatted in the plaza outside the palace. Several older generation martial sages with strong auras stood behind them. There were very few younger generation martial sages. Among them, there was no lack of medial grade martial sages. The 5 people leading them were incredibly strong, all possessing the combat prowess of a superior grade martial sage. Amid the great chaos, these absolute geniuses all improved at lightning speed. Bai Wuxia's divine energy was the most horrifying. He was the only one among the 6 who had comprehended a will. He was also the only demonic genius who had been to the Starry Sky Silver Lake. By the way, Brother Bai, weren't you at the Starry Sky Silver Lake? Why do you have the time to come to this resource planet to provide support? Isn't it a waste of your talent? Shiman Bao said somewhat respectfully to Bai Wuxia. Of course, given Bai Wuxia's current strength, he was indeed worthy of such compliments. Feng Xingsheng and the others also looked over curiously. The battles at the Starry Sky Silver Lake were the most intense and dangerous. However, the increase in strength there was also the fastest. Bai Wuxia did not hide anything. He smiled and said, "I am ashamed to say this. 1 month ago, I was severely injured by a genius of the newly born ancient Treant race. Fortunately, I managed to survive. After I recuperated, I prepared to rush to the Starry Sky Silver Lake again. However, I was informed that a starry heaven storm was approaching. Soon, the Starry Sky Silver Lake will enter a truce. Coincidentally, I received an order from Bushan Palace to send reinforcements, so the sect sent me to this Dragonwood Star." Bai Wuxia's words sounded humble. However, when the others saw his strength, they did not dare to underestimate him. Even if they did not use their wills, they would not be a match for Bai Wuxia. It looked like Bai Wuxia had indeed gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. Niu Deng said with some disbelief, "Are those geniuses of the newly born ancient races really that strong?" Bai Wuxue's expression turned grave. With some lingering fear in his heart, he said, "They are very strong, not much weaker than Wuk. One or two of them might even be on par with Wuk. If not for their small population, the Kunlun continent might not be dominated by 5 major races." Shimen Bao took over the conversation and said, "No matter what, it looks like Brother Bai gained a lot in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. This time, when we received the order to send reinforcements, Brother Bai will definitely take the lead and obtain the most military merits. Who knows, you might even be conferred a marquis at Bushan Palace." This was what Bai Wuxue was thinking in his heart. However, he still put on a humble expression. Feng Xingsheng felt it was strange. He said, "I wonder what kind of people the Haotian sect will send over. I heard that their elites are all at the Starry Sky Silver Lake." Bai Wuxue nodded and said, "The Haotian sect is in the limelight at the Starry Sky Silver Lake this time. Aside from Shui Lingling, who is as strong as before, there are also 2 new talents. One is called Yu Chenxi, and the other is called Gong Yangyu. Their growth speed is extremely terrifying. In that case, it looks like they will not be able to send out any decent people this time. They will only be able to go through the motions and will not be able to obtain many military merits. I wonder who will be leading them this time. It will probably be one of the older generations of the sect." As the group chatted, a group of martial sages wearing Haotian sect identity medallions slowly descended to the plaza at the summit of the mountain. "The Haotian sect's people are here. Indeed, they are all inferior grade martial sages." When Bai Wuxue and the others felt the aura of this group of people, they all had an expression of anticipation. However, when they saw the familiar face of the person leading the group, they were all shocked. They had not expected this at all. Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, it is him. Xiao Chen put away the Dragon's Gate's warship and descended to the summit with the juniors. He had not expected the leaders of the various sects to be familiar people. Smiling gently, Xiao Chen stepped forward and sized up Bai Wuxue and the others. He said, "Everyone, it has been a long time since we last met." 3 of these people had deep grudges with Xiao Chen. Niu Deng and Shimen Bao once worked together but could not defeat Xiao Chen, ruthlessly trampling on them. Bai Wuxue's situation went without saying. He was once one of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. However, he had been defeated in front of all the outstanding talents of the world, causing his reputation to plummet. As for the 1,000 mystery sects Huadao, although he did not have any grudges with Xiao Chen had smacked his fiancée's nose until it became crooked. Thus, Huadao had been suppressing his anger. The only one who did not have any grudges with Xiao Chen was the Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingsheng. However, ever since Xiao Chen appeared, Feng Xingsheng no longer dared to call himself the top bladesman of the 18 southern provinces. Xiao Chen did not know what Feng Xingsheng was thinking. Strictly speaking, he did not have any friendship with these 5 people. Inferior grade martial sage? When Bai Wuxue, Niu Deng, and Shimen Bao felt Xiao Chen's aura, they exchanged strange glances. They could not help feeling excited. It looked like the news of Xiao Chen being trapped for 2 years might be true. Otherwise, how could Xiao Chen's cultivation not have improved at all? After all, in this age, if one did not improve for 1 year, one would be left far behind. Of the 3, Niu Deng had the lowest cultivation. However, he was already a medial grade martial sage. Bai Wuxue was even more incredible, already a peak medial grade martial sage. His combat prowess far surpassed that of a regular superior grade martial sage. Brother Xiao Chen, it has really been a long time. The 3 transmitted their voices and discussed for a while. After that, they decided to send Shimen Bao out to test Xiao Chen. Shimen Bao strode forward with a warm expression. He stretched out his hand, and strands of law energy gathered in his hand. Then, he gently patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Those who did not know would think that the 2 were good friends who had not seen each other for many years. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same. He did not think much of it. He stretched out his hand and patted Shimen Bao's shoulder as well. It was a simple probing, but it was as intense as a mountain torrent. Both sides used their most powerful methods. Shimen Bao turned the 500-odd heavenly sage laws in his body into the image of a heavenly tiger. Then, he used a secret technique to merge them together, forming the true heavenly tiger energy. Even an indestructible Iron Man would shatter with a gentle pat from Shimen Bao. However, Xiaochen burned his 1,500 tons of vital qi. The pure energy surged through his body like a heaven dragon soaring. His vital qi immediately reached 2,500 tons of vital qi, half a dragon force. The two placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. Xiao Chen's strong rank 3 sage body was as unmoving as a mountain, standing tall. However, Shimen Bao fell to one knee with a plop. His complexion was pale and bloodless. It has been 2 years. Brother Shimen, there is no need to be so polite. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and raised his hand. Shimen Bao, who was doing his best to resist, felt his shoulder loosen. He could no longer control the force of his charge, and he flew back. Shimen Bao landed in a hurry. Just as he was about to say something, his left leg, which Xiao Chen had patted on his shoulder, went limp, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he could not help rejoicing. Earlier, he had wanted to take the lead, but Shimen Bao snatched it away. Fortunately, he had not fought over it. Otherwise, he would be the one embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Shimen Bao checked and found that there were no major problems. However, Xiao Chen's earlier attack had blocked the qi and blood in his knees. When he landed in a hurry, he lost his balance and naturally fell over. Just as Shimen Bao was about to get angry, Bai Wuxia stopped him. Bai Wuxia stepped forward. His handsome face appeared calm and at ease. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, after not seeing you for 2 years, you are still as elegant as before. Would you be willing to give me some pointers again?" Bai Wuxia's eyes filled with boundless confidence as he looked at Xiao Chen, quietly waiting for Xiao Chen's answer. After the battle at the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake, Bai Wuxia's strength was no longer the same as before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now only an inferior grade martial sage. He could definitely suppress Xiao Chen. Bai Wuxia still remembered the grievance from back then. If he did not take revenge now, when would he? Stop. A great enemy is before us, and you are still fighting among yourselves. What a scandal. If you want to fight for superiority, go and fight for military merits if you are capable. What is the point of being arrogant here? Huangpu Feng said furiously as he led a group of strong martial sages out of the palace in a grandiose manner. Huangpu Feng was only a superior grade martial sage. However, he held a high position in the Bushan Palace, conferred the title of Marquis. His status was even higher than theirs. Bai Wuxia was not willing to offend Huangpu Feng. He snorted coldly and turned around. Xiao Chen was happy and relaxed, ignoring Bai Wuxia. 2 years ago, he had already treated Bai Wuxia like air. Now, why would he care about him? It was like an ant teasing an elephant. The ant was very pleased with himself, not knowing what he was doing. This was extremely laughable. Chapter 874. Huangpu Feng's expression turned grave as he called out names, splitting the reinforcements into 3 groups. Xiao Chen and Feng Xingxing were in one group, Bai Wuxia and Shimen Bao were in another, and Hua Dao's and Niu Deng were in another. After that, Huangpu Feng handed out a military merit medallion to everyone. As long as they killed a corpse race cultivator, be it a demonic corpse or a corpse race cultivator, they would have their aura imprinted on the military merit medallion. When they returned, they would hand the medallions to someone to verify. That way, it would be easy to calculate everyone's military merits. Seeing the reinforcements holding the military merit medallions, Huangpu Feng said coldly, "I advise you not to let your guard down. The leaders of the corpse race are the underworld fire sovereign and the white bone sovereign's descendants, Wei Hua and Long Fei. Earlier, the 2 resource stars fell at the hands of these 2 people. Several superior-grade martial sages died at their hands. Right now, this dragonwood star is left with only the final line of defense. If we lose it, the other party will be able to approach our island. At that time, the entire dragonwood star will change hands. When everyone heard Wei Hua's and Long Fei's names, they could not help but be stunned. Clearly, they had not expected their opponents to be these 2. Aside from the Corpse God Palace's palace master, there were 4 sovereign martial emperors. The descendants of the 4 sovereign martial emperors had made quite a name for themselves in this chaos. They were all peak geniuses second only to Wuk, extremely strong. Everyone had expressions of disbelief as they asked, "What's going on? Why are these 2 not going to the starry heaven Silver Lake but here?" This was especially so for the smug Bai Wuxia. He was immediately defeated. Originally, he thought that after he left the starry heaven Silver Lake, he would stand out from the crowd, unrivaled. Unexpectedly, he still ran into 2 troublesome people. However, after thinking about it, these 2 people did not even dare to go to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Perhaps they did not live up to their reputation. If I can defeat them, I will definitely be conferred a king with military merits. I will be able to obtain countless benefits from the Bushan Palace. Huangpu Feng did not care what these people thought. He continued, "The 6 of you, quickly go to the island of the 3rd line of defense. The other party's morale is high. They might charge over in one go." Just as everyone was about to leave, Bai Wuxia called out to Xiao Chen and said, "Do you dare to make a bet with me?" Lord Huangpu's words do make some sense. "This time, I will bet with you again. Let's see who can obtain more military merits." Xiao Chen had long since disdained to play this kind of rooster crowing game, but since the other party had spoken, Xiao Chen did not want to have stage fright. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen had an idea. He smiled and said, "If you want to compete, that's fine. However, you have to add some stakes. I'm very interested in the inherited martial technique you obtained from the Snow clan. If you lose, you have to hand it over. How about that?" "Very well. If you lose, you will willingly let me step on your face. From today onwards, wherever I, Bai Wuxia, am around, you will disappear." Bai Wuxia was very confident of his victory. He was no longer the Bai Wuxia of 2 years ago. He needed to vent the frustration that he had been suppressing in his heart. No matter how Xiao Chen trampled on him, he had to ruthlessly trample on him. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent this frustration. Feng Xingsheng and the others were somewhat startled. Bai Wuxia's bet was too big. If Xiao Chen lost and got trampled on, he would not be able to continue living in the future. "It's a deal. I hope that you will keep your promise when the time comes." Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He waved his hand and led the Haotian sect disciples away. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, how did you do it? You casually raised your hand and made Shimen Bao fall from a distance." "That's right. That's right. How did you do it? Didn't you clearly let go already?" "Senior brother Xiao Chen." Senior brother Xiao Chen, on the way to the 3rd line of defense, the Haotian sect's group of people walked on the surface of the sea, fighting to be the first to ask Xiao Chen questions. That move just now had shocked these juniors. They had clearly placed their hands on each other's shoulders at the same time. He had clearly put his hand on Shimen Bao's shoulder at the same time. However, the famous outstanding young talent of the Tianwu domain, Shimen Bao, had knelt down on one knee. After that, he had clearly let go, but he fell again. This made them laugh miserably. If Xiao Chen could learn this move, he would definitely be very cool. In the future, he would definitely be in the limelight. Among them, Jean Lin was the most active. After losing to Xiao Chen, especially that incredulous look at the end, Jin Lin was shocked and no longer underestimated Xiao Chen. Compared to those juniors who had not personally experienced Xiao Chen's strength, Jin Lin idolized Xiao Chen even more. In the past few days, Jin Lin would occasionally ask Xiao Chen for advice on his saber techniques. He gained a lot and firmed up his opinion of Xiao Chen. Now, when Jin Lin saw Xiao Chen reduce Shimen Bao, who had been preparing to embarrass him, into a sorry state, he urgently wanted to learn this move. Xiao Chen smiled somewhat helplessly. This was just a side skill, a skill not worth mentioning at all. Yet, this group of juniors was terrifyingly enthusiastic. Oh, right. Senior brother Xiao Chen, that by Wuxia has been very different in the past 2 years. He has been undergoing experiential training in the starry heaven Silver Lake and has improved rapidly. He must be confident of winning the bet with you. Jin Lin could not help but say worriedly when he thought of Bai Wuxia's final bet with Xiao Chen. The starry heaven Silver Lake was a mysterious secret realm in the Kunlun realm. It was a silver lake formed entirely of spiritual energy in the starry heavens. It was very vast, and the lake nurtured all sorts of rare divine materials and plants. It was a natural paradise. As for the details, Xiao Chen did not know much. He only heard that there were many mysterious items there. The Bushan Palace, the Corpse God Palace, the Spirit Palace, the Thousand Deity Church, and the Fiend Domain's royal court all sent their elites there. Some of the geniuses of the ancient races that appeared recently also rushed to the starry heaven Silver Lake. Now, that place had already turned into the cruelest battlefield. Famous geniuses fell nearly every day. For Bai Wuxia to last 2 years in the starry heaven Silver Lake, his strength had definitely undergone a metamorphosis. However, Xiao Chen was very confident about the bet. Right now, even he did not know his true combat prowess. How strong was he now? Once he formally comprehended his saber Dao, how strong would he become? Xiao Chen had no way of knowing. Along the way, Xiao Chen could not endure the constant bombardment of the juniors. So, he told them how he had convinced Shimen Bao. The tall and burly Jin Lin learned the fastest. He practically understood it on the first try. After he tested it on one of his juniors, he was overjoyed. There were 2 other juniors who learned it quickly as well. Xiao Chen kept an eye on them, remembering them in his heart. Although it was an unorthodox Dao, those who could learn it so quickly were definitely talented. When the group was still a long way from the target island, Azure Monarch Island, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. He looked into the distance and frowned slightly. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was much stronger than the mental energy of the juniors. He could see the situation of the target island in advance. Unexpectedly, Huangpu Feng was right. The 3 islands that formed the third line of defense were indeed under attack. Senior brother, what's wrong? Jin Lin asked quickly when he saw something wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and said calmly, "Everyone, get ready. The battle is about to begin." The 20 juniors were stunned at first. Then, their blood surged. They did not feel nervous at all. In their eyes, this was a good opportunity to gain military merits and make a name for themselves. Xiao Chen shook his head in his heart. However, he did not expose them. He instructed, Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the 3 of you take the lead. These 3 were the juniors that Xiao Chen thought highly of. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Xiao Xian's full name was Huxian. When they heard Xiao Chen's instructions, they excitedly led the group of people into the sky, quickly flying towards Azure Monarch Island. Xiao Chen walked unhurriedly on the water. His steps did not look big. However, when he raised his leg, the water seemed to close up. When Xiao Chen took a step, a long mark appeared on the water behind him, looking like it was carved by a saber. Xiao Chen's speed was no slower than that of the juniors in the sky. He purposely suppressed his speed, keeping himself 5 kilometers behind the juniors, no more and no less. After a while, Azure Monarch Island appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The sounds of intense fighting came from the front. Waves surged, and battle cries shook the sky. When the cultivators guarding the island saw the 20 inferior-grade martial sages flying over, they all rejoiced. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and remained in the air, not making a move. Instead, he carefully observed the battle below. Demonic corpses refined from astral beasts crawled out of the water and clashed with the human cultivators. The weakest of the human cultivators fighting on the sea was a superior-grade martial monarch. In terms of numbers, they far outnumbered the corpse race cultivators. There were no more than 100 true corpse race cultivators. However, the large number of demonic corpses they summoned gave the corpse race a numerical advantage. Xiao Chen stared at a corpse race old man wearing black robes inlaid with gold. This old man was short and skinny, and his beady eyes radiated a sinister energy. This old man controlled 3 underworld fire demonic corpses to hold back a superior-grade martial sage of the human cultivators. Furthermore, this old man could find the time to kill human cultivators. When he attacked, death chi spread throughout his entire body. No one could last a single exchange with him. Unexpectedly, this old man was a superior-grade martial sage of the corpse race. Furthermore, his cultivation was very high. Xiao Chen looked at the buildings on the island. Using his spiritual sense, he felt that there should be a strong force on the island that had not been used yet. Among them were the auras of 2 superior-grade martial sages. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and muttered, "Are they guarding against something?" After the 20 inferior-grade martial sages of the Haotian sect joined the fray, the morale of the corpse race cultivators immediately soared. This was especially so after Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ke delayed the skinny old man. The situation became even better. Xiao Chen could not help but shake his head slightly. He said, "These 3 fellows are too arrogant." Instead of helping that human superior-grade martial sage delay the underworld fire demonic corpses, they came here to deal with the other party's leader. A newborn calf does not fear a tiger was a perfect example of such a situation. If one did not suffer, one would not learn to be obedient. Indeed, not long later, Jin Lin, who was eager to gain merits, fell for a brilliant opening that the skinny old man purposely revealed. In a moment of carelessness, Jin Lin suffered a palm strike to his chest. The skinny old man did not have a merciful heart. He immediately vomited a mouthful of black blood and was severely injured, temporarily losing his combat prowess. The 3's combined attacks broke. The other 2 did not last long before they were injured one after another. The skinny old man displayed his rich combat experience. He used the smallest price to defeat these 3 juniors with extraordinary combat prowess. He laughed strangely and was about to kill them when someone suddenly jumped out and blocked him. Chapter 875. It turned out that this person had been distracted. The human superior-grade martial sage, who had been delayed by the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, finally managed to extricate himself. The sword descended from the sky, carrying surging law energy as it chopped down at the old man's head. The skinny old man was startled and quickly retreated. When the sword light landed on the water, it kicked up huge waves. Some of the demonic corpses that were struck by the shock waves immediately shattered. After the sword light landed, the skinny old man looked at the situation of the battlefield. With the sudden addition of that group of juniors, the situation had reversed. The corpse race was now at a disadvantage. Retreat. The skinny old man did not care. He chuckled and waved his hand to recall the remaining corpse race cultivators. The demonic corpses scattered like the receding tide. Soon, the group of corpse race cultivators could no longer be seen. The human superior-grade martial sage stopped the people who wanted to give chase. Then, he walked over to the weakened Jin Lin and the other 2 and smiled. "You must be the reinforcements of the Supreme Sky Sect. You are really bold. That skinny old man from earlier." That skinny old man from earlier was a famous expert of the corpse race, the black stone old revenant. Even us old fellows did not dare to fight him alone. Jean Lin's group of 3 felt somewhat ashamed. They suppressed their injuries and performed cupped fist salutes. "Many thanks, Senior, for saving our lives." The sword-wielding old man was rather forthright. He smiled and said, "There is no such thing as saving lives on the battlefield. If not for you, I would not have been able to escape the encirclement of the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses so quickly." "That's right, why do I not see your leader?" The 3 were stunned and looked around. They could not help but find it strange. He was following us earlier. How come we can't see him now? The old man could not help but frown slightly. He turned around and looked in the direction that the Black Stone Old Revenants group had taken. The Black Stone Old Revenants group retreated. When he saw the new skull on the military merit medallion at his waist, his skinny old face filled with a smile. In this sneak attack, the Black Stone Old Revenant had killed more than 100 human cultivators. All of them were half-sages and above. Among them, there were even 5 inferior-grade martial sages with outstanding military merits. The only unfortunate thing was that the 3 juniors had managed to escape. The morale of the other corpse race cultivators was high as well. Most of the corpse race cultivators who died were demonic corpses. Not many of their own died. It could be said to be a great success. Hee. It is really easy to obtain military merits. It is good to follow the descendants of Wei Hua and Long Fei, 2 sovereign martial emperors. It won't be long before this dragonwood star will belong to our corpse race. At that time, there will be a lot of benefits. The group of people was in high spirits. None of them cared about the reinforcements that had just arrived. They chatted idly about what would happen after they conquered Dragonwood Star. Suddenly, the Black Stone Old Revenant stopped. A white figure stood calmly in the sunlight, his hands clasped behind his back. It was unknown how long he had been waiting. The Black Stone Old Revenant said coldly, "Who is it? Are you tired of living? You even dare to block our path? The people who will kill you." The white silhouette flashed, and the sound of a peerless saber being unsheathed rang out on the surface of the sea. Columns of water shot up into the sky, and waves blossomed beautifully. "Kill him." Despite being an inferior-grade martial sage, his tone was frighteningly arrogant. The Black Stone Old Revenant waved his hand. The 3 inferior-grade martial sages of the corpse race leaped out. With a casual wave, a few astral beast demonic corpses leaped out of the water and launched themselves at Xiao Chen. The fish-shaped astral beast had been a rank 1 astral beast when it was alive. After the corpse race transformed it, it was as strong as an ordinary inferior-grade martial sage. The most important thing was that there were many of them. Furthermore, they did not feel pain. Regular cultivators would have trouble encountering them. The 3 inferior-grade martial sages of the corpse race also smiled sinisterly. Normally, they relied on this astral beast demonic corpse. Normally, they relied on these astral beast demonic corpses. On this Dragonwood Star, martial sages of the same cultivation would not be a match for them. The image of Xiao Chen being delayed by these astral beast demonic corpses already appeared in their minds. Then, they would drag Xiao Chen to death. If he had a good physique and was refined into a demonic corpse, his strength would improve further. Ka-ca. Before the Black Stone Old Revenant could feel shocked, they saw Xiao Chen flying over. He was like a saber wind. The normally invincible astral beast demonic corpses did not even last a moment before the saber wind tore them into pieces, completely crippled. Shock appeared in the Black Stone Old Revenant's eyes. He got up and rushed forward. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat! Quickly scatter!" However, there was no chance to leave now. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he kicked. A resplendent saber light lit up, and the inferior-grade martial sage on the right was instantly decapitated, dying without a complete corpse. The remaining two were given a fright and quickly retreated. However, they saw a white figure pass between the two of them. The saber wind behind Xiao Chen split into two. With a "puci" sound, purple electricity flickered. The saber wind split the two corpse race cultivators in half, and blood spurted everywhere. When Xiao Chen looked up, he happened to see the black stone old revenant rushing over to help. When he saw the shocked expression on the old revenant's face, Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He clenched his right fist and punched. Blue dragon goes to sea. An overwhelming pillar of water soared into the sky. Boundless saber chi flew everywhere as Xiao Chen leaped out of the water. In the eyes of the black stone old revenant, Xiao Chen was sometimes a dragon, sometimes a saber, and sometimes a delicate white-robed cultivator. Xiao Chen's sharpness changed hundreds of times, unfathomable. However, it remained the same, sharp, unblockable, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Death chi accumulated in the black stone old revenant's body. He moved his 10 fingers and threw 2 palms at Xiao Chen's somewhat strange fist light. Ancient underworld river wave palm. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed. A huge spinning black ball appeared and turned into a flowing underworld river. Waves surged, forming thousands of layers as they surged towards Xiao Chen. The ghost race and corpse race both cultivated the death Dao. Many of their cultivation techniques and martial techniques were comprehended by their seniors while they observed the underworld river. Clearly, this ancient underworld river wave palm was a superior palm technique. When Xiao Chen sent out 2 palms, the underworld river surging towards Xiao Chen carried surging death chi. Illusions that could not be dispelled surrounded Xiao Chen in all directions. Vengeful spirits, white bones, graves, and malicious spirits formed a scene of purgatory, disrupting one's mind. Xiao Chen's heart was like a boulder. The various illusions did not shake his mental state at all. His fist light was unparalleled. Flickering electricity, an indistinct blue dragon, the 40% comprehended will of thunder, and the vague form of his saber soul quickly changed. I walk an unconventional path, blazing a new path of my own, unprecedented in the past and unmatched in the future. I merge the strengths of many schools of thought and create my own saber Dao. Even if the true underworld river descends, it will pierce through you, not allowing any water to enter. Furthermore, you are just a materialized underworld river. Its sharpness is ever-changing, no one can block it. Break for me. Boom. The surrounding illusions suddenly vanished. This punch knocked the surging underworld river into the air and into the clouds. The black stone old revenant was greatly startled. He formed hand seals and tossed out 3 underworld fire demonic corpses. Then, he retreated quickly. As he did so, he shouted, "Attack together. Use demonic corpses to surround him. I want to refine him into a demonic corpse. Then, he will be as strong as a Grandmaster-level martial sage." The close to 100 corpse race cultivators behind quickly formed hand seals. Light flickered on the surface of the sea, and various demonic corpses leaped out. Their auras were horrifying as they launched themselves at Xiao Chen. The death chi on Xiao Chen's body merged into one. The seawater under his feet turned pitch black like ink. The white clouds in the sky slowly faded away, encased by black clouds. This showed how horrifying this aura was. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled gently and tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Immediately, 4 spots of golden light surged out. The 40% comprehended will of thunder turned into 4 small golden sabers. The vague form of his saber soul contained a boundless and unparalleled saber intent. Whistling sounds rang out, and the 4 small golden sabers danced around Xiao Chen, forming a screen of lightning made of countless saber chi. Carrying this screen of lightning, Xiao Chen charged over. The demonic corpses in front of him gently touched them and tore them into pieces. Then, the electric light exploded and turned them into powder. The higher-ranked demonic corpses only lasted 1 more second. The screen of lightning immediately knocked back the 3 underworld fire demonic corpses, preventing them from interfering with Xiaochen. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, the group of demonic corpses on the surface of the sea was completely torn to shreds. The sky turned blue, and the seawater turned clear. The 100 corpse race cultivators had stunned expressions. They had never seen anyone sweep away their demonic corpses like they were trash before. The black stone old revenant rolled his eyes and shouted, "What are you staring blankly for? Just refine more demonic corpses after you run out. If we refine this brat, he will be equal to 1,000 monarch-grade demonic corpses." The group of corpse race cultivators hesitated. However, due to the black stone old revenant's orders and the fact that Xiaochen was alone, they steeled themselves and charged over. Seeing this scene, the black stone old revenant quietly put away the 3 severely injured underworld fire demonic corpses. Then, he turned around and fled. Xiaochen smiled coldly to himself. How could he allow the black stone old revenant to flee? How could he care about these 100 corpse race cultivators, whose strongest cultivation was only inferior grade martial sage? Military merits came from killing major characters. No matter how many the small shrimp you killed, it would be pointless. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations. Change. Change. Xiaochen's figure split into 9. He turned into 9 strands of saber wind, disappearing in a flash. Everywhere he passed, the unlucky corpse race cultivators turned into clumps of scarlet light and turned into skulls that appeared on his military merit medallion. The 9 figures merged back together, and they pushed off the air. Electric light burst out as they caught up to the fleeing black stone old revenant. Stay here. Xiaochen spread his fingers and grabbed at the black stone old revenant's head. Countless flickering electricity gathered in his palm. Every finger was as hard as a saber, flickering with a sharp edge. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiaochen used his strong physical body strength to tear off one of the black stone old revenant's arms. The electric light surging in his palm blasted the black stone old revenant's arm into the air. Xiaochen turned around slightly, using his body as a saber and his shoulder as the tip. Then, he crashed into the black stone old revenant. The barrier that the black stone old revenant formed with death chi in a fluster shattered with a ka-ca sound. This move was extremely tyrannical. It contained 1,500 tons of force, 90% comprehended saber intent, and the immortal will of thunder. It was a treasure saber forged with one's body as the blade. A cold light flashed, and its might was unparalleled. The black stone old revenant crashed into the military merit medallion. Secret treasures, cultivation techniques, and defensive martial techniques were all useless. The black stone old revenant was badly mangled, no longer recognizable. In that instant, his aura vanished, and he died. A bright purple skull immediately appeared on Xiaochen's military merit medallion, and he easily collected the 10,000 military merits. Xiaochen glanced at the black stone old revenant's military merit medallion and saw rows and rows of skulls. He wondered how many human cultivators had died at the hands of this crafty old revenant. Chapter 876. When the corpse race cultivators below saw the deformed black stone old revenant, they lost all will to fight and fled. This originally successful sneak attack was a complete failure. The destruction of the demonic corpses was a small matter. However, the death of a superior grade martial sage would enrage the 2 young masters. Xiaochen ignored these small fries and took out the ancient underworld river wave palm from the black stone old revenant's spatial ring. Then, he carefully studied it. Xiaochen wanted to walk an unprecedented path. He wanted to use his body as a saber, infusing all the techniques of the 100 schools of thought into his body, using them as divine materials to refine this powerful treasure saber. Regardless of whether it was because of the will of cycles or his own great Tao, he had to research the death Tao sooner or later. After a while, Xiaochen put away the ancient underworld river wave palm and closed his eyes to comprehend it. In the heavenly dew divine spring, everyone else had absorbed more essence than Xiao Chen had. His comprehension ability had already reached a horrifying level. With just one look, he roughly understood the principles of the ancient underworld river wave palm. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, he had already gained a lot. He muttered, "Not bad, the ancient underworld river wave palm is passable. When I subdue the death throne and obtain death chi, I will be able to execute this corpse race heaven-ranked martial technique." How preposterous! Who does he think he is? At such a crucial moment, he did not even show himself. What is this Xiao Chen trying to do? The Azure Monarch Island's island master, Xia Feng, appeared very angry, throwing a tantrum in the great hall. The two superior-grade martial sages beside him also had unsightly expressions. Feng Xingsheng, who was at the side, led the older generation martial sages of the Full Moon Pavilion in silence. They could not understand what Xiao Chen was trying to do. The Azure Monarch Island was attacked, yet Xiao Chen did not come to report after the matter was over. He was simply looking down on the island master here. When the Haotian sect disciples heard that Xiao Chen was being lectured, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. The tall and burly Jin Lin stepped forward and said, "Senior Xia, there's no need to be so angry. Senior brother Xiao Chen definitely did not disrespect the three of you on purpose." When Xiao Xian heard this, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. This senior brother Jin Lin really didn't know how to speak. On the surface, he was comforting her, but he shouldn't have been so direct. Xia Feng and the other two older generation martial sages were clearly respected existences who cared a lot about their reputation. When they heard Jin Lin's words, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Lu Wu snorted coldly and said with a displeased expression, "Who do you think I am? This old man has accumulated 100,000 battle merits, and the Palace Lord of Bushan Palace personally conferred me the title of Green Emperor Marquis, the Island Lord of Green Emperor Island, and the person in charge of the 3 defense lines of Dragonwood Planet. Do you think that a mere disciple of the Haotian sect would respect me? In times of chaos, it is like enlisting in the army to fight a war. Since he came with reinforcements, he has to abide by the rules of Bushan Palace. He has to lead his troops to report. Even now, he has not even seen his shadow. What a scandal!" The yellow-robed old man on the right also said, "We need an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise, when the main force of the corpse race attacks in the future, if he does not listen to commands and disrupts the army's morale, there will be big trouble." When the blue-robed old man, Qin Wu, who once saved Jin Lin and the other two, heard that the two wanted to take this matter to the extreme, he quickly said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be too angry. As for the details, we still have to wait for Xiao Chen to return first. There must be a reason for this." The yellow-robed old man immediately interrupted him rudely, "What reason could there be? In my opinion, he clearly saw that there was nothing going on, so he went out to search for treasures. He did not care about the reinforcements from Bushan Palace at all. There are many treasures in this resource pool." When the hot-tempered Jin Lin saw these two old fellows being unreasonable and taking advantage of the situation to make things difficult for Xiao Chen, how could he endure it? He immediately flared up, and a ruthless aura filled his burly body. Xiao Xian quickly stepped forward and said, "Seniors, our senior brother Xiao Chen would definitely not do such a preposterous thing. If I am not wrong, senior brother Xiao Chen should be chasing after the Black Stone Old Revenants group." When Xia Feng heard this, he could not help but smile coldly. "Little girl, you really do not know the immensity of the heavens and the earth. Who is the Black Stone Old Revenant? Even we do not dare to say that we can defeat him, yet he, a junior, dares to chase after them? Furthermore, there were more than 100 people who left with him. You are overestimating this brat." The moment Xia Feng said this, he could no longer endure it. He shouted angrily, "You two old fellows, don't rely on your status to look down on others. Our senior brother Xiao Chen is not as unbearable as you make him out to be. Although senior brother Xiao Chen is young, now that the great chaos has started, age is no longer the norm. Just because you can't defeat an opponent does not mean that senior brother Xiao Chen cannot do it. That's right. No matter what, our senior brother Xiao Chen is an upright person. He would not run off to search for treasures at this time. You two old fellows, the moment you open your mouths, all you have to do is bully others. What is there to be proud of? The group of junior generation disciples of the Haotian sect had long been dissatisfied with these two old fellows. The moment the battle ended, they did not even let them rest properly. Instead, they pulled them over and reprimanded them. With Jin Lin taking the lead, they all spoke up, directly opposing the two old fellows. Good. A group of juniors came under orders to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey and speak rudely. As the Azure Monarch Marquis, I will detain you now and let you calm down. Xia Feng revealed a sinister smile on his face. His expression was indistinguishable. Unexpectedly, he wanted to detain this group of juniors. Heavy footsteps resounded. Xia Feng's direct descendants gathered in the Great Hall. A large group of elite martial sages drew their weapons and surrounded the group. The matter suddenly blew up. Feng Xingsheng felt that something was wrong. However, he was cautious and did not show it on his face, not saying a word. Clearly, the blue-robed old man had not expected the matter to escalate to this point. He quickly said, "Island Lord Xia, the corpse race army is approaching. Dragonwood Star is in danger. This is a time when we need manpower. It is best to reduce the problem to a small one." However, the yellow-robed old man retorted, "Brother Qin, your words are wrong. With a great enemy before us, these people will naturally be a great help if we use them well. However, look at them, all of them are unruly and unruly. Just a few words and they are already like this. If a great battle really comes, not only will they not be of any help, but they will even cause chaos and affect the morale of the army. If you want to deal with them, do it quickly. Just deduct 5,000 military merits and send them back." However, Xia Feng did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Capture them all. Do you really think that Bushan Palace is a place for you little fellows to fool around in?" Xiao Xian's expression changed. Even with her extraordinary intelligence, she did not know what to do. She had not expected the situation to develop like this. The Azure Monarch Island martial sages in the Great Hall were clearly the elites of the island. Furthermore, there were many of them. If they fought, the juniors of the Haotian sect would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, given the personalities of Jin Lin and the others, they were not people who would give in easily. What should I do? What should I do? In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xiao Xian's mind. No matter how hard she tried, she could not think of a countermeasure. Stop! Who dares to touch the people of my Haotian sect? Just as Jin Lin and the others were about to make a move against the elite martial sages of the Azure Monarch Island, a cold shout came from outside the Great Hall. The voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating, like a knife stabbing into the sea of consciousness. Everyone could not help but stop what they were doing and look towards the entrance of the Great Hall. Senior brother Xiao Chen. The juniors of the Haotian sect all showed joy on their faces as they all called out in unison. Xiao Chen stood outside the door and looked at Xia Feng. He said in a cold voice, "How awe-inspiring. You even dare to casually detain the true inheritors of my Haotian sect." When Xiao Chen approached the Azure Monarch Island, he had already clearly seen the situation in the Great Hall with his spiritual sense. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He wanted to see what this Xia Feng was up to, so he was not in a rush to enter. Who knew, these two people became more and more overbearing. When Xiao Chen arrived outside the Great Hall, the guards stopped him from entering. When he forced his way in, he saw the scene before him. When Xia Feng saw Xiao Chen arrive, he did not panic. He smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chen, you came at a good time. You came with the order to reinforce the army. Why did you not report with the disciples of your sect? Are you looking down on the Bushan Palace? Xiao Chen's thoughts were as meticulous as a web. After many speculations, he already had a rough idea of what was going on. He retorted coldly, "Don't accuse me of anything. It is not that I am looking down on the Bushan Palace. It is just that I am looking down on you." Facing Xiao Chen's rudeness, not giving him any face, Xia Feng could not help feeling stifled. He retorted angrily, "How bold." This old man accumulated 100,000 military merits and was conferred the title of Azure Monarch Marquis by the Bushan Palace's palace master, commanding the 3 lines of defense of Dragonwood Star. You came with the order to reinforce the army, yet you dare to disobey it? The order to reinforce the army? Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "The order to reinforce the army is to reinforce the army of the Bushan Palace. However, it is an order from my Haotian sect's first elder, Han Qinghe. It is also to protect the people of my Haotian sect. You are just an insignificant island master. Who do you think you are to order me around?" The yellow-robed old man at the side leaped up and shouted, "What a sharp-tongued, arrogant brat. Island master, I'll go and capture this brat and teach him a lesson on behalf of his sect master." The yellow-robed old man soared into the air and clenched his fist. Then, the law energy in his body surged. As the yellow-robed old man's deep cultivation flickered, an intense wind blew. Several inferior-grade martial sages with unstable foundations were blown over by this wind. "You are seeking death." When Xiao Chen saw that this person really dared to make a move, his expression turned cold, and his figure flashed. The sound of a treasured saber being unsheathed rang out. Xiao Chen's black hair fluttered without any wind, and his white robes fluttered. It was like he was the brightest saber in the world. His sharpness changed, unparalleled. Bang! The 2 fists clashed, and the yellow-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he flew back like a sharp arrow. He felt like a knife was scraping his arm. The pain was unbearable. The yellow-robed old man's sea of consciousness churned endlessly, and his mind buzzed. A strong will intimidated him into temporarily losing his ability to think. By the time the yellow-robed old man recovered his wits, he was already lying on the ground. The clothes on his right arm were tattered and covered in blood. The moment this scene appeared, it shocked everyone present. Xia Feng's heart sank. Although the yellow-robed old man's talent was limited, he was only an early-stage superior-grade martial sage. He had underestimated his opponent, but he was still a superior-grade martial sage. Unexpectedly, he could not even block one move from this brat. This was too frightening. Chapter 877. Whoosh! Just as he was lost in his thoughts, something flew in front of him. He caught it and looked at it. It was Xiao Chen's merit plate. There was a bright purple skull on it, dazzling everyone's eyes. Xia Feng wondered if he was seeing things. "You, the Blackstone old ghost, you actually, really killed him. This is impossible." His face was filled with shock as he looked at Xiao Chen in complete disbelief. Xiao Chen enunciated every word as he said in a threatening tone, "Bright purple skull, 10,000 military merits. You have to kill a superior-grade martial sage. Bushan Palace personally forged the military merit plate, authentic and genuine. How dare you, a mere island master, not believe it? You even dare to doubt the merit plate forged by Bushan Palace. This is simply disgraceful. Watch me capture you and teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Xiao Chen took a step forward, wanting to charge at the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xia Feng. Qin Wu, one of the 3 overseers of the island, quickly stopped him and said, "Xiao Chen, how about we end this matter here? It was not that you were absent for no reason. Not only did you fail, but you were also rewarded. I apologize to you on behalf of Island Lord Xia." When Xia Feng heard that Xiao Chen didn't even want to let him go, he felt a trace of fear when he saw the other party's sharpness. Then he saw the genuine bright purple skull on the merit plate. He knew that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully, so he couldn't help but hesitate. Now that he heard Qin Wu say this, he found a way out of this embarrassing situation. He immediately said, "This is my fault. I can use my authority as the Island Lord to give each of your Haotian sect disciples 500 battle merits." With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen pulled his merit medallion over and said coldly, "The disciples of the Haotian sect are all elites. They don't need you to give them their merit medallions. They will come out on their own. Since you've admitted your mistake, I won't pursue today's matter any further. Take care of yourself." Xiaochen did not intend to continue to be unreasonable with the other party's humble attitude. Moreover, there was something fishy about this matter, and he needed to take his time to figure it out. "That's right, we don't need a small island lord like you to give us military merits. He's just a small island lord, yet he thinks he's someone important. Does he think we're beggars with just 500 battle merits?" The group of Haotian sect disciples did not care about Xia Feng at all. With Xiaochen here, they straightened their backs and spoke with confidence. The little island lord called out, "Little island lord," causing the Azure Monarch Marquis, Xia Feng, to feel extremely embarrassed. However, he did not dare to flare up. His appearance was extremely funny. Xiaochen smiled faintly and waited for this group of juniors to have enough fun before leading them out of the lobby. Seeing this group of people swaggering around, the Full Moon Pavilion's martial sages, who were watching them make a fool of themselves earlier, revealed envious expressions. Feng Xingsheng sighed. After not seeing Xiaochen for 2 years, Xiaochen's strength had not regressed at all. Instead, his growth was startling. He could rival the peak outstanding talents of the starry heaven Silver Lake. When he attacked, he had a different kind of demeanor, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, Feng Xingsheng could feel that demeanor. Not only did Xiaochen have the bearing of an elder, but he also had the confidence of a powerful expert. Furthermore, they had the confidence of a powerful expert, which boosted the morale of these Supreme Sky Sect juniors, making them hot-blooded. When Feng Xingsheng saw the experienced elders behind him, he could not help smiling bitterly. The overall strength of his group should be about the same as that of the Haotian sect. However, if they wanted to compete for battle merits, they could not compare to Xiaochen's group. The reason was Feng Xingsheng. Feng Xingsheng did not have the demeanor that Xiaochen had. He did not have the unrivaled confidence that gave the people of the sect. "Island Lord Xia, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave as well." Feng Xingsheng performed a cupped fist salute to Xia Feng and took his leave. Then, he led the Full Moon Pavilion's martial sages out of the lobby. After everyone left, only Xia Feng and the yellow-robed old man remained in the lobby. When Xia Feng saw the yellow-robed old man's bloody arm, which had yet to recover, he sighed, "It looks like there is really a problem this time. Brother Xia, what are you afraid of? I sent you a voice projection earlier to take down this brat in one go. Why did you not listen to me and let him go for nothing?" The yellow-robed old man demanded, feeling aggrieved. Xia Feng revealed a contemplative expression. He said, "You are thinking too simply. This brat defeated you with one punch. It was not just because you underestimated him. What should we do? You might be able to swallow this, but I cannot." When Xia Feng heard this, his face sank. He smiled coldly and said, "I do not intend to let him off so easily. Now, it is already very difficult to find any evidence to use against him. However, I have my own ways to deal with him. At that time, I will make him beg for mercy before me like a dog." The yellow-robed old man looked around and asked, "Brother Xia, what do you mean?" "Silence," Xia Feng said cautiously. Then, with a sinister gaze, he said, "Just wait. Let him jump around for a few days first. This old man will ruthlessly slap him to death." At the camp of the Haotian sect on Azure Monarch Island, Xiaochen stretched out his hand and placed it on the foreheads of Jin Lin, Xian Er, and Lu Ku. Then, he used the lightning-attributed energy to refine the death qi in their bodies. "This old fellow is really ruthless. If I delay the death chi in your bodies any longer, there will be trouble. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and scattered his energy. Then, he spoke to the three, whose complexions looked much better. However, Jin Lin laughed loudly and asked in a hurry, "Senior brother Xiao Chen, did you really kill that black stone old revenant?" Lu Ku and Xian hurriedly asked. The three of them were no match for the black stone old ghost even after joining hands. They had personally experienced how powerful the other party was. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "The black stone old revenant is not considered a very powerful superior grade martial sage. What is difficult to deal with are the three specially refined underworld fire demonic corpses in his hands. Otherwise, he would not be considered much among cultivators of the same rank. My physical body has already reached the peak of rank 3 sage body. Coupled with the saber Dao that I cultivate, I do not fear his underworld fire demonic corpse. That's why it was easy to kill him." When the three of them heard Xiao Chen say it casually, but they did not believe him, they secretly admired him. The scene of his fluttering long hair and fluttering white robes in the great hall had left a deep impression on the three of them. The instant Xiao Chen took a step forward, a boundless light seemed to shine from his body, like the brightest treasured saber in the world. The three of you don't need to belittle yourselves so much. If you cooperate well and don't be greedy, you'll definitely be able to win. With just the three of you, you can fight to a draw with the black stone old revenant without his demonic corpses. This time, I purposely did not make a move to teach you a lesson." Xiao Chen could tell that the three of them were somewhat anxious. If he did not teach them a lesson, it would be pointless. If he said it again, it would be more convincing. The three of them lowered their heads awkwardly. After Xiao Chen said this, they could not find any words to retort. Xiao Chen took out a sea map and gathered the three of them together. Then, he pointed to several sea maps occupied by the corpse race and said, "After this round of harassment by the corpse race, there will probably be peace for a while. You can use this time to obtain military merits." After boasting in front of Xia Feng, it would be laughable if I couldn't get any military merits. This great chaos isn't just a fortuitous encounter for geniuses. Although our names aren't well known for now, there's no guarantee that we won't be famous one day. When the three heard Xiao Chen talk about proper matters, their expressions turned serious. Jin Lin felt his blood boil. He said, "That Xia Feng keeps calling himself the Azure Monarch Marquis. 100,000 military merits. This time, I have to obtain 100,000 marquis as well." However, Lu Ku and Xian laughed softly. What a braggart. Xiao Chen smiled as well. Of the three, the one he thought the most highly of was Jin Lin. Jin Lin's talent and sharpness were excellent. However, he was not mature enough. With some polishing, he would definitely have some accomplishments. The three of you will lead the team. Every afternoon, when the death chi is at its weakest, you can go to these islands to harass them. However, remember to stop when you're ahead. When I returned, I checked out the situation of the surrounding sea region. As long as you do as I say, there should not be any problems. After saying that, Xiao Chen pointed to the other islands and said, "Don't go to these islands. They have superior grade martial sages guarding them. I'll let you know when you can go." After that, Xiao Chen gave pointers based on the three's earlier battles, pointing out their shortcomings. After a long time, the three left happily. Only Xiao Chen remained in the room. He opened his hand, and a cauldron appeared in his universe ring. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the cauldron, looking very lifelike. A fierce purple flame burned in the cauldron, and there was a jade-white egg in the middle of the flame. The cauldron was the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. The flame was the much stronger purple thunder true fire. Naturally, the egg was the golden crow egg. Xiao Chen needed to extract a trace of the solar true fire's origin flame to hatch this golden crow egg. As of now, Xiao Chen did not have the ability to do so. However, the purple thunder true fire was also an extreme yang flame. If he used its origin flame to hatch the egg, there should be some effect. Xiao Chen looked carefully. After 1.5 years of nourishment by the purple thunder true fire, there were indeed some cracks in the jade-white egg shell. However, they were as thin as hair and were barely noticeable. Xiao Chen did not know how long it would take before he could truly hatch this golden crow egg. However, there was at least some hope, giving him some hope. After putting away the dragon phoenix cauldron, Xiao Chen paced around the room. Then, he thought about the conflict between him and Xia Feng in the Great Hall that day. After he was done, he was even more certain of his guess. Everything in the world revolved around the word benefit. It was either benefit oneself or benefit others. How could there be hatred for no reason? The third line of defense of Bushan Palace on Dragonwood Star was mainly made up of 3 islands, Azure Monarch Island, White Monarch Island, and Black Monarch Island. At this moment, Bai Wuxia and Shimen Bao were drinking wine and chatting on Black Monarch Island. Shimen Bao took a sip of wine and smiled. "Brother Bai, you really showed off your might this time. Snow covering the mountains and rivers. Those corpse-race demonic corpses were all frozen into ice. The people on the island were all stunned." Bai Wuxia felt very cocky in his heart. However, he smiled modestly and said, "They are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. They are nothing before true experts. Since the descendants of the White Bone Sovereign and the Underworld Fire Sovereign are here, they must have brought sage-grade demonic corpses as well." Shimen Bao knew what to say at this moment. He offered a toast and said, "Hee hee. Brother Bai is too humble. I killed 10 odd medial-grade martial sages and gained 3,000 military merits in one go. Who can compare to me? I will definitely be conferred king this time." Black Monarch Island was the same as Azure Monarch Island, they were attacked as well. Bai Wuxia was indeed terrifyingly strong. After obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance and comprehending it thoroughly, he managed to kill several demonic corpses and superior-grade martial sages. Bai Wuxia took a sip of wine and did not reply. 100,000 marquises, 1,000,000 kings. The sons of the 3 holy masters had not been conferred king in Bushan Palace yet. Bai Wuxia was still somewhat self-aware. However, he was still confident of suppressing the crowd and obtaining 100,000 military merits. Chapter 878. As the two chatted, a spirit bird flew in. Shimen Bao asked out of curiosity, "Who sent the letter?" Bai Wuxia took out a piece of paper from the bird's leg and said, "I asked an elder of the Full Moon Pavilion to keep an eye on Xiao Chen and see how many military merits he has." Shimen Bao was unhappy with Xiao Chen. He laughed loudly and said, "There's no need to look. That brat cannot compare to Brother Bai. No matter how powerful an inferior-grade martial sage is, he is only a so-so. This time, Brother Bai will definitely trample on him." Bai Wuxia, who opened the piece of paper, was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. He read it a few times before confirming that he had not seen wrong. Bright purple skull. Killed the Black Stone Old Revenant. Obtained 10,000 military merits. Killed too many demonic corpses. Too many to count. When Shimen Bao heard Bai Wuxia read out the contents of the piece of paper, the wine cup he was holding to his lips fell to the ground and shattered. Shimen Bao could not close his mouth for a long time. The army of the corpse race had already occupied the second line of defense. One of the islands produced black patterned stones, which could be used to refine the rare black patterned gold. The corpse race army did not refine much each time. However, after 8 to 10 years, the quantity would be considerable. It would be more than enough to refine a subdivine weapon. This island was called Black Patterned Island. It was also the main island of the second line of defense. The White Bone Sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, and the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, were currently discussing matters in a great hall on the island. Their expressions were extremely relaxed. There were 2 other people beside the two. One of them was Wang Can. Although his great-grandfather was a corpse race martial emperor, he was not a sovereign martial emperor. His status in the corpse race was far below that of Long Fei and Wei Hua. The other person's identity was very interesting. It was hard to imagine that he would appear together with Wei Hua again. This person was the Iron Hand sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. The grudge between the Iron Hand sovereign and the Underworld Fire sovereign had caused a huge commotion back then. Even the descendants of the younger generation had many different versions of the story. The White Bone sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, was very fair and clean. He dressed like a scholarly young master and held a folding fan in his hand. This was a great contrast to the corpse race people. Because of their special physical body cultivation methods, most of the corpse race's members had dark skin. Coupled with the fact that they cultivated the Tao of Death, they appeared even gloomier. Very few of them had the appearance of a pale scholar like Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the silent Kuei Do. Then, he fanned himself and smiled gently. "Brother Kuei Do, you should not regret not continuing to the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake, right?" Kuei Do was a good friend of Long Fei. The two of them could be said to be bosom buddies. Half a month ago, Kuei Do had temporarily left the Starry Sky Silver Lake due to his injuries. When he heard that a storm was about to descend upon the Starry Sky Silver Lake, he had coincidentally received Long Fei's invitation. Thus, he had come to Dragonwood Star dubiously. In the letter, the other party had written a lot about the benefits of occupying a resource star. The benefits were much better than the benefits obtained in the Starry Sky Silver Lake. At first, he did not believe it. Resource stars were rare, and every race would send a large number of troops to guard them. How could 2 resource stars be taken down so easily? When Xiaochen arrived at Dragonwood Star and saw Long Fei and Wei Hua easily occupy most of the sea region, he completely believed Xiaochen. In the past 2 years, Kuei Do's physical body had become even more powerful. He even showed signs of breaking through to rank 4 sage body. A casual strike of Kuei Do's could reach 1,500 tons of force. When he used his physical body martial techniques, he could achieve 2,500 tons of force. According to legend, the heaven dragon that existed during the Immortal epoch could achieve 5,000 tons of force in one strike. That was one dragon force. 2,500 tons of force was half a dragon force. By relying on his strong physical body and half a dragon force, although Kuei Do was not as glorious as people like Di Wuk in the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake, he still flourished. If he hadn't been injured by a genius of the Azura race who had just appeared, he wouldn't have had to temporarily retreat. When Kuei Do heard Long Fei's question, he smiled gently and replied, "There are all sorts of benefits in the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake. There are 10,000-year-old spirit herbs, spirit beasts with the bloodlines of living creatures, and all sorts of precious divine materials. However, most of them were obtained by Di Wuk's group. The main thing in the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake is combat comprehension. If it were just me, the benefits I obtained in this Dragonwood Star are far greater than in the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake. The only thing I lack is demonic geniuses. Fighting with me is somewhat boring." Wang Can walked over and said, "Brother Kuei Do, there is no need to worry too much. This time, the Bushan Palace has already sent strong reinforcements. I heard that the descendant of the Qing Emperor, Xiaochen, who disappeared for 2 years, is among them." Bai Wuxia and the others had not known that the Haotian sect would send Xiaochen to lead the team. Unexpectedly, Wang Can knew. This was very strange. Kuei Do felt that there was a reason for this. However, this was to be expected. If there was no special reason, how could Long Fei and Wei Hua let the prepared Dragonwood Star suffer a crushing defeat after taking down 2 resource stars? Kuei Do did not care about this. What he cared about was Xiaochen. He came at the right time. After not seeing him for 2 years, I hope he will not disappoint me, Kuei Do said with a sullen expression. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen's punch in the Sage Mark Monument had beaten him up like a dog. Kuei Do would never forget that. Wei Hua walked over with a cold expression and said, "Don't worry. It would have been fine if he had hidden forever. Now that he has shown himself again, I will let him know that there are some people that he cannot cheat." Although Kuei Do did not fight with Xiao Chen 2 years ago, he had cheated him miserably. Although he did not lose much, the news spread everywhere. He had completely lost face. Kuei Do was the descendant of a bona fide sovereign martial emperor. In this age of geniuses, he would definitely rise up. How could he leave such a stain on his reputation? The white-faced Long Fei fanned himself with a folding fan. Curiosity stirred in his heart. He said, "You are all outstanding talents, heroes among people. To think that you all fell at this brat's hands. I really want to see how incredible this person is." Young masters, the teams that went to scout have all retreated. The detailed battle reports have already been prepared. A corpse race cultivator outside the hall quickly walked in and handed over a stack of battle reports before kneeling on the ground. Wei Hua's face lit up in joy. His figure flashed as he stepped forward and picked up the battle reports. He smiled and said, "Good. Let me see how strong the reinforcements are." Wei Hua took out the first battle report and revealed a disdainful expression. He smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, the 1,000 mystery sects Hua Dao and the battle realms Niu Deng. As I expected, they are somewhat strong. However, they are only a so-so." Wei Hua took out the second battle report, and his disdainful expression vanished. He frowned slightly and said, "This by Wuxia is rather problematic." Despite obtaining the Snow Race's inheritance, he actually destroyed a group of monarch-grade demonic corpses and killed 10-odd medial-grade martial sages. He nearly dragged out the leader, Elder Sun. When Kuei Do heard this, he said, "I fought with this by Wuxia in the Starry Heaven's Silver Lake. He is indeed a powerful person." However, Long Fei did not care. He said, "They are just monarch-grade demonic corpses. No matter how many are destroyed, there is no need to feel too much heartache over the losses of medial-grade martial sages. Since Elder Sun managed to return, it is already worth it to test him out." Wei Hua felt the same way as well. Although Bai Wuxia was a powerful person, he did not feel any fear. He picked up the third battle report with a somewhat gloomy expression. This report recorded the process of the Black Stone Old Revenants team probing Azure Monarch Island. After Wei Hua unfolded it, his expression changed drastically with just one look. He exclaimed, "What? The Black Stone Old Revenant actually died?" A team of 100 could not even delay him for a moment. Wang Can, Long Fei, and Kuei Do were all startled. They quickly read through the battle reports, their eyes filled with disbelief. How bold of him! "He dares to block a team of 100 people from my corpse race alone," Long Fei said in rage as he waved the folding fan in his hand. Wang Can said somewhat worriedly, "This fellow is clearly here to kill Elder Black Stone. He probably let those inferior-grade martial sages go on purpose. He does not care about them at all." Kuei Do smiled coldly and said, "Good. If he had turned into a worm, it would not be interesting for me to trample on him." Whoosh! A metal sword pierced through the wall and flashed, flying towards Wei Hua. Wei Hua stretched out his hand and caught it. Then, he slowly revealed a smile on his face. He said, "What a great fellow, Xiao Chen. This is a great help to me. In less than 2 months, Dragonwood Star will definitely change hands." Wang Can quickly asked, "Brother Wei, why are you so happy? What news did that person send?" Long Fei casually shook his hand and shattered the metal sword into pieces. He said calmly, "This time, Xiao Chen will definitely die. Someone has already thought of a countermeasure for us. Come, let's go and make some preparations first. Then, we will wait for the good news and make our move at any time." Back on Black Monarch Island, Xia Feng, the yellow-robed old man, and Qin Wu, the 3 upper echelon members of the island, went to Xiao Chen's residence together. For the past few days, Xiao Chen had remained in seclusion, continuously comprehending and perfecting his Tao. He did not spend all his time on his cultivation. Right now, his saber Tao was the most important. It had already reached a critical juncture. Every day, a large number of ideas appeared and were quickly rejected. At the same time, he was waiting for some people to make a move. Today, it had finally arrived. Little friend Xiao Chen, brother Xia and brother Xiao have already reflected on what happened in the Great Hall. This old man will help me set up a connection and get the 2 of them to apologize to you again. Consider it as no discord, no concord. After Qin Wu entered, he lowered his status and spoke sincerely to Xiao Chen. Xia Feng and the yellow-robed old man also had smiles on their faces as they said some seemingly sincere words. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart, but his expression did not change. He looked at Xia Feng and said, "Island Master Xia, you probably did not come here just to apologize, right?" Xia Feng did not show any anger on his old face. Instead, he said somewhat apologetically, "Little friend Xiao Chen, you misunderstand. This time, I am indeed here to apologize to little friend. At the same time, I also brought a token from Senior Huangpu. I hope that little friend Xiao Chen can officially go out and harass the corpse race army. If I continue to pretend, I will expose my whereabouts to the upper echelon of the corpse race as soon as I go out. Boundless danger awaits me." Xiao Chen received the token and casually placed it on the table. He said coldly, "If I am not wrong, Island Master Xia spent a lot of effort to obtain this token from Senior Huangpu, right?" Xia Feng, who was exposed, was clearly stunned. Although he quickly covered it up, it could not escape Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen could not be bothered to say more. He closed his eyes and ignored Xia Feng. "Humph! How bold of you, Xiao Chen. Now, you even dare to disobey Lord Huangpu Feng's orders. Just you wait. I will definitely report this matter. The Bushan Palace will not let you off so easily." Chapter 879. Xia Feng revealed his true colors and left ruthlessly. Then, he led the yellow-robed old man away, leaving behind an embarrassed Qin Wu. "Old Mr. Qin, there is no need to feel conflicted. In less than 7 days, everything will come to light." Xiao Chen opened his eyes and said something that Qin Wu could not understand. Now, Xiao Chen was 100% sure of his guess. How could Xiao Chen tolerate such an ambitious person? After old Qin left in a daze, Xiao Chen stood up, and his eyes turned cold. This Xia Feng definitely did not expect that I would dare to reject Huangpu Feng's orders. Within 7 days, he will definitely inform the corpse race that there is a change in the plan. At that time, I will be able to catch him easily. I will kill this scoundrel. Otherwise, I will not be able to fight to the death with the corpse race. Think about it. If you focused on fighting at the front, and someone informed the enemy of your movements, what kind of terrifying scene would that be? However, before that, it is time to subdue and suppress the death throne. Now that my immortal will of thunder has reached 40% comprehension, and I have advanced to martial sage, what is there to fear? A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and a black light came out. This was one of the 7 thrones, the death throne. Massacre, destruction, destruction, grief, pain, despair, death. The 7 thrones looked like they were all negative emotions. However, when one thought about it, the cycle from massacre to death was a cycle from life to death. The state of cycle definitely surpassed all the states in the world. It was on the same level as the state of primal chaos formed by Chu Chaoyun's state of light and darkness. They both pointed to the origin of the great Tao. However, it was still too far away now. Xiao Chen had only collected 2 thrones. He could not bite off more than he could chew. He had to subdue the death throne first and be able to circulate death qi. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense flew out of his forehead with the purple lightning talisman. With a flash of electric light, it entered the throne. A boundless sea of death qi appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. With the experience of subduing the massacre throne, the purple lightning talisman hovered above Xiao Chen's head as it flew towards the sea of death. No matter how vast the sea was, it would not go on forever. Occasionally, black tentacles leaped out of the sea and swung at the body formed by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense. However, before they could touch it, the electric saber qi from the talisman shattered them. This did not stop Xiao Chen from advancing. The further he went, the denser the death qi became. The talisman above him sent out strands of electric light, encasing Xiao Chen and preventing him from being to it. "Junior, you finally came out." Just as Xiao Chen flew to the end, the death qi below surged and surged back, forming a 1-kilometer-tall demonic figure that looked down at Xiao Chen from above. Xiao Chen's figure wavered, and his spiritual sense body became 1,000-fold larger. He looked at that demonic figure and said, "I should be the one saying that. You finally could not resist coming out. It looks like the deterrence of my purple lightning talisman is rather strong." Naturally, this demonic figure was the item spirit of the death throne. However, the evil king was already dead, and this item spirit had mutated long ago. It was now an evil spirit. Humph. It is just the immortal will of thunder. How much harm do you think it can do to me? I'll give you a chance to become stronger. Sign an equal contract with me and help me recover my strength. I will provide you with death qi. The demonic figure did not even look at the purple lightning talisman. It did not care at all as it made a condition for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen found it funny. This demonic figure really knows how to act. It will not shed a tear until it sees the coffin. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. Without any warning, the purple lightning talisman flew towards the demonic figure. Instantly, a flickering electric light crackled within the demonic figure. The demonic figure's body shrank continuously as it howled in pain. Finally, it shrank back to its normal human form and rolled around on the surface of the sea. In the past, Xiao Chen would not have been confident of dealing with this evil spirit with just 10% of the immortal will of thunder. Now, there was nothing to fear. If this evil spirit was truly powerful, Wang Can would not have been defeated by it back then. It could only be said that this evil spirit was just bluffing. The demonic figure could not use much of the Death Throne's energy. Like the Massacre Throne's evil spirit, it was still accumulating energy. Stop. Stop. I'll sign a contract with you and be your servant forever. I know all the secrets of the Death Throne. I can help you ascend to the Death Great Tao and surpass all the martial emperors of the corpse race and ghost race. The demonic figure could not help begging for mercy amid the pain. As an evil spirit, you should not exist in this world in the first place. Go in peace. What I seek is the Tao of reincarnation, my own ultimate saber Tao. I do not care about the Death Great Tao. How could Xiao Chen believe the words of such an evil being? Furthermore, he did not care about the Death Great Tao, either. Xiao Chen subdued the 7 thrones and grasped the state of cycle. His ultimate goal was to serve his saber Tao. The Tao of reincarnation was also created by someone before him. Xiao Chen's martial Tao was a path that no one had ever taken before or since. He embraced many schools of thought, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber, creating a supreme saber Tao. Amid the demonic figure's dissatisfied cries, Xiao Chen used the will of thunder to refine it. Then, he placed his spiritual mark on the Death Throne, officially subduing 2 of the 7 thrones. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense and the purple lightning talisman returned to his body. Then, he withdrew the Death Throne into his sea of consciousness. The 2 thrones, one red and one black, slowly spun in his sea of consciousness. The purple lightning talisman was like an aloof king, looking down on the 2 thrones. With a thought, black death qi came out of Xiao Chen's fingertips. He smiled in satisfaction and said, I should be able to execute the ancient underworld river wave palm now. The death great Tao is really miraculous. Unexpectedly, the death chi in the world can bring out such great might. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and carefully comprehended, merging several mysteries of the death great Tao with his saber Tao. By the time Xiao Chen opened his eyes, the sky had already turned dark. He had spent an entire day on this. However, he had gained a lot. If he ran into the corpse race's people, he would definitely be able to give them a pleasant surprise. After looking at the sky outside the window, Xiao Chen put on the heavenly sea cloak and sneaked out. When he arrived above the palace where Xia Feng resided, he activated the cloak's special effect, completely concealing himself. For the entire night, everything in the palace was normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Every day, Xia Feng would use his flying sword to report the situation on the island to Huangpu Feng's headquarters. Xiao Chen was very patient. He was also very confident of his guesses. The other party would definitely give himself away. In the end, after 3 days, Xia Feng did not make any strange movements. Just as Xiao Chen's patience was about to run out, Xiao Chen finally discovered something wrong on the 7th day. As usual, Xia Feng sent out a flying sword message. 2 hours later, Xia Feng strangely sent out another flying sword message. 2 hours later, another strange flying sword flew out. Xiao Chen looked carefully. That flying sword flew in the direction of the corpse race's main camp. However, after flying halfway, it quickly turned around and headed for the corpse race's black-patterned island. What a fellow! He finally gave himself away. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and revealed himself. Then, he quickly chased after the flying sword. The flying sword moved strangely fast, like a beam of light. Even when Xiao Chen executed his Thunder Dragon steps to its limits, he could not catch up. In the end, he used the cloak's acceleration function and barely managed to catch the flying sword. Xiao Chen sent in his spiritual sense, and information entered his mind. That fellow is very cautious. He is starting to suspect me. Change of plans. Don't touch him for now. However, Bai Wuxia is a little restless. He wants to lead the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island to launch a surprise attack on your flank, using lightning-quick means to kill everyone on the island. You can surround them and take down Black Monarch Island in one go. After that, you can break through the third line of defense. Remember, after we loot Dragonwood Star, according to our agreement, you have to give me half of the resources. Xiao Chen toyed with the metal sword in his hand. His expression turned somewhat grave. Xia Feng was the commander of the third line of defense. Unexpectedly, he had become the enemy's spy. However, when Xiao Chen thought about the reward, he felt that it was indeed tempting. There was an entire resource star's worth of wealth. Now that Xiao Chen had nothing on him, he could not help feeling tempted. After putting away the metal sword, Xiao Chen turned around and barged into Qin Wu's residence, startling the other party, who was cultivating. When Xiao Chen explained his purpose for coming and showed Qin Wu the information on the metal sword, Qin Wu flew into a rage. Qin Wu flew into a rage and went completely berserk. He cursed, I was wondering why the first 2 defensive lines were broken so quickly. 2 resource planets were plundered in succession. It can be said that the corpse race's surprise attack was effective. However, not only did this Dragonwood Star take in the remaining experts of the first 2 resource stars, but it also made preparations. It should not have suffered such a miserable defeat. It turns out that this is because of this traitorous dog. The impression that this old man before Xiao Chen gave him was that he was the kind of person who tried to smooth things over. Xiao Chen had not expected this old man to have such a huge reaction after learning the truth. Xiao Chen, it looks like he purposely targeted you from the start. Come, let's go and kill this traitor now. Qin Wu did not want to drag things out, so he immediately pulled Xiao Chen over to kill this spy. Xiao Chen originally thought so as well. However, when he saw the information on the flying sword, he changed his mind. Elder Qin, you should know how to send a flying sword, right? Qin Wu asked doubtfully. I do. Why? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. Good. In that case, let's not bother with this traitor for now. Just send this metal sword over in its original form. We can beat him at his own game. Beat him at his own game? Qin Wu asked with some doubt. How do we beat him at his own game? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and unfurled the sea chart. The second line of defense consisted of 3 islands and 10-odd subsidiary islands. In the past few days, the junior generation disciples of the Haotian sect had been reaping the fruits of their labor on these subsidiary islands. They harassed the Haotian sect and left after one round of attacks. Every time, they would reap a large harvest. However, in the end, these subsidiary islands did not have any main forces. They did not have any superior-grade martial sages guarding them. The corpse race still sent people there mainly to collect as many resources as possible. The ordinary people on the subsidiary islands needed someone to supervise and make arrangements. Only then would they be able to continue mining and gathering spirit herbs at the bottom of the sea. Chapter 880. In particular, whether it was the corpse race or the other races, they would not take the initiative to attack mortals in this kind of battle on a resource star. Otherwise, it would be a great taboo. The mortals also knew this logic. No matter who occupied the resource planet, their treatment and rewards would not change. They would not resist their orders too much. In any case, they were the same as everyone else. The basic remuneration would not be reduced. It was just that the resources that they dug up would be delivered to a different target. Right now, the main force of the corpse race is concentrated on Black Patterned Island. There are probably no less than 20 superior-grade martial sages there. There are also Long Fei and Wei Hua, 2 demonic geniuses who far surpass regular superior-grade martial sages. A large number of Saint-tier demonic corpses are probably on this island as well. Old sir, what do you think about the strength of the corpse race? Qin Wu muttered, they are very strong. Dragonwood Star has taken in the cultivators of the first 2 resource stars. Right now, there are only 30 superior-grade martial sages. Black Monarch Island, White Monarch Island, and Azure Monarch Island have 3 superior-grade martial sages each. The rest are in the main camp. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his delicate face. He said, they are indeed very strong. Not to mention that the corpse race has mastered the secret method of refining demonic corpses. The large number of corpses in battle will also increase their strength. The more they fight, the stronger they become. But to refine a devil corpse, they need a corpse refining pool. It is not easy to build a corpse refining pool, and it requires a lot of effort and time. As long as this corpse refining pool is destroyed, their devil corpse will die, and when the devil corpse is killed, they will lose even if they don't lose. The strength of the corpse race lay in the demonic corpses. Without the demonic corpses, with their numbers, no matter how powerful they were, they could only be massacred when faced with human cultivators who outnumbered them by several times. Qin Wu said, I know this. However, the corpse refining pool has already been moved to Black Patterned Island. There will definitely be strong soldiers guarding it. Destroying this corpse refining pool is easier said than done. Xiao Chen pointed to Black Monarch Island and smiled. Now, the opportunity is here. When Long Fei and the others found out that Bai Wuxia wanted to kill the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island, they will definitely lay a heavy ambush. We will also have to mobilize many of the forces on Black Patterned Island to fight a beautiful victory. The most important thing is that if I want to suppress Bai Wuxia easily, Long Fei and Wei Hua will have to work together. Just one of them will be enough for Bai Wuxia to leave. That will be my chance. Qin Wu's eyes lit up. He felt that this plan was feasible. With Xiao Chen's strength, without Long Fei and Wei Hua holding him back, he should be able to infiltrate Black Patterned Island and leave easily. However, in the blink of an eye, he started to worry. He said, "This is not appropriate." Watching Bai Wuxia and the others jump into the fire pit is a little. Once the corpse refining pool is broken, it is only a matter of time before the corpse race falls. The situation of Dragonwood Star can be reversed in an instant. As for Bai Wuxia, he clearly came up with such a risky move for the sake of military merits. He only has himself to blame. However, don't worry. Bai Wuxia and Shimen Bao will not die. Once the corpse refining pool can no longer hold out, Long Fei and Wei Hua will definitely return to save them. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Qin Wu considered the big picture for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and said, "In that case, we will do as you say. Brother Xiao Chen has done a great job by finding the traitor. If we can break the corpse refining pool, it will be another great job. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. At that time, there will definitely be military merits. It might even be possible for me to be conferred a marquis." Breaking the corpse refining pool was equivalent to resolving the crisis of a resource star. In terms of practical use, it would be much more useful than killing many martial sages. The military merits would definitely be high. After Qin Wu finished speaking, he formed hand seals, and the iron sword flew back to Black Patterned Island. As Qin Wu watched the iron sword fly away, his expression remained grave. He said, "Even if there are no peak demonic geniuses like Long Fei and Wei Hua near the corpse refining pool, there will be plenty of older generation superior grade martial sages. The danger of this trip will not be low. Take care." Naturally, Xiao Chen knew how dangerous it was. However, as long as Long Fei and Wei Hua were not around, given his current strength, no matter how many people surrounded him, he would still be able to leave. This Xiao Chen is really bold. In the end, whether this plan succeeds or not will depend on his personal strength. Otherwise, not only will he not be able to destroy the corpse refining island, but he will also lose the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island. As Qin Wu watched Xiao Chen leave, he felt somewhat unfathomable. Exactly how strong was this person? After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately gathered Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku. He instructed the three of them to lead a team tomorrow and carry out a big operation. After Jin Lin heard this, he could not help but smile joyfully. "We are finally going to attack an island with a superior grade martial sage. With this, our military merits will soar." Over the past few days, the three of them had not only gained a bountiful harvest, but their strength had also increased significantly. They had successfully broken through to medial grade martial sage. In terms of cultivation, they were even higher than Xiao Chen. However, even though they were medial grade martial sages, when the three looked at Xiao Chen, they still found him unfathomable and unfathomable. They could not underestimate him at all. Right now, Xiao Chen did not focus on cultivating. His cultivation remained at peak inferior grade martial sage. He focused most of his attention on his saber Dao. As long as he comprehended his saber Dao, it would not be difficult for him to raise his cultivation. Go ahead and make your move tomorrow. There is no need to run after fighting like the past few days. The other party will not send any reinforcements. Your mission is to kill the superior grade martial sage on the island. Do not let him leave alive. We promise to do it, the three answered in unison. After giving a few more instructions, Xiao Chen dismissed the three. Then, he placed a jade strip containing a star chart in his hand and carefully sized up the resource stars in the nearby starry domains. Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the two resource stars that the corpse god palace had already occupied. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he continued to look up, to the resource stars that the corpse race controlled. Then, he entered deep thought. As Xiao Chen made arrangements, Wei Hua and the others, who received the message by the flying sword, rejoiced. Wei Hua held the metal sword in his hand and smiled. "Bai Wuxia, what a good fellow. He is very bold. Unexpectedly, he wants to wipe out all the corpse race troops on the islands to the side. What a fool. Right now, the two armies are locked in a stalemate. Whoever makes a mistake will be consigned to eternal damnation. Since he wants to play big, I will play big with him. Brother Long Fei, go and inform the young master of the Muddy Sky Gate. Tomorrow, we will destroy Bai Wuxia and break the third line of defense. Then, we will attack the Bushan Palace's main camp and take down Dragonwood Star in one fell swoop. Long Fei said, the Bushan Palace's main camp is not that easy to break. Even if we work with the Muddy Sky Gate, we will not be able to take it down quickly. How about this? Tomorrow, you and Wang can lead 2/3 of the cultivators on the island to lay an ambush. Brother Kuei Do and I, as well as the remaining people, will guard the corpse refining pool. With the corpse refining pool, there will be an endless supply of monarch-grade demonic corpses. We will always hold the advantage. That way, we will be more confident. Wei Hua thought for a while before saying, very well, let's do that, then. With the two of you and a few seniors, the corpse refining pool will not have to worry about any small fries coming to cause trouble. 2/3 of the corpse race cultivators will be sufficient to easily destroy Bai Wuxia's group and break the third line of defense, forming an encirclement with the Muddy Sky Gate. The situation of Dragonwood Star will no longer be able to change. At dusk the next day, Bai Wuxia had already organized a team of 100 people on Black Monarch Island. Although there were not many of them, they were all elites. They were all medial-grade martial sages. The two superior-grade martial sage vice island masters of Black Monarch Island were also persuaded by Bai Wuxia to join the group. These vice island masters were confident in their own strength. As long as they did not get too heavily surrounded, they should be able to escape. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia contributed a large number of astral coins, so they agreed to take the risk with him. Bai Wuxia stretched out his hand, and a pearl with a cold light on it appeared in his palm. Shimen Bao's eyes lit up as he said, this is the thing that can allow the 50 of us to sneak into the wing island of Black Patterned Island without anyone noticing? This is the snow race's secret treasure, the Heavenly Ice Pearl. It can execute water evasion. Don't worry. We will definitely be able to sneak in without anyone noticing. Shimen Bao still felt somewhat worried. He said, I still feel that this trip is too risky. If we are all wiped out, Black Monarch Island's defenses will be finished. No matter how many inferior-grade martial sages and half-sages there are, they will just be decorations. Bai Wuxia smiled confidently and said, how can that be possible? We will end this quickly. At most, we will be able to finish it in an hour. After all, there are 3 superior-grade martial sages on that island. That is 30,000 military merits. Adding in the other corpse race cultivators on the island, after we kill them all, we will be able to take the lead over Xiaochen. The Heavenly Ice Pearl gave off a beam of light and sucked in the group. Then, it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. The true chaos of the peaceful Dragonwood Star was about to begin. Xiao Chen, Wei Hua, and Bai Wuxia all felt that their plan was foolproof, that nothing could go wrong. Bai Wuxia's target island was called Heavenly Wind Island. The most famous resource on the island was the Heavenly Wind Grass, a spirit herb containing wind-attributed energy. Although it was not as precious as the black patterned gold, there was a lot of it. Furthermore, there were also crystal mines of various attributes. The corpse race had stationed many people on the island as well. Naturally, the strongest were the 3 superior-grade martial sages. The rest were mostly inferior-grade martial sages and half-sages. There were only about 10 medial-grade martial sages. After all, this was not the main camp of the corpse race. There was no need to station too many troops here. This was the information that Bai Wuxia obtained. He had personally investigated and verified it repeatedly. Based on the strength of the two sides, his group of elite martial sages would definitely be able to kill all the corpse race cultivators on the island within 2 hours. Not only would this raise the morale of the Bushan Palace's side, but his military merits would also surpass Xiao Chen's. Under the night sky, a huge ice pearl silently leaped out of the water on a beach of Heavenly Wind Island. After that, there was a flash of light, and Bai Wuxia put away the heavenly ice pearl. The elite martial sages who sneak-attacked Heavenly Wind Island all revealed themselves. Shiman Bao looked around and looked at the quiet Heavenly Wind Island. He smiled and said, "Brother Bai's heavenly ice pearl is indeed powerful. We managed to come here without anyone noticing. What should we do now?" "What should we do?" Bai Wuxia revealed a carefree smile and said, "Do I still need to say it? Naturally, we will kill all the Buddhas we meet. If we meet gods, we will kill gods. We will sweep through Heavenly Wind Island and kill them all, establishing supreme military merits." Chapter 881. Bai Wuxia's words immediately stirred up the hot-bloodedness of the people behind him. They all activated the heavenly sage laws in their bodies and charged forward together with Bai Wuxia. Under the lead of the 20 elite martial sages, the patrolling demonic corpses in the way crumbled upon contact. Bai Wuxia led the charge. He could not last even one exchange with his palm. The demonic corpses fell in droves. When they arrived at the center of the island, Bai Wuxia suddenly stopped. His expression changed slightly as he said, "What's wrong?" Along the way, all we saw were corpse race demonic corpses. We did not see a single corpse race cultivator. The others only cared about killing. Furthermore, Bai Wuxia's earlier words provoked them, so they did not feel any burden in their hearts. They all thought that this Heavenly Wind Island was already a dead island. Now that they heard Bai Wuxia's reminder, they could not help but think about it. This was indeed the case. That's right. Why is there not a single corpse race cultivator? Don't tell me they're all hiding. That would be too boring. Bai Wuxia thought for a while. Then, his expression changed. He said, "Quick, let's go. We have been exposed. We have fallen into an ambush." Seeing that the others had not reacted yet, Bai Wuxia got up and retreated without any care, deciding to leave first. Along the way, they did not see a single corpse race cultivator, letting them kill the demonic corpses. Clearly, the corpse race wanted to lure them to the center of the island. If this was not an ambush, what else could it be? However, Bai Wuxia could not figure out how the news got out. Furthermore, the corpse race even made arrangements in advance. "Bai Wuxia, why are you thinking of leaving now? Weren't you saying earlier that you were going to sweep through Heavenly Wind Island?" A figure appeared in front of Bai Wuxia in the night sky, blocking his way. Death Qi surged out as this person threw a palm strike at the retreating Bai Wuxia. The underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua. When Bai Wuxia saw the appearance of this person, his heart could not help but sink. This time, things might have gone too far. Unexpectedly, even Wei Hua came. The two's palm strikes collided, and they both moved back 100 steps. Bai Wuxia did not have time to scatter the death qi circulating in his palm. Another person appeared in the air. Without giving Bai Wuxia a chance to catch his breath, this person sent him back to the Black Monarch Island group with a palm strike. The person who attacked was Wang Can, who had come with Wei Hua. Although Wang Can was weaker than Bai Wuxia, he was more than enough to work with Wei Hua. Peng, 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 the luminous stones rose into the air, and the bright light exploded bit by bit, illuminating the entire sky, making it as bright as daytime. Xiao Chen saw 4 superior-grade martial sages leading large groups of corpse-race cultivators, medial-grade martial sages, inferior-grade martial sages, and horrifying demonic corpses surrounding the group. In the sky, there were 3 king-grade warships of the corpse race. All of them were refined from the corpses of powerful flood dragons. Their mouths contained a terrifying death qi, and their blood-red eyes were incomparably frightening. When the two vice-island masters of Black Monarch Island, by Wuxia Xianxia, and the group of peak medial grade martial sages, saw this lineup, they were all frightened silly. Their faces turned ashen. This lineup was practically the entire corpse race army moving out. What's going on? Wasn't this a sneak attack? How did we end up like turtles in a jar? By Wuxia, what's going on? The two vice-island masters felt very anxious. They were both startled and furious. With such a lineup, how could they survive? Bai Wuxia had done them in. Horror filled Xianxia's eyes. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind. He said in a trembling voice, Bai Wuxia, what should we do? There are so many corpse race experts and 3 king-grade warships. We are dead for sure. With Emperor Wu holding down the fort, the Xianxia clan would definitely have some means to protect themselves. However, Xianxia thought to himself that in such a situation, the secret treasures they had to protect themselves would not be enough. Bai Wuxia was someone who had seen such a scene before. After a flustered expression, he calmed down and said, your great-grandfather is Emperor Wu, after all. This Wei Hua will not kill you. At most, he will imprison you and extort some money from your great-grandfather. When Xianxia heard this, his expression could not help but turn even more unsightly. He was an outstanding talent, yet he had become a prisoner of the battlefield. To him, this was even worse than death. As for the two vice-island masters, if this Bai is not wrong, the Black Monarch Island's island master leaked the news. You can't blame this Bai for this. The faces of the two vice-island masters sank. They said in unison, that's impossible. The island master's son died at the hands of the corpse race. How could he betray the enemy? He was the first to approve of your plan. Bai Wuxia thought, could there be an even higher-ranked spy? However, after thinking about it, he revealed a bitter smile. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Today, he, Bai Wuxia, was at his wit's end. Cripple yourselves and surrender. I will give you a chance to live. Otherwise, all of you will die, consigned to eternal damnation, Wei Hua said sullenly with a grave and stern expression. Wei Hua's expression turned grave and stern as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately, all the corpse race cultivators shouted, cripple yourselves and surrender yourselves. Their voices were like the waves of the sea, resounding in all directions without end. Before these voices, the morale of the elite martial sages of Black Monarch Island plummeted. They felt that there was no way out. They did not even have the courage to fight. Become a prisoner? When Bai Wuxia thought of this, he revealed a determined expression. If he really became a prisoner, then he would just end his own life. Leave from the east. I'll make an opening for you. Whether you can escape or not will depend on your luck. Bai Wuxia glanced at the 4 superior-grade martial sages guarding the east. However, he did not feel confident at all. Under the illumination of the night light stones, the island was as bright as day. Wei Hua could clearly see the expressions of this group of people. They all had expressions of victory in their grasp. After killing this group of people, Black Monarch Island would be completely defenseless. After that, they would launch a night attack and break through the final line of defense. Then, together with the Muddy Sky Gate, they would launch a pincer attack on Bushan Palace's headquarters. With the corpse refining pool, Dragonwood Star's fall was only a matter of time. As Wei Hua expected, everything was within his control. He felt very smug as he waved his hand, preparing to give the order to attack. The strong elite team was at least a medial-grade martial sage. They should have boundless combat prowess and be able to hold their own. Now that they had lost all their fighting spirit, their faces ashen. They felt that there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. No matter what, they could not avoid death. Rumble. Just at this moment, startling cries rang out from the east of the encirclement. A team of 20 people, led by a white figure, charged forward. Unexpectedly, no one in the corpse race could stop them. Under the light of the night light stones, that white figure looked very bright. When he attacked, the hum of a powerful saber resounded. His entire body radiated a sharp light, and a purple lightning talisman floated above his head. 4 beams of golden light flowed on the lightning talisman. Occasionally, it released beams of golden light. No one could stop him for even a moment. Behind him were 20-odd youths of the younger generation. Compared to Bai Wushue's elite team, they were much weaker. However, all of them were full of fighting spirit. No matter who it was, they attacked ferociously, not showing any intention of retreating. They burst forth with startling combat prowess. Under the lead of that white figure, this team miraculously tore a hole in the encirclement in an instant. Xiao Chen knocked back 4 superior-grade martial sages with one punch, one after another. He did not give them a chance to work together at all. As their hair fluttered, their white robes were dyed red with blood. "Brother Wei Hua, it's been 2 years. We meet again." The myriad heaven divine fists distant legend merged vital chi, magic energy, and quintessence to knock back a superior-grade martial sage of the corpse race. Xiao Chen stood firmly and looked calmly at the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua. Sagely music lingered in all directions, singing the legends of Xiao Chen. As the golden light shone down, Xiao Chen looked like a celestial being in the night sky, causing everyone to look up at him in amazement. Wei Hua's thoughts turned chaotic for a moment. Why did Xiao Chen come to this heavenly wind island at this time? Wei Hua was not the only one who could not figure it out. Bai Wuxia and the others, who originally thought that they could not reverse the situation, were shocked when they saw Xiao Chen, who was like a divine soldier descending from heaven. "Bai Wuxia, Shimen Bao, if you do not leave now, when will you?" When Xiao Chen saw the stunned Bai Wuxia, Shimen Bao, and the elite martial sages, he could not help but shout, his voice booming like thunder. The group of people seemed to wake up from a dream. They quickly headed in Xiao Chen's direction, using their clones to charge over. Wei Hua reacted. His expression turned frosty as he said coldly, "Good timing. We can deal with them all in one go. All corpse race cultivators, heed my orders. Surround them and kill them all. Do not leave a single one alive. Deal with them all in one go? Naturally, the people that I, Xiao Chen, want to save cannot be left behind. Let's see how you, Wei Hua, are going to deal with them all in one go." Xiao Chen fought the 4 superior-grade martial sages of the corpse race alone. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon's Gate's warship. Haotian sect disciples, board the Dragon's Gate's warship. Jin Lin, Xiao Xian, and Lu Ku, the 3 of you drive the warship to receive them. I will bring up the rear. Looking at the dense, tide-like corpse race army closing in from all directions, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he stood firmly on high ground. His heart was calm, and his thoughts were clear. Jin Lin's group of 3 was very familiar with the Dragon's Gate's warship. When they came to Dragonwood Star, a group of curious juniors had turned the Dragon's Gate's warship upside down. The warship flew quickly, instantly pushing through the crowd and arriving before Bai Wuxia and the others. When these people saw the Dragon's Gate's warship, they rejoiced and leaped onto it. Seeing that all 20 people had leaped onto the warship, Jin Lin immediately controlled the Dragon's Gate's warship to soar into the sky. However, 3 corpse race king grade warships blocked it. Xiao Xian, control the cannons and the propulsion arrows. The rest of you, do your best to maintain the Dragon's Gate's warship's protective barrier. Come and play with these 3 stinky dragons. Let's show them what it means to suppress a group of kings. Jin Lin laughed loudly. He did not fear the 3 corpse race king grade warships blocking his way. The other Haotian sect disciples on the warship also ran around enthusiastically. When Bai Wuxia and the others saw this scene, they all felt deeply confused. How could this group of people have such high morale? When Xiao Chen, who was on the